the prayers publicly as part of the prayer service. And when they came to this new passage, it was kind of like a litmus test. If they read it, then they would be pronouncing a curse on themselves if they harbored Christian beliefs. On the other hand, if they omitted it, they would be outing themselves as a Christian and theoretically could be removed not only from the pulpit but from the synagogue. There's some analysis that suggests that the gospel according to John was written by someone who experienced this. And in fact, his gospel is much more filled with invective than the synoptic gospels, references to the synagogue of Satan and things like that. So this was kind of like a line in the sand that, from the Jewish perspective, marked off an ideological boundary that was not present before the inclusion of this text in the prayer. So we see that this is a family dispute that has gone really sour, and they're separating from both sides. Finally, let us not forget the fact that by the time we get to the early 4th century, Christianity has become so large and so popular that ultimately becomes the state religion under Constantine, shown here. The famous story behind it, there's some interesting things about his family that were attracted to Christianity as well, but he would have this dream where he would see, or this vision where he would see this cross, and it would say, in hoc signo vinces, under this sign will you conquer. And then when he pieced it together that it was attached to Christianity, that's when he converted. That's the traditional story associated with it. But with his conversion and his stamp of approval on Christianity, a once heavily persecuted faith, not only reading the Gospels by people like Paul as a Pharisee, who was bent on persecuting the church, but also clearly by the Romans, who sent Christians to the gladiatorial games and things like that. This represents a dramatic turning point where the once despised religion is now a state religion with far more power, and that's actually going to be the status quo in Europe until the modern era. Okay, I hope you found this useful. We're going to continue in the next videos by going back to Judea and focusing on internal Jewish politics, and we're going to look specifically at the origins of the Great Revolt. Thank you very much for watching. Let us now direct our attention to a major turning point in Jewish history, and that is the First Roman-Jewish War that occurred in the 60s and the early 70s of the 1st century. The spark that lit the explosion was something that happened in Caesarea, also pronounced Caesarea or Caesarea, which is a very important center on the coastline. We spoke about this city in the context of Herod the Great. It was a major Roman center during this period. Here you can see a map where it's located halfway roughly between Tel Aviv and Haifa in today's map. There are many factors that come together to create this first war, but perhaps one of the most significant general elements of the mood of the era was this dichotomy between the concept of the election of Israel and the disdain and neglect of a corrupt and bureaucratic Rome. On the one hand, there's no question that this first century was filled with messianic thoughts. We spoke quite a bit about it in the context of the movement of Christianity. Also, we spoke about it in the context of the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a lot of people who are anticipating the arrival of the Messiah, which in Jewish thought is something that would happen with a great political upheaval, with a this world ruler who would initiate a period of freedom for the Jews in Israel, and then all kinds of other amazing things would happen. This is happening at the same time that Rome has let go of the reins of what's going on in Israel specifically. There's a lot of anarchy and banditry. There's a lot of lawlessness in the streets. They're not patrolling properly. They're not really caring what's going on because the Romans are engaged very heavily in their own self-serving grift, taking bribes and all kinds of things like that. There's also, as we will recall, Israel is never an area that is completely free of non-Jews. There are mixed populations in Israel, and not everyone there feels comfortable with the Jewish vision of what that land should be. It sounds familiar, right? This is basically the oldest story of that part of the world. And there are provocations that primarily come from the non-Jewish minorities in Yamnia and also later in Caesarea, as we shall see. In Yamnia, also known as Yavna, the local population specifically agitated to provoke Caligula into his disastrous decision to set up an idol to himself in the temple. It turned out, as we discussed earlier, that was short-lived because Caligula was assassinated. But nevertheless, there was a lot of friction between non-Jewish and Jewish populations in Israel. During this time, the combination of those two mood factors tended to push the Pharisees more in the direction of the Zealots, and there was a qualified sympathy for their desire to throw off the yoke of Rome. It was not a full-throated endorsement, but there was nevertheless more of a sense that the Zealots were towards the right side of history, and that was, as best we can tell, the mood of the mood of the Pharisees in the late 50s, and the people followed the Pharisees by and large. The spark that occurred in Caesarea was mundane. It had to do with a property dispute. It seems that the Jews were renting a local space from a non-Jew for a synagogue, and they wanted to actually buy this space. The non-Jew did not want to sell to them. In fact, he wanted to evict them. The Jews must have had some kind of lease arrangement, because they went and they petitioned the local procurator, Gessius Florus, who was known for his insensitivity to Jewish causes, who took their money with an agreement to hear their case and then promptly ignored it. So what ended up happening is, on one particular Shabbat in the year 66, some local miscreant, it's not clear from Josephus whether it's the same person as the owner of the building or perhaps someone who's involved in the dispute, this individual went and performed a ritual idolatrous sacrifice of birds right at the entrance to the synagogue over an earthenware container in such a way, apparently he was aware of some of the laws of defilement, some of the complicated laws involving earthenware containers and defilement that are more complex than we can get into right here. But at any rate, it really enraged the local Jewish population of Caesarea. Some of the more hot-headed elements of the community actually rose up and began to riot, but they rapidly found that the mood of the local population in Caesarea, which was, again, recall, primarily a Roman-oriented city, not one of the more Jewish cities, what the tide of the rioting turned against them. What ended up happening is Gessius Florus turned a blind eye to this. He arrested the Jewish petitioners who had asked to buy the synagogue in the first place, and the rest of the Jewish community actually fled with their Torah scrolls to nearby Narbata. The news of the events in Caesarea soon reached Jerusalem, with a much larger Jewish population, a much more religiously inclined population, and there was an uproar, as you can imagine. Gessius Florus, the procurator, sent troops to Jerusalem in order to try and quell the unrest, and while he was there, he actually seized a relatively small amount of money from the temple treasury, which certainly was a more incendiary action and was not going to calm down the population there. In fact, the local population even publicly walked around holding their hats out, begging for money on behalf of Gessius Florus to mock him. That certainly didn't improve relations between the procurator and the local Jewish population. But the violence got actually quite serious, especially in the upper city, and some people were killed. There was bloodshed, and the Antonia fortress, which we'll see a little bit later, to the north of the Temple Mount, was actually isolated with the Roman troops imprisoned within. King Agrippa II, the Jewish king, who was actually not the king of Judea proper, he was really king of a region to the north. We spoke about him a little while ago. He attempted to calm things down and failed, and as a result, he fled to the north and avoided the bloodshed at this point. He would later actually end up participating in the war on the side of the Romans, but that's a little bit later. Menachem, the son of Judas, the Galilean, arrives. He was one of several zealot leaders who would compete for authority. And in this context of the upheaval, Elazar ben Hananiah suspended the sacrifice in honor of the emperor, and that essentially meant that the revolt was open. Up until this point, the Jews had always maintained a regular sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This goes all the way back to Cyrus, at least. And the idea of stopping this was extremely insulting to Rome, and this meant that it was open revolt. Now, there's some fascinating discussions of all these events in the Talmud as well, which add significant color to all of them. But for the time being, we're going to primarily present the Josephine account, and perhaps in another context, we can come back to the details that the Talmud offers as well. At this point, the local forces that the procurator was able to muster, a fairly small number of troops, could not handle the right anymore. And so Cestius Gallus, who was the governor of Syria, and the region of Israel was within his supervisory map, he arrived with the Fulminata Legion, the 12th Legion. We're talking now about 20,000 soldiers. So he comes down from the north and he makes his way throughout the region until he gets to Jerusalem. Now we should remember that these legionnaires are professional trained soldiers. We're talking about maximum 23,000 rebels spread out throughout the entire region without discipline, without arms, without training. They had the advantage of knowing the terrain and they had the advantage of local contacts, but they were at a serious disadvantage when fighting actual troops. Nevertheless, they were so enraged that when Cestius Gallus entered Jerusalem, and he actually came into the city, he saw what kind of opposition he was facing, and he was intimidated by the Jewish rebels. He decided to retreat, and on his way back, he met disaster, specifically at a pass called Beit Horon. The Beit Horon Pass is a very narrow strip that requires essentially, a couple of soldiers walking side by side as they make their way down this long pass. And the rebels were able to ambush them, and they actually wrought terrible havoc on Cestius Gallus's legion. They actually captured the eagle standard of the 12th Legion, which was a tremendous insult. It's kind of like capturing the flag, huge symbolic value. And they also, less symbolic value, but real value, they actually captured all of the Roman siege equipment, which would be very useful for them in the next couple of years of the war. Cestius Gallus actually survived the encounter at Beit Horon, but he was forced to limp back in a humiliating defeat, and this meant that Rome had to significantly accelerate their efforts. Next, we'll explore the second phase of the war, when Rome decides to send a much more battle-hardened general, Vespasian, along with considerably more troops to prosecute the war. Thank you very much for watching.
Listening to what? I don't understand that question. Actually, you pray.
I think so.
In far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestius Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Judea. And at this point, we should introduce very briefly Josephus, who originally was given command of the northern region in the Galilee, and he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon, not only for the First Roman-Jewish War. He was a first-person participant in that war, and so he's actually relaying things that he saw himself, but he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a detailed look at Judaism in antiquity, and we have had occasion to return to in many cases. At any rate, Josephus, a fairly young man, is and associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately the first that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops. And in the space of the year 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, in modern Hebrew, Yodfat, which is where Josephus was housed. And he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive. He surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he can be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat. He becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who were active, particularly in the Galilee region in the north, flee the conflict and they make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of the united leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all of the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It gets so awful that the Zealots, who are based in Masada at this time, that's a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem, they actually attack the nearby village, a Jewish village of Ein Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and he mops up the naval resistance at Yaffo. There were several sea battles there and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Gioria and John of Giscala. And they're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions of about 80,000 battle-hardened troops. On the map here, you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces breach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to breach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of their advance. They attack the Antonia Fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the Zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies, so they did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of Av. It would have been in late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting by Jews all around the world, They sit on the floor. They read the Book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago. The temple is burned to the ground. The fighting would continue throughout Jerusalem, but we'll continue with that in the next video. Thank you for watching.
So any effort you make towards God, it will not be under. No?
The Roman-Jewish War essentially ended with the destruction of the temple, which demonstrated the futility of the immediate messianic hopes of the Jews in the region. However, fighting continued for a few more years, either to the year 73 or possibly 74 of the Common Era. There were a few holdout fortresses of Jews outside of Jerusalem, and the most significant of those was undoubtedly Masada, which is shown here. It's a dramatic cliff-top fortress. It was actually the palace of Herod at one point, his vacation palace, and it's in a very forbidding part of the Judean desert, and it is essentially impregnable. The only way to really attack Masada is to climb its faces, which are quite steep, at least on two sides of it, and very, very difficult to actually breach its defenses. The rebels under Elazar ben Yair had actually laid in a tremendous amount of supplies, so they could actually last there for many years. Nevertheless, the Romans were brilliant and dogged engineers. They ended up climbing the mountain, and they built a siege tower that was about 80 meters or 260 feet high to be able to breach the final wall. When they got to the very last barrier, which was made of wood, and they set it on fire, the rebels located within the compound realized that there was no way they could keep the Roman soldiers out. And so in a very dramatic act, almost 1,000 rebels, and we're talking here about families, not just soldiers, but men, women, and children, committed mass suicide overnight rather than have themselves be turned over as slaves to the Romans. A very dramatic moment in Jewish history, a complex moment that has reverberations in modern Israeli ideology as well, and hopefully we'll come back to that when we get towards the end of the series. The Romans enacted significant punishment on the remaining population, and we will go into this in greater detail as we talk about the diaspora and moving forward. But for now, let's just look at a few examples of it. Symbolically, we see the institution of the Judea Capta coins. The Romans actually printed quite a few examples of this coin. On the left, they usually have a portrait of Vespasian. You can see him wearing the laurel wreath of victory around his head. And on the right, there's a Roman soldier standing by a balsam pine, which was one of the most important exports of Israel at the time. And there is a forlorn woman with her head in her hand, and she is representing the Judean people. So Judea Capta means Judea is taken captive. And this was a form of propaganda. You know, coins are like messages that circulate everywhere and people see them and it means something. It was a very important way of advertising state power. Just to show you a couple of examples of this Judea coin, sometimes the Roman soldier is portrayed as being, you know, way out of proportion, large compared to the woman to show the dominance of Rome. And in some especially chilling cases, she's actually shown with her hands bound behind her back as a slave to be taken away into captivity. The Romans also celebrated this in Rome proper with the erection of the Arch of Titus. You see it here. And inside the arch, when we zoom in a little bit, there is a depiction of the Romans taking away spoils from the temple. Here's a better resolution look at it. You can see that they're clearly holding the candelabra called the menorah, which would have stood in the Temple Mount area. A scholar at Yeshiva University did some chemical analysis of the sculpture and actually was able to reconstruct how it would have looked to the Romans in the ancient period, because they actually preferred their sculptures to be painted. So it would have looked like this to Romans. You can see on the left, there's a sign that says Leges Judaeorum, or the law of the Jews. Perhaps that was referring to the the tablets of the law, or maybe a Torah scroll. You can see they're clearly carrying the menorah. The sign next to it says Candelabrum Judeorum, the Jewish candelabra. And on the right, they have the Sacra Judeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, which appears to be the Shulchan with the altar, with the Badim, the staves that would be used to carry it, perhaps. The Romans also imposed some terrible taxes and some restrictions on Jewish activity, which I'd like to explore in a later lecture. But there is a saving moment in all of this. One thing that we have glossed over is the reaction of the Pharisees, in particular, a rabbi named Yochanan ben Zakkai, who saw early on that the revolt against Rome was doomed to failure. And in a rather dramatic moment, he had himself smuggled out of Jerusalem to actually meet with Vespasian directly. This is one of the details that the Talmud offers. And he makes a request of Vespasian, actually 3 requests. But the one that's especially significant for us is he says to Vespasian, in Hebrew, we have the phrase, Tein li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne, Yamnia in Greek, and its sages, which meant that he wanted to have a safe base where the pacifistic Pharisees could retreat and could continue to engage in religious study. This ultimately was the seed from which future Jewish leadership would grow, and the future of the Jewish people would be preserved through these scholars studying the traditional values and texts of Judaism. We will continue this in future lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
I make good online income when I don't have to use, when I don't have to go to job, then I can devote my online workshop. Where do you think I should live?
If we move forward about 45 years from the destruction of the temple and the fall of Masada, we get to another period of violence called the Kitos Rebellion. Now, it's a very mysterious kind of rebellion. We have scattered data points from different sources that all reveal something about this rebellion, but we're not really sure about much of the most essential questions. But we should say one thing to begin with. Many scholars argue whether or not this is really the second Roman-Jewish war or something different. It's basically a primarily diaspora phenomenon. It's something that you see primarily outside of Israel, in other words, and not so much in Judea itself. But let's try and understand at least some things about this Kitos Rebellion. The Kitos Rebellion occurs at the very end of the rule of the Emperor Trajan. The 5 decades since the destruction of the temple have been absolutely terrible for the Jews. There's a tremendous amount of post-destruction trauma that is definitely spiritual in nature. I mean, the Jews had invested all of their spiritual understanding of how they related to the infinite through the temple. And even when the temple was corrupted by a priesthood that was essentially something that could be bought from the Romans, there was still this idea that somehow the temple was the hinge upon which the entire universe turned. And now with that temple gone, what exactly would Judaism do? What would Judaism, look like? It was a period of phenomenal demographic upheaval. You have literally tens of thousands of Jews taken off in slavery to Rome. You have refugees who are scattered throughout the entire region on the Eastern Mediterranean, the Iberian and Greek peninsulas, around the Black Sea littoral and further east through Mesopotamia. And you don't have the same kind of center in Israel as you had before. Would the Jewish people even survive this tremendous trauma? The Romans, for their part, did many things to make things worse for the Jews. They certainly want to stamp out any possibility of a future revolt. And so there were all kinds of measures put in place to try and demean the Jews, both spiritually, psychologically, demographically, and financially. The Fiscus Judaicus was instituted, and this was a replacement of the mandatory machatzis shekel, the half shekel tax that Jews had from biblical times paid all over the world toward the upkeep of the temple in Jerusalem. The Fiscus Judaicus tax took that money and made it mandatory, but instead of devoting it to the upkeep of the temple in Jerusalem, it was directed to Rome and to the upkeep of a temple for Jupiter. I mean, really offensive kind of thing for the Jews. And at the same time, the messianic ferment that we saw with the birth of Christianity was still continuing. In fact, it would take another couple of decades before it would have its final defeat, at least in the 2nd century, under Bar Kokhba. Now, Trajan himself, towards the end of his rule, became involved in a very heavy war with the Parthian Empire, which was the Persian Empire that controlled Babylonia. The Parthian Empire would ultimately fall, and in their successor empire, the Sasanians, that's when the main elements of the Talmud would be put together. But at any rate, Trajan waged war against the Parthians, and he actually penetrated all the way to the very bottom of Mesopotamia. That is, this region here that you can see is sort of like a yellowish color going right down to the Persian Gulf. This was briefly controlled by Roman troops. Now, what's interesting for our purposes, and connecting it to the Kitos Rebellion, is that the Jews in Mesopotamia apparently sided with the Parthians against the Roman invaders, which is perhaps not surprising. Jews had been living in Babylonia since the 6th century before the Common Era, meaning they've been there for 800 years. They certainly have roots sunk deep into that territory. And when the Romans came in invading, they took up arms to defend their homeland alongside the Parthians. This obviously was not taken very lightly by the Romans, and Lucius Quietus, who was a commander in charge of the region, was put in charge of also devastating the Jewish population and quashing any resistance to Roman rule. So this is one element of the Kitos Rebellion, is Lucius Quietus' early participation. There will be another chapter into his story as well, and maybe I should give it away. The word Kitos in the Kitos Rebellion is probably from his surname, Lucius Quietus. That's probably how we get Kitos. So it's named essentially after him. Perhaps because of his notorious activity putting down the Jewish rebels in Mesopotamia, or I shouldn't say the rebels, the Jewish defenders of Mesopotamia, but it could also have to do with his later activity in Judea. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a diaspora affair. It was certainly not limited to Mesopotamia with the advance into Parthian Empire territory in the year 114. We begin to see it also develop on the coast of North Africa in particular. Let's have a look at this map here, where you can see the extent of the Roman Empire at the time of Trajan's death in 117. First of all, we have the activity in Mesopotamia, which is related to the invasion of the Parthian Empire. But then we have some interesting things happening in what would be today Libya. The Kitos Rebellion had major activity in this town. The pronunciation, I know some people are really sticklers for pronunciation. I've looked it up and I've heard it pronounced as Cyrene in English. In Greek, it would have been something like Kurene. So I'm probably going to say Kurene, and I would probably be wrong, but this wouldn't be the first time. At any rate, this is one of the locations of major rebel activity during this period. And then we also have significant activity throughout Egypt, and then finally in Cyprus. And once all of this diaspora activity is discussed, we're going to look very briefly at Judea, where, of course, there was the Ptolemus Kitos, the Kitos Rebellion itself, as described in the Talmud. Let's look at Kurene first. The various sources that refer to this assert that there may have been some kind of messianic issue to this, because there is an individual who is referred to as Lukuas in one source and Andreas in a different source. It is possible that this is the same person. It was not at all uncommon in the ancient period, especially in Greek and Roman areas, for Jews to have two names, a Hebrew name and a Greek name, or a local name. I myself have two names, right? I have a Hebrew name that my friends know me by, and I have Henry, which I publish under and stuff like that. So anyways, but he referred to himself in one of these sources as a king. So that implies some kind of unusual political, although some of the church historians suggest it was sort of a false messianic reign. And under this Lukua/Andreas, there was a report of Jewish attacks on Roman temples and public buildings in particular. It's an interesting aspect of this revolt is that it seems to be one that is definitely attacking Rome. And again, remember, it's just a few decades since the destruction of the temple, and there are a lot of Jews who are very angry. And let us not forget that there are a lot of Jews who were originally rebels in the First War who have fled to various cities in the diaspora, and they could be influencing this uprising again in about the year 115. Now, one of our most important historians that tells us a little bit about the Quitos Rebellion is Cassius Dio. He is a Roman historian who was active at the end of the 2nd and the first half of the 3rd century. And he's great for a lot of things, but there's certain areas where you just don't know how seriously to take him. So, for example, when he describes this rebellion in Kyrene, he puts it like this. Just listen to this language. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Kyrene had put a certain Andreas at their head and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would, here we go. They would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. But that's not all, folks. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they gave to wild beasts, still others they forced to fight as gladiators. I mean, it's hard to take this seriously. It's just so bizarre and so un-Jewish. Certainly Jews have gone to war, and it's not impossible to imagine atrocities happening when Jews, like any people, go to war, but these are over the top. And in fact, when you look at Cassius Dios's other treatments of barbarian attacks on Rome, they also appear quite, outre. I wanted to read for you the passage where he describes how the Britons deal with the attack from the Romans, and oh my gosh, I can't even look at that because it's actually pornographic in its nature. So just trust me, Cassius Dios is liable to exaggerate for dramatic effect. Egypt also saw widespread rebellions between the years 115 and 117, widespread Jewish rebellions who were apparently the Jews were taking advantage of the absence of Roman forces who had gone off to fight against the Parthian Empire in Mesopotamia. And once again, it's similar kinds of targets. Temples, shrines, for example, the Shrine of Nemesis at Memphis, public works, roadways, things like that. It seems like the Jews rebelling are really directing their attacks specifically at the Roman Empire. It seems to have a very political motive. The economic motive does not seem to rise to the surface. And other than those messianic references, it seems to be something that is really an attempted uprising. It is fascinating to think, though, like, why are the Jews all over the diaspora? Do they really think they're going to throw Rome off? But they obviously are somewhat coordinated in doing this. There was, of course, a harsh military response from Trajan, who came back with heavy forces, many killed. This is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria, which the Talmud says was so large that in order to know when to answer amen to the person leading the prayers, they had to wave flags. You could see the flags and know that it was up to that part. But this is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria, Egypt, was destroyed. Jewish property was seized, and basically at this point, by the time we get to the end of the Parthian War, the Jewish community in North Africa goes into a steep decline, and it will not rise again for several centuries. We can say the same thing about the island of Cyprus. As we saw earlier in Cassius Dio's discussion, no Jew may set foot on that island, that is Cyprus, but even if one of them is driven upon its shores by a storm, Jews were banned from the island after a rebellion there, and in fact, this statement is supported because there's no other evidence of Jews ever landing on this island until the 4th century. So hundreds of years of Jews gone from the region. What happened in Judea proper? This is where the Talmud refers to this phrase, Homos Kitos, the Kitos rebellion. We know that Lucius Quintus, you remember him from Mesopotamia, right? He was the person who put down the Jewish rebellion. He is sent back by Trajan and appointed as governor in Judea. we don't know a lot about how he conducted himself in that area, but we know that there was, at least the Talmud refers to some acts of violence, and we know that Lucius Quietus brought in a second Roman legion to support his activities there. I wish we knew more about this particular rebellion. It is fascinating to see that it takes place across the diaspora. It represents something we haven't talked about in any detail yet, but we will be coming back to it in a few lectures. But we have to move on to a much more powerful and significant rebellion that had a deep mark, left big scars on the Jewish psyche, and that is the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Thank you very much for watching.
31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's a very serious coin. Aiden Ross has said that he's going to perhaps buy into it allegedly. He should. Anybody else should as well, because it's going to be really big.
So named after its leader, Shimon Bar Kokhba, is often referred to as the second Roman Jewish war, the first being the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 or 74 that resulted in the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. And then there's possibly another conflict, the so-called Kitos Rebellion that we discussed in the last video. Some people consider that the second Roman Jewish war, and this would make Bar Kokhba the third Roman Jewish war. But unlike the Kitos Rebellion, this is something that happened entirely within the boundaries of Judea, and certainly constitutes a full-fledged revolt against Rome that required tremendous energy for the Romans. Well, so much is unknown about the Bar Kokhba revolt. We do not have really extensive sources describing it. I'll go into it a little bit more detail, even to the point where it was not until the 1960s that we were certain what Bar Kokhba's name actually was. It appears that his name, based on some Greek language documents that were discovered in the Dead Sea region, Greek having the advantage of being a phonetic language with all of the vowels written out, which is something that is not true of Hebrew. They referred to him as Bar Kosiba or Ben Kosiba. That was his proper name. The Bar means son of, and Kosiba is the surname. He was known as Bar Kokhba to his followers. A slight pun on the name. Kokhba means star, the son of a star that has kind of like messianic overtones to it. But to his detractors, he was known as Bar Koziba with a Z instead of an S. The word kazav in Hebrew meaning deception or lies. But his actual name was Kosiba, and he's known popularly in the way that Rabbi Akiva, one of his most important followers, called him Bar Kokhba, the star. It's hard to underestimate the importance of Bar Kokhba in the Israeli civic mentality, because Bar Kokhba represents the last living president of the Jewish polity until the 20th century. In a moment, I'd like to talk to you about Dr. Yegael Yadin, who wrote a very important work on Bar Kokhba, who describes the moment when the current president of Israel in 1960 first saw an inscription that was written by the previous president of Israel some 1900 years earlier. It's really important to see this as a sort of a culmination of that strive for statehood that had a 1900-year hiatus. Where we can see this graphically is in the Knesset Menorah, the sculpture that stands outside the contemporary building known as the Knesset, which is where Israel's parliament sits. And in this candelabra, you can see that there are many historical figures that are represented on the arms of the candelabra. Zooming into the center, you see that the three central uppermost branches have representations of three distinct leaders in Jewish history. The first is Moses, who is shown here from a biblical passage that describes the attack of the Amalekites against the Jews on their way from Egypt to Israel. And as the passage there describes, as long as Moses had his hands up in the air, heavenward, then the Jews would succeed in battle. And when he lowered his hands, they would fail. So he was supported by his two lieutenants, holding his hands in the air so he could retain that position for the duration description of the battle, representing a military victory with an appeal to God at its very center. On the left, you see David. We should understand that the left here is on Moses' right, the higher level of authority and status. David shown here as a young man holding up the severed head of Goliath, a very important passage that describes, again, a military victory with supernatural assistance from God. And then finally, going to the left, the less significant of the two, but still right at the very center of the candelabra, is this representation of Bar Kokhba. And unlike David and Moses, he is represented here in an attitude of decline and an attitude of defeat, because after all, the Bar Kokhba rebellion was ultimately unsuccessful. Nevertheless, he is shown here as a powerful military figure and as a tragic one as well. And that's a story we're going to go over in the next 15 minutes or so. Our sources, as I mentioned, are somewhat limited. We have an important Roman historian, Cassius Dio, sometimes called Dio Cassius, who is somewhat problematic because we only have him in an abbreviated form, as we shall see shortly. We have Eusebius, an important church historian, Cassius Dio being active in the basically at the turn of the 3rd century. Eusebius, about 100 years later, one of the church fathers, again passing references. And then we have some amazing passages in the Talmud and in the Midrash, but they are not necessarily historical in the same way that some of these other historians are conform to Western sensibilities. There are also some famous and important discoveries in the 1960s, primarily archaeological discoveries conducted by this man, Yigael Yadin, who is one of these amazing Israeli figures who is at once both a war hero, very highly placed at the top of the Israeli Defense Forces, and at the same time an archaeologist and a scholar, and a very gripping writer. I'm going to produce a little review of his treatment of Bar Kokhba in a separate video. Absolutely fascinating account, very much worth reading. So let's try and understand what we can about Bar Kokhba and his rebellion from the sources that we have. Here's a children's book. The Hebrew translation is The History of Israel for Children. The Bar Kokhba rebellion, you can see a very heroic figure and rallying the troops against Rome and so on. This describes the rebellion that took place from the years 132 to 135 of the Common Era. The leader, of course, as we said, is Bar Kokhba. In the Midrash, he is described as a mythic figure of phenomenal proportions. An extremely brutal and ferocious warrior, not unlike some of the depictions of David that we have in Tanakh and also in the Talmud. The Talmud says, for example, and this is kind of like, we have to assume it's a kind of a hyperbole that is not uncommon in the Talmud, that to test their bravery, Bar Kokhba would have all of his recruits have a digit sliced off their hand, which is, totally forbidden in Jewish law. By the way, kids don't try this at home. But the rabbis complained and said, Bar Kokhba, what are you doing? How long will you mutilate the young men of Israel? He said, well, how else am I going to test their bravery? And they suggested, well, have them uproot a living tree from the ground with their bare hands. Will that do? He says, yes, that will certainly test it. And so that's how they were tested, as the Talmud says. They were tested for their strength and their bravery. I don't know how to take this in a literal sense, but when we see his writings based on the archaeological discoveries in the 1960s, we definitely see that he was a very determined and very insistent leader, often demanding retribution of his followers if they did not comply with his demands. He was known to many as a possible Messiah. And let's remember, in Jewish terms, a Messiah, Mashiach, is a human being, a political leader who will effect a military unification of the land of Israel, who will bring in all of the exiles, who will bring in the ingathering of the exiles, and initiate a period of great peace and prosperity for Israel and the world. And when he saw Bar Kokhba as that person, including famously Rabbi Akiva, who towards the end of his life supported Bar Kokhba as a possible Mashiach. He was contradicted predicted by several of his colleagues. One of them famously said to him, Akiva, you will have grass growing from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Messiah, meaning this is impossible, and you will be dead, and Bar Kokhba will never be the Messiah. But nevertheless, the notion of Bar Kokhba as Messiah certainly inspired many to follow him. Here is, by the way, one of the amazing finds that was uncovered by Dr. Yadin in the Dead Sea region. You can see at the very top right, it says Shimon Bar Kokhba Nasi Yisrael. Shimon Bar Kokhba, president of Israel. Unfortunately, there's so much we really don't know about the war. One of the most basic things that we don't know about this war is why exactly did it start. So Cassius Dio, the Roman historian, gives us an account of the war. Unfortunately, the only version of Cassius Dio's account has not survived antiquity in its original formulation, but rather as what they call an epitome. You know, we say in English the epitome of something, we tend to mean something as exemplary, the best, and the ideal. But in classical terms, it really means an abbreviation, meaning, oh, this is too big, too long to read. Can you just give me, like, the Cliff's Notes, the short version of this? That's what an epitome was. And so we have an 11th century epitome by Johannes Titilinius that's shown here that gives us, unfortunately, just passing references to Bar Kokhba, and we don't know exactly what Cassius Dio wrote, but we're hopeful that this is correct. According to Cassius Dio in this epitome, the reason for the revolt was that the Emperor Hadrian, shown here, decided to rebuild Jerusalem, but rename it after himself, Aelia Capitolina, right, because his middle name was Aelius, and to build on the site of the temple to God, instead a temple to the Latin god, the Roman god Jupiter. And this, according to Cassius Dio, inflamed the population of Jews, and a rebellion ensued. Now, according to Hadrian's own biographer, Spartianus, who wrote De Vita Hadriani, the life of Hadrian, the Roman Empire, had nothing to do with the rebuilding of the temple. It has to do with a ban on genital mutilation, something which the Romans had frequently issued, but it's uncertain what exactly is this talking about. For many, it was understood to refer to castration, which is forbidden in Jewish law as well, but it's possible that the revolt was started because Jews thought it referred to circumcision, and in fact, perhaps it did refer to circumcision, but later that was certainly exempted from the ban on genital mutilation. Others say no. The Midrash, for example, suggests that it had to do with an effort to rebuild the temple that was then thwarted by the Samaritans. Finally, Pausanias, who was a 2nd century Roman geographer, who was followed in some degree by Eusebius and Jerome, who were church fathers who lived in the subsequent centuries, who said that it's possible not that the revolt was caused by persecution, i.e. these decrees, but that these decrees followed the revolt, meaning that it was the general environment, whether it was the political oppression, the destruction of the Judean state and the previous war, or whether it was the Messianic ferment, that these things might have caused the revolt, and then later the Hadrianic persecutions, which were especially associated with the group of people called the 10 Martyrs of the State, the Asara Ruge Malchus, that have formed an important part of the Jewish liturgy, that those occurred not before the rebellion, but rather after the rebellion as a response. It's not impossible. At any rate, these are the major theories currently floating regarding the origins of the war. We will have to conduct further research and hopefully find some more archaeological discoveries that will give us some greater insight. For certain, however, the war was quite brutal, and it lasted for about 3 years. We know of Bar Kokhba's exploits exploits, which appear to have been initially quite successbar Kokhba and his rebels seized Jerusalem apparently and marked that event with the minting of many coins. Actually, not precisely the minting. What they did was they would take Roman coins, heat them up, and then re-stamp them, which in itself, by the way, is an act of treason. And they would re-stamp them with Jewish themes, and they would mark them with messages like, the freedom of Jerusalem, year 1, year 2, things like that. Here's one depiction of the Bar Kokhba coins. You can see that the top coins have the temple on them, on top of a Roman tetradrachm, that's a sella in Hebrew, and at the very top is a little star motif, which is emblematic of Bar Kokhba himself. At the bottom you see traditional themes like a lyre, grapes, an urn, and trumpets, but what's interesting is what you don't see, which are any representations of human beings or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities in the 2nd century. There's another version that shows at the top, these are palm fronds, or specifically the lulav and esrog, the albuminium, the 4 species that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. It's interesting to note that Bar Kokhba, from as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in the Talmudic sources, but also in the archaeological evidence, seems to have been leading a movement of observant Jews, that they were striving to maintain the observances of the holidays and things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. We know that the war was quite brutal, that Hadrian suffered tremendously, and as we should see, had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful guerrilla rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the Jewish rebels being active in the cave system of the Judean mountain range. We know that Hadrian suffered not only because of the support he had to draw in from elsewhere in the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to the Senate the report of what was happening in Judea, he pointedly omitted the phrase "mihi et legionibus bene," which means I and my forces are well, meaning I and the armed forces, the military, are doing fine, thank you. He took out that standard phrase, which for Cassius Dio, writing in the 2nd century, was a very big statement to the Senate. Ultimately, however, the rebels could simply not hold out against the overwhelming might of the Romans, and they were reduced to hiding in a series of caves. Some of them are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. There were originally some Bedouin who made their way into these caves in the early 20th century, and as artifacts began to slowly filter out into the black market, that's when Yigael Yadid and his team decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, they found several of these caves and found some amazing discoveries that we're going to look at in this lecture and in a couple others as well. For example, these urns, which are quite remarkable in themselves, but one of the things that tells us about Bar Kokhba is that they used to have like decorations here of facial features that were intentionally defaced, as were all of the implements that had decorations of this nature in the cave. So in other words, these may have been made by Romans or Phoenicians or something like that, but the Bar Kokhba rebels, not wanting to transgress the commandment against making graven images, specifically defaced them to remove them. So we get a sense of their religious orientation. There are several other indicators of this as well, such as, for example, the discovery of balls of unworked yarn that was dyed with what they believed was the tephelet. Tephelet is a blue color. This may be a little bit distorted by age, 2,000 years, right? And photography, 1960s, right? And this would have been used for the single blue thread in the fringed garments worn by religious Jews, the so-called tzitzit. What chemical analysis of this particular dye, however, and these threads, indicates that the Bar Kokhba rebels were apparently holding on to some forged techelet, which the Talmud says was a problem in the era, because with the technology of the day, it was impossible to know whether this was the actual techelet made with the specific mollusks that produced this dye, or whether it was made from a vegetable source, which would have rendered it unfit for the talus, for the prayer shawl, but nevertheless was frequently circulated in the black market. Many more mysteries surrounding this, but nevertheless you get the idea that the Bar Kokhba rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the war went, Hadrian, seeing that he was having a difficult time, he summoned none other than Julius Severus from Britain. This is an incredible general who had tremendous success in putting down a difficult riot way on the other side of the Roman Empire. So he was specifically brought to Judea in order to maintain the order. Hadrian also summoned to Judea 6 legions, an estimated 50,000 troops when all were calculated, and that's an amazing number. It's impossible to imagine that Bar Kokhba had more than perhaps 10 or 15,000 troops at his disposal, and even that is definitely on the high end of the estimation. Nevertheless, the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary, Marcus Cornelius Fronto, as being very similar to what the Romans lost in Britain. So that indicates that it was really a pitched battles, one after another. Dio does give us a sense of the Jewish casualties. He gives us the very large number of 580,000 casualties over almost 1,000 villages and 50 outposts. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers are hugely inflated. Even with these large numbers, we do know that 6 legions were in the area, so it certainly would have been an absolutely horrific massacre, all told. The last stand was at Beitar, shown here, and as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were killed by the Romans, there was this particular event was actually enshrined in the liturgy. The grace after meals includes a blessing, which specifically was composed in memory of the martyrs of Beitar. Like the name Bar Kokhba resonates throughout Jewish history. We have, for example, the youth scouting movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here in the center of this group of scouts, was a very important youth movement that had a very important role in the founding of the State of Israel, and by extension to it, the Quds Party itself, through people like Menachem Begin, Prime Minister of Israel, for example. Thank you very much for watching.
I know you hate my thoughts, but I love your personality.
No, we don't like it.
Okay, well, shout out to all the Kiwis out there. Mike Baby, aka Mike Smalls Jr., you're an icon of kick. You have an amazing personality. You seem like a fun person with a
one of the most
chill, and you're always a
consequential
personable
questions
individual.
in
Your
Jewish
shit is always
history
entertaining.
is
Shout
a
out
very
to
basic one.
Action Man.
Who
You
is
are
a
one of my
Jew?
favorite IRL
Now, you
streamers.
might think that this is a settled law,
Action Man,
that
how
there is
beautiful
really
was
no
that?
question about it. But in fact, when you
Thank
look a little
for
more
using the money
deeply
you
at
earned,
Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, it is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. But that has not always been the universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both matrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represented an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one
whether
parent
they have
was
or not in Ross by here,
ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that, and perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision, initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have like a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues, and I will leave the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective, or when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one can easily generalize that it refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph and Moses and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this particular way. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept or principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why doesn't the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Rothschild often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people, and are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews at that level, anyway, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, then we say the law was not necessarily in effect. When did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Yasir et bincha me'acharai, va'avdu Elohim acherim, v'chara af Hashem lachem, v'yishmitcha maher. Right? And let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods. And the Lord's anger will raise forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Really strong word of criticism, I think. The problem with this particular passage, normally Sepharia is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. We look carefully at the English. It's not for they, which is in the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is ki yasir, which is male, masculine, singular. For it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural. It should be in a singular masculine, for your son. Which in this context would mean your grandson. Wait, so let's understand this properly. It says for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. And by the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here, there's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson, away from God. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I have it abbreviated on the right here, but let's look at it in greater detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, in fact, they use out like 23a, and he said this, i.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him from following me. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who is born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son. But your son's son, who is born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, quoting the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, that's if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle then is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Flerovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional, romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020, but very beautiful work, still available for sale in many galleries today. But anyway, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You'll recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments a long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, when Shechaniah ben Yechiel of Elam sends away the foreign wives and their children, he does not, or doesn't mention what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up, and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be, it's to imagine how difficult this might have been, how harsh it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later, and you look at non-rabbinic texts, such as the Jewish philosopher Philo, who we'll speak about in a few weeks, God willing, Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul. And you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the first century in some ways. Anyway, all these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look at Dr. Cohen's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod, Herod the Great. And,
I don't know why
he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the era of the Hashmonaim, under John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more complex process which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, then there was a whole big deal about, they went through this and they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that Rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, is not going to be written until quite a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah and onwards. And again, a little theological note here. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around the year 200 to 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier. And in fact, the core teachings of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage in Deuteronomy. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, as we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the 1st century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so, and any deviations from this are taken in a very serious way. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion within the large tent of Jewish identity. But this particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms, and when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. But I leave that for people who are, expert in dealing with this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of women in ancient Israel next. Thank you for watching. Over the course of the past few videos, we had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel in both the biblical context and in the larger archaeological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying women in ancient Israel, the nature of sources, and some of the challenges that are associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which I think is a very valuable project, is something called the Kranjek test, named after this person, Danielle Kranjek, also pronounced Kranjetz. I actually had to contact her to find out which pronunciation they use, but in America they tolerate Kranjek. At any rate, she actually is trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in the Jewish world recently, especially on what we call from Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of purity check the quality of a film from the perspective of a feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character. right? So you would think that this would be a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, they should be named characters and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women, even in something as contemporary as modern film, to try to, discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Kranjek takes this a different direction and says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you'll choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible and other things, and put them together on a mimeographed or a photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least 2 texts must also include at least one non-male identified text. That's a very valuable idea to try and expand the, simply the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings, and I would love very much to do this with history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this incredibly important aspect of the human condition, the experience of women in history, has been, ignored for centuries. And it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval and in ancient sources, but it's something that we really want to resurrect, and we want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was for fully half of the human population. We happen to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you will be following the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers in the media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there for now. Perhaps we will return to it in a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all a uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot on the spectrum. The Lubavitcher Rebbe, who we've mentioned in other contexts before, was especially noted for insisting that in any children's book portrayals, such as this Tzivos Hashem handbook for Jewish children, if there is a male child portrayed, there should always be a female child portrayed as well. So this is something that has pushback in all sectors of the Jewish population, and it's just another example of the Kranjek test kind of expressing itself culturally. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, and about men. This is especially true in the literary realm. If we look, for example, at classical rabbinic texts, we have the Mishnah, which on the one hand you say, great, look at this, it has a whole section called Nashim, which is all about women. That should be it, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to women, marriage, divorce, levirate marriage, and so on. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time, they're kind of fenced off. Another way to look at it is in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Ezrat Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall functioning of the temple. But on the other hand, there was a relegated space for them. By the way, we should also understand there are relegated spaces for all kinds of people who are not Kohanim and not Leviim and not involved in the sacrifice and things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relegated. And our idea is to try to understand their experience in the broader scope of Jewish history. When it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds that you get at digs and so on, they are extremely limited in nature, much more so even than literary sources, and they're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, with the Bar Kokhba caves a while ago, and we'll speak about them a little more, you find cosmetics in a cave, and it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics belong to a woman, but not necessarily. Ancient men wore kohl, for example, a kind of eye makeup. So what can we really glean from women's history when a lot of the sources are anonymized like that? Very difficult to interpret them. If you find a bowl, a serving bowl, one may assume perhaps that it was more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman was more likely to have handled it. But there's no guarantees on that either. I mean, so it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, reconstruct women's experience of history in ancient Israel based on the sources we have. There are some really exciting materials, however, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have this Rufina inscription, which comes from Smyrna in the 3rd century. And if you can make out some of the Greek alphabet there, it's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archisynagogus. That's right at the right side of the top line, and then going into the second line, it says archisynagogus, which means leader of the synagogue. And we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented with this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were, like, say, the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major donor to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kinds of inscriptions give us just a glimpse into perhaps exceptional women who were wealthier or more influential, but they definitely had these significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the Kranjek test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text for a minute now. Now, there are literally thousands of women in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless, or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, the daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character, or skills, like the wise woman of Tekoa, or sometimes based on their place, like the witch of Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in the Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them in person. But there's some fascinating aspects when you include the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Eshet Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, a very famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his cloak as he's trying to escape her. And here's another aspect that's really interesting in the Jewish tradition, is that although they may be nameless in the biblical text, the rabbinic tradition preserves the oral tradition, in which there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in a Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it, as Jews have for hundreds of years. One easy way to do that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about matrilineal descent. So anyways, why am I bringing a piece of Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Eshet Potiphar. Zuleika is her name. And now this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition, who knows? But the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than you get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male demands. For example, Sarah, who insists on the expulsion of Hagar, and Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, listen to her. The oral tradition, Rashi quotes, saying, why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you are. Rebecca, of course, famous scene, when she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as to which of her two sons, Esau and Jacob, receive the blessing. And in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, in Hebrew, Hannah, it's hard for me to think in terms of the Hebrew pronunciation, the English pronunciation sometimes. But Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, in the book of Samuel. And Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God. And in fact, she becomes the model of our prayer. We even have female warriors, like the woman who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also in the book of Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So, and we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of character that they certainly are smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective. As we saw in a previous lecture, occasionally these tempting artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel. But for the most part, we are totally reliant on the biblical text. And so therefore, the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, we're going to make full use of the text to try and understand everything we can about them. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of women in ancient Israel. And that is that we have to transport ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly importuned to adopt a more androgynous view of religion to a more ancient view in which there was a very radically different experience of Judaism by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in the most traditional of communities today, the Orthodox and the ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in the ancient world. In the next lecture, we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, one of the most important things to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion, or maybe I can say it in a little bit better way. They were practicing the same religion, but there are two different tracks. There's a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of kind of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women and how they would have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition and the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the commandments, which, by the way, will be a major enterprise of the medieval thinkers, and we'll return to that, God willing, in a few months, is to divide them onto 4 different quadrants, shown here. So on the x-axis, we can place negative commandments, that is, thou shalt nots, things you're not supposed to do, and positive commandments, things that you are supposed to get up and do. And then on the y-axis, we can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended and always apply. Let me give you a few examples. Negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover, right? You can eat bread lots of other times during the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Okay, fine. How about negative not defined by time? No pork. It is thou shalt not, and it is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, I hope you're listening. You have to honor your parents. There's no time when this is no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined by time? Let's say the prayers of Judaism, which are recited typically in a fixed window called morning, a fixed window called afternoon or mincha, and a fixed window called evening or ma'ariv, right? Shachris, mincha, ma'ariv. So this is one way you can categorize the commandments by negative versus positive, and defined by time and not defined by time. To return to our discussion of women, here's the key point. Women are obligated in 3 of these categories, but they are exempted from positive commandments defined by time. What does that mean, exempt? In general, it means women may choose to do these commandments if they so wish, and they will receive reward for performing these commandments. But if they choose to, they are exempt from performing them. There's exceptions to this rule. For example, lighting the candles Friday night, which is something which is specifically associated with women. That is a positive commandment, and it is associated with time. Women are generally considered obligated in that, or women at least are obligated before men are obligated. Another example would be drinking the 4 cups of wine on the holiday of Passover, also a positive commandment defined by time. Women are obligated, and the Talmud goes through a whole bunch of these exceptions and why they are exceptions, but the general rule is as such. Now, obviously, this has tremendous implications for lifestyle, because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, that's putting it in the negative, it's a positive disruption, is prayer 3 times a day. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmingly involved in duties of the home, childcare, and things like that, the exemption from positive commandments are defined by time are extremely useful. You can't necessarily run off to shul when you have a screaming toddler. There's a lot more to say about why women were obligated in this way and not in another way, and whether the rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around. And I will leave that with enthusiasm to people who are experts in religious studies and women's studies and so on. But nevertheless, this is the schema of women's experience in the ancient world and for traditional communities through much of the medieval world and even into the modern world when you see the more orthodox communities. There are also, beyond this, specific experiences that women would have had that tend to be more biological in nature, like, for example, the regular visits to the mikvah, the immersion pool. And one of the most beautiful things that has been resurrected in the early modern period is the composition of specific prayers that are associated with women's experience of the commandments, such as going to the mikvah, experiencing menopause, childbirth, things like that, which are largely, disappeared from the regular canon of texts because they were primarily guarded by men. A lot more to say about this, but we'll have to move forward into the future. So these kinds of religious structural elements help define many of the traditional divisions between men and women and their experience of Judaism and the world as a whole. Women tend to be relegated to the private sphere of the home, but not at all exclusively. We have lots of interesting examples of women extending into the public sphere. Women tend to be involved in particular crafts such as the production of clothing, very, very time-consuming work, the production of, the care of the diet of the family and so on. Again, there's no way to say, and it would be inappropriate to say that this was universal, but it's certainly reliable to say that it was more common than not. In the next lecture, I'd like to look at 3 exceptional women, 2 of which are exceptional because of their accomplishments, and a third who is exceptional because we simply happen to know a lot about her, and otherwise she may have been an absolutely average woman, and it'll give us some sense of what it must have been like for life in their cases in the 1st and 2nd century. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching.
Okay.
Okay, now that we've had a look at one specific issue, that of matrilineal descent, and then we looked a little bit at some of the sources and methods, challenges of studying Jewish women in antiquity, let's look at 3 exceptional examples, and we'll hope to learn from these examples some kind of contrast to the average women in general society. It's not a very precise way of doing things, but it's very difficult to work with the nature of the sources that we have before us today. Hopefully, moving forward to some degree in the medieval period, but certainly when we get to the early modern and the modern period, we'll be able to explore women's lives with much more dependence on their actual voices. But let's have a look at the 3 examples that that will give us some sense of what it must have been like to be a woman in antiquity. So these three women were actually suggested in a book by Richard Freund, who is a very important archaeologist who did some amazing work in the Cave of Letters, among other places. This is the book, by the way, that is really quite fascinating, called Digging Through the Bible, Modern Archaeology and the Ancient Bible. And he suggests these three characters. I also want to mention that he was someone who pioneered the use of colonoscopy tools in exploring hard-to-reach caves, right? Because his doctor suggested that's a great way to get into hard-to-reach places. And I have to mention that he has a striking resemblance to another famous archaeologist. Can't quite put my finger on who it might be, but there's a certain look. Oh my gosh, I wish I could go back to graduate school. I would study so many things, but one of them would probably be archaeology. Anyway, he suggests that we should look at the life of Bruria as an unusual woman of the 2nd century of late antiquity. It's much harder to get back earlier in time, as we've discussed. But what do we know about Bruria? Well, first of all, she was mentioned frequently in the Talmud. She's the wife of a very important rabbi, Rabbi Meir. She comes from an important family. Her father was Hananiah ben Teradion, one of the martyrs of the Hadrianic persecution that was related to the Bar Kokhba revolt. So that helps us date Bruria. Besides Rabbi Meir, her father gives us a sense of her lifetime sometime in the 2nd century. We know from the Talmudic account that her sister was actually taken off to captivity to Rome, although Dr. Freund has some interesting thoughts on that as well. Now, one of the fascinating things about her work is that she is so exceptional in that she is mentioned frequently in the Talmud as a sage. Let us understand that there are about 2,000 different Amoraim, or later rabbinic figures in the period of the Talmud, who actually have a named voice in this massive document. And there can't be more than 20 women who appear anywhere. And most of these women are unnamed, or they have a title like Matronisa, something like that. Bruria stands out so much as being an incredibly important woman in the actual intellectual give and take of this massive document. She often corrects the sages who respect her learning, and she often does it in a way that has kind of like a biting sense of humor. Like in one particular example, when she is accosted by another rabbi who asks her for directions in a rather, polite manner, and she snaps back at him saying, Galilean fool. He happened to come from the Galileo. Did you not read what it says? And she quotes another teaching, do not talk overmuch with women. You should have abbreviated your statement to me and simply said, which way to Lod, right? In other words, she's sort of throwing the teachings of the rabbis back at them. And there you get this sense that sometimes there is kind of like a proto-feminist critique in the things that she says. But that's a minor aspect of her teachings. Her life story and the kind of things that she talks about are often profound and very deep. She speaks to the nature of personal tragedy in life, as we see with her father and her sister, and also with the children of Rabbi Meir, who died on one particular Sabbath, 2 twin boys, terrifying kinds of things, God forbid, lo aleinu. She's really a teacher of phenomenal depth, of halachic wisdom, of acerbic wit and perspicacity. An amazing woman. And she stands out primarily as kind of like the big exception to the rule of women who are silent, who are nameless or voiceless in the Talmud. The end of her life is described in a bizarre passage that is only recorded like 1,000 years after her life in the commentary of Rasha on a tractate of Avodah Zarah. It doesn't occur anywhere else in rabbinic literature. And although it appears in a very authoritative commentary, that of Rashi, a great sage, nevertheless, it's so out of character with what we know about Rabbi Meir's life and what we know about Bruria's life, but it describes her end as being very ignoble. I will leave that up to the rabbinic scholars to debate the nature of that particular story. Nevertheless, Bruria stands out as one tremendous counterexample to the vast majority of women who did not have the same kind of access to Torah learning that was so exemplary of her life and activity. So that's an exception in terms of the realm of scholarship, which of course would be extremely important in the development of Jewish society over the next 2 millennia. Another very important figure now in terms of politics would be a figure known as Berenice. She was actually royalty in the literal sense. Her name was Julia Berenice. Her dates are somewhere around the year 26 through the year 85. She was the daughter of King Agrippa I and his wife Cypros. Now, you will recall that there were a few puppet kings in the Roman period in Judea. Some of them were very powerful, like Herod the Great, who was Berenice's great-grandfather, if I calculated that correctly, and others were quite diminished in authority. King Agrippa I was one of the latter category. He happened to be a more sympathetic figure. He's quoted several times in the Talmud, usually in a very positive light. He ruled from the year 41 through 44. As a royal Jewish princess, as she was married off primarily for purposes of lineage and connections and things like that, to one Marcus, who was the son of Alexander Lysimachus of Alexandria. He, in fact, was the Alabarch of Alexandria, essentially the leader of the Jewish community there. And not only that, he was the nephew of a very famous Jewish philosopher, Philo, who we'll speak about, God willing, in another lecture. She was widowed, and then she remarried her uncle Herod Polio of Chalcis, widowed a second time, and then she went and she essentially moved in with her brother Agrippa II. Josephus, in this context, reports a really nasty relationship, rumor about the two of them, which is unusual because it is not repeated by Roman historians of the time. It's not impossible because this was not an unknown practice among the Romans, but for Jews it would have been extremely scandalous, to say the least. At any rate, at this point she was like at the peak of her authority. She was referred to as Regina, or Regina, meaning queen, Basileia, also queen, and she actually served famously in the trial of Paul later on in this capacity. We had a look at this earlier. She married a third time to King Polemos II of Cilicia, who actually converted to Judaism and was circumcised and so on. But here's another fascinating thing about her. She was in Jerusalem at the time of the outbreak of the revolt, that being the year 66. And she was there because she was fulfilling a Nazirite vow, which is interesting in its own context. And Nazarism is something that's recorded in the Bible, and of course there's a whole tractate of it on Talmud, in which basically a person has some kind of like moving experience, and they want to like do repentance for it, they want to do tshuva for it, and so they undertake some restrictions on their behavior, let their hair grow, refrain from alcohol, wine specifically, and then at the end of this period, which is limited, usually 30 days or 60 days, they come to Jerusalem, and then they offer a sacrifice. So she was there at that time when the revolt broke out. Interesting kind of sense of what kind of person she would be if she took on a Nazirite vow. And she stood up for the rebels. She went to Gessius Florus, the procurator, who was very unsympathetic to the Jews, and she appeared before him barefoot to beg for mercy for them, but she was unable to stop either the Roman onslaught, and she was unable to control the rebel outbreak as well. She ended up fleeing Jerusalem when the palace of her brother was burned down. And somehow in this context, at this time, she is involved in a relationship with none other than Titus. That is the son of the Emperor Vespasian, later to become emperor himself, who was responsible for the armies that would destroy Jerusalem and the temple. There's some interesting thoughts about what this relationship must have been like. Many of the classical historians point to her tremendous beauty. She and her sister were regarded as among the most beautiful women of the Eastern Mediterranean. Titus himself was some dozen years her junior. That itself would have been unusual. Others point to the very unequal relationship between Titus as a conqueror and Berenice as the representative of a beleaguered and conquered people, and said that this relationship might have been more of a hostage situation than an affair. At any rate, according to Dr. Freund, a very interesting interpretation, her relationship with Titus might have been instrumental in allowing the scholarly refuge in Yavne to persist. You recall that Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai famously asked for a retreat so the sages could stay somewhere safe and not participate in the revolt and not be destroyed, and this was granted. So Dr. Freund argues, interestingly enough, that maybe it was Berenice's relationship with Titus that allowed this to happen, and if that is the case, then of course she contributed to the survival of Judaism and the Jewish people as a whole. Her relationship with Titus was somewhat stormy. It was viewed by many as quite scandalous, and ultimately she was forced out of Rome, and Titus died shortly thereafter in the year 79. So she's a fascinating, exceptional individual in the sense that, she's at the very top of society. She is involved in things that royalty are involved with, with marriages for setting, relationships between territories and so on. She's involved in the highest levels of government, speaking with emperors, and she deals with, huge political issues like the revolt. But this is clearly in contrast to the vast majority of women who left no trace on the political record that we have. But it is worthy to note that it is in her romantic relationship that she's left a real mark on art history as well. The relationship of Berenice and Titus has been celebrated in a number of works, literary, musical, and so on, including La Clemenza di Tito, the Mercy of Titus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a famous opera. I mean, her role in this relationship has been celebrated in Western civilization far outside the Jewish awareness of her existence. Let us now turn to our final exceptional individual. We looked at Gloria as an example of exceptionality in that she was such a renowned scholar. Berenice, because of her high-level political activity as a Jewish princess or even queen. And now we have a woman who is exceptional in that we suddenly get a huge amount of detail about her personal life, although otherwise she would be unknown to us. Now, speaking about a woman named Babata, I'm only going to speak for a few minutes right now, but I would urge you to have a look at works on her by Dr. Hannah Cott, by Dr. Freund, and others. I also have an hour-long lecture on Babata that goes into this in much more detail. She was one of the people hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the caves in the Dead Sea region. We spoke about a couple of videos ago. And she may have died there. It's impossible to tell which one of the female remains would have been associated with her. There were many women and children in these caves. But it's likely that she did die there because she left behind this pouch, which contained a trove of nearly 20 documents that all linked to her personal legal history. And by investigating these documents, which are written in a variety of languages, Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, Nabatean, they all speak to her extensive legal battles. And in these legal battles, she saved these documents, also like marriage contracts, things like that. She saved these documents because clearly she was deeply involved in these battles that had to do with inheritance issues, some property that her parents left to her, and also some property that one of her two husbands left to her. That second husband had a co-wife, right? They were in a polygamous relationship, not unheard of at that time. And she was disputing with her co-wife over some orchard of date palms, things like that. And also she had children who the court had appointed to the care of apotropai, or custodial officers. And she was seeking to get more control over her children and wrest it from the courts. And so, this is not the place to go into the ins and outs of the specifics of her controversies, but the documents portray her as, very much a woman in charge of her own affairs. It's not clear whether or not she was even literate in these languages. She may have had scribes, involved in drawing them up and so on, but she clearly knew what they meant because she kept them all together in this pouch, and she treasured them like, I have the family documents, our passports and things like that, in a special little box and things like that. These are very valuable documents for her life and activity. And it gives us a sense of the Jewish woman in the 2nd century who was not without means. She was probably like upper middle class, dealing with property issues and so on, who took charge of her life, and she was clearly an agent involved in her life. So we should not imagine by Babaka's example that the vast majority of women were passive and allowing kind of life to wash over them and being passed from man to man in various ways. This is a woman who's deeply involved in fighting for her rights and finding some success from time to time. There is some interesting questions. Why was she there with the Bar Kokhba rebels herself? It's possible that she feared the general destruction that was going on with the Romans. There's one particular figure who appears to have linked her to Bar Kokhba because he's also mentioned in terms of the Bar Kokhba chain of command, so perhaps it was a familiar relationship. We really don't know, but we get a sense of an average woman who has a very important, detailed legal history, like many of us do even today. And so this is a corrective to the huge silence that we get from the sources on women in general. So she's exceptional, not so much in what she did with her life, but the fact that we know a lot more about her life, and it reveals some startling things. Many more fascinating things are going to be learned, I'm sure, as we can analyze the Babaka archive with greater detail. Okay, I hope you found this video useful. We are definitely going to be incorporating more and more discussion of Jewish women into the lectures as we move forward in time. But the next series of lectures are going to deal with the Jewish diaspora in antiquity. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
I don't think you're going to die. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
Okay, so when I talk about life extension technology, we may be able to get you past age 80, 100, 120. But using technology like stem cells and nootropics and human growth hormone and ambrosia therapy.
At this point, it makes sense to pause and sort of think a little bit about a major transition that happens in Jewish history that really colors the experience of Jews and the globe, really, and that is, of course, the diaspora. The term diaspora is Greek in origin, and it means something like scattering, and it refers to the spreading out of Jews into the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia and eventually throughout the world. This has been the Jewish experience for the last 2,000 years. It's only been dramatically altered with the establishment of the State of Israel in the middle of the 20th century. So really we're speaking about the biggest chunk of Jewish history in the post-biblical period has been all in diaspora, and Jews negotiated their reality politically, socially, economically, and so on as a minority in majority cultures. And that certainly had a lot to say about what kind of people the Jews would become. Now, we should note, of course, that the term that was used internally within the Jewish world, at least until the 19th century in particular, was not diaspora, which has kind of like a neutral connotation, but the word exile. In Hebrew, galut, or in a Ashkenazi pronunciation, galus, that Jews were thrown out of their land. And this is a little bit of a misnomer because although there was tremendous devastation and suffering in the wake of the destruction of the temple, and there was an expulsion of Jews from Jerusalem in particular, they were not actually expelled from the land in the first century like they were with the also limited population transfers that happened under the Assyrians and the Babylonians. They were, let's say, highly encouraged to leave by the desperate conditions. In some cases, there were tens of thousands taken off into slavery. But the concept of expelling all the Jews from their land is something that really wasn't considered reasonable in the ancient world at all. So there was always a Jewish presence within the land of Israel, sometimes an incredibly small population, but nevertheless, Jews always did maintain some kind of physical presence in the land of Israel throughout the long 2 millennia of diaspora. However, the majority of the Jewish population soon found themselves outside of the boundaries of traditional Israel, hence the experience as a galut, as an exile nation. It's worthy pointing out, not in this particular series, but just in one sentence, that the concept of exile on a theological level pertains even when the Jews have returned to their land and have a state, meaning theologically Jews consider themselves still in exile, even if they're still living in Jerusalem today. There is a concept that until the Messiah comes, there will be a diasporic or an exilic condition pertaining to Jewish existence. But at any rate, let us take some of our time and look at the diaspora in antiquity, both before the destruction of the temple and maybe a little bit after the destruction of the temple, before we move into the medieval period. Here's a map that gives you a sense of the diaspora after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. You'll recall that the first Roman Jewish war in the year 70 resulted in the destruction of the temple in that year, and ultimately the fall of Masada. And as we shall see, there was definitely dispersion of Jews within Israel itself, but the process of Jews settling throughout the Mediterranean basin and Mesopotamia had begun centuries earlier. On this map, you see the kind of hatched lines that encircle the Mediterranean refer to the greatest extent of the Roman Empire, which would have been in the early 2nd century. And every dot that represents a city indicates that there was a Jewish population after the Bar Kokhba rebellion in the 2nd century. Have a look at Israel closely here, and you can see that the hatching shows that there was a Jewish settlement along the coast, a little bit towards the northern Negev, and heavily based in the Galil to the north, and also a little bit in the Jordan Valley on both sides of the river in the Perea region as well. But conspicuous by its absence, of course, is the region around Judea, which is emptied of Jews because of the Roman attacks on the Bar Kokhba rebels and the destruction of Jewish villages there. A lot of Jewish population moved in particular north to where the new center would exist, and Jews were in fact banned from Jerusalem at this time as well. The Romans also changed the name of the land. This is when it received the Latin term Palestina, which was intended to refer to the biblical enemies of the Jews in the land of Israel, the Philistines, Plishtim in Hebrew, and so renaming the region Palestina was meant to try and, in terms of cartography, wipe Israel off the map, so to speak. It is ironic, of course, that the term has been revived as a political term. It has always been a geographic term since the Roman Empire, though. Jews were also living in Mesopotamia, that is this region here, framed by the flow of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers into the Persian Gulf. We'll look at that in the next lecture. And then there's a certain amount of Jews who are living in the Italian and in the Greek peninsulas and in Asia Minor as well, in the Eastern Mediterranean. We also have Jews who are living in the coast of North Africa. We looked at one of those communities, Tirene, in the context of the Kitos rebellion a little while ago, and there are even Jews as far west as the Iberian Peninsula and the south of France as well. So we're going to look at all of these, however briefly, in the next couple of lectures. But the main center of the Jewish diaspora at this period of time was undoubtedly Egypt, a very, very important place where Jews had been living literally for centuries. There was a long connection between Israel and Egypt after the Exodus. The Bible describes many relations between Egypt and Israel, quite often hostile and quite often not hostile. For example, King Solomon marries an Egyptian princess, and Isaiah refers to communities in Lower Egypt Jeremiah spends some time there unwillingly, as happens after the assassination of Gedaliah, for whom there is a fast day after Rosh Hashanah every year since then. The Jews were primarily concentrated in the southern region in the earliest period. That is down at the bottom. You see the town Elephantine. Now, I always pronounce that, by the way, Elephantine. I looked a little more carefully, and I think it's supposed to be pronounced Elephantine. Maybe someone in the comments will correct me if I get that wrong. This is known as the Upper Nile, even though it is on the bottom of the map, as I think I mentioned to you earlier. The Nile, of course, flows to the north. It empties into the Mediterranean Sea, and so therefore upriver, which is south, is called the Upper Nile, and downriver is the Lower Nile, where you have, the cities of Cairo and Alexandria and so on. So there is a very important a Jewish military colony in Elephantine, and we're going to look at that in just a second. And it may go back, the roots of that settlement are somewhat under dispute, but it may go back as early as the 7th century before the Common Era, when Menashe of Judah had relations with Egypt and sent a colony there. So let's look a little more carefully at that particular settlement. Here's a satellite view of the Nile River. You can see the green represents obviously the tremendous irrigation power of the Nile. And down at the very south, where you see that little red part, there are some cataracts, which means that the river constricts and it loses its depth, and ships moving toward the north have to find a way to unload their cargo or negotiate the rapids or put it on the land in a kind of portage situation. And so that's a really dangerous spot for any kind of transition, and that's where robbers would lie in wait and so on. Hence, it makes sense to have some kind of military outpost there. Now, we know a little bit about this community because the records were preserved Pyrite and in Ostraca, right, those bits of clay shards. We know that the Jews had a temple there, and it's interesting that they would have some kind of temple because, after all, the Bible is pretty clear about prohibiting any other temples outside of Jerusalem, but there were actually 3 other temples in existence in the pre-destruction, the Second Temple period. We have one in Shechem, which is Nablus in modern terminology, and in Samaria. Temple, of course, which regular Judahite Jews would not consider, of course, valid. The Arak El Amir in Jordan, and Leontopolis, which would be in Egypt, under Chonia. This is referred to as Chonia in the Talmud, Onias IV. So what there's going on in those temples is fascinating, but a little bit beyond our area of expertise today. We have in these records some interesting records of women, for example. Here's my chance to fill in the block and check off the Kranjak test. We have one very wealthy woman who owns several homes and things like that. Her name is Midtachia, which seems to be related to the word batach, meaning to trust, to have faith in God. She was married 3 times, first to a Jewish soldier, and then apparently to 2 of construction. They're called builders. Maybe there were local quarries or something in the region, not clear. Another fascinating archive refers to a man named Anania, who was a temple official, Jewish, who married an Egyptian slave named Tammuz. Tammuz is a Hebrew name, because in Hebrew the word Tammuz means she will die, right? That's probably not a good name for your daughter. So the fact that he's marrying an Egyptian slave is in itself bizarre, but you also see from the documents that in fact he wasn't even completely married to her in a Jewish sense, that it was certainly any of the laws is described in the Bible, because she was simultaneously owned by a different man, her master, someone named Meshulam, which is also a Jewish name. And he, in fact, owned their whose name was Pilti. If Anania would default in the relationship and ask Philip,
was a
the
disaster.
owner of the
We need
slave
improvement
woman
in
to get the
all
child.
aspects of
The whole
society.
thing is really
You
bizarre.
look, you
Also
think that if
interesting,
Windows
though, and
11,
yet
and even though
pretty
it
much
seems
in
like I got
contradiction to Jewish law,
updates shut off, it'll
Tammuz
just
could just
randomly
start a
update
divorce
when I'm
on her
using it. It's
own,
just
which
incredibly
is something that
addictive to
rabbinic
some of
law
this
does
stuff.
not
Facebook,
permit.
Mark
Lots more to say
Zuckerberg,
about that. I hope to
dude,
come back to it in women in Jewish law. At any rate, fascinating details about families and existence in Elephantine, and there's even some fascinating archaeological discoveries of the actual site of the temple itself. Another major center of Jewish settlement in Egypt and the early diaspora is Alexandria, which of course is a big city today. In the western part of the Nile Delta, you can see where it is here, right on the coast. The Jews of Alexandria go back centuries and centuries. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Jews were involved in translating the Bible into Greek, making it available to the broader Mediterranean society. This had an incredibly influential role in promulgating the ideas of Judaism, and was especially influential on the early church. There's a funny story about how the Septuagint is written. According to the legend, 70 rabbis were brought in, and they were all put in 70 different rooms and given the Bible and told to translate it. And they all came out and compared what they had done, and they had all written the exact same translation. They had all essentially agreed with each other. Rabbi Hutner, who was a very important Rosh Hashiva in America, he liked to joke that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. If you get 70 rabbis together and you put them in one room and ask them to agree on anything, that's a miracle. And you want to be Jewish, this is the place to do it. We're going to be by the 1st century, Jews were quite numerous in Alexandria, and they had one neighborhood which was specifically one out of 5 neighborhoods.
Oh, hey. Oh, I didn't see. Oh, hey. You're never going to believe this.
Controversy.
How are you doing, sweetheart? What's good? How was your day? Miss Invo, I did a. Do you know who Sam Bond is? But your day was long. What do you need? I wish I could, but I don't have any money to give. If I did, I would. I did everything I could for you today. Do you know who Sam Bond is? He's a live streamer. I was just in a stream of his about a couple hours ago. It's right now. It's uploading, and I did a shout out to you along with a ton of other people. But like, you're a small time streamer, and you're named up there with the biggest streamers on Kick. And I wanted you to know that I care about you, and I want you to be successful. And so I included you in that. There's one caveat though. As I'm saying your name, I say misinfo. The other streamer, Sam, comes in and interrupts me just briefly, so you can't hear misinfo that well, but you'll hear it and you'll appreciate the effort that I made to help you. I wish I could help you, sweetheart. Okay, so let's talk about this. Can you get food stamps? Why do you say no? Do you not know what to do? Okay, you're not eligible. Do you have a full-time career? No. Oh, okay. Can you go to your parents for food? Okay, so it's a family issue. Can they go? Okay, so you don't meet the credentials for food stamps. Do I understand that correctly? Okay. Pardon me? Neither. Okay. So then, do you know about food banks? Okay, so there are none local, and you have to walk. Is it walkable? Okay. What about your friend who you've been seeing at night? Can he help you? I understand. Okay. Um, let's think. Have you thought about seeking independence and no longer being a dependent? Okay. Is there any way you could say to her, look, you don't qualify for food stamps, and I don't qualify for food stamps as your daughter, but we need some food. I'm hungry. So I'm going to seek independence, and I'll be able to get food stamps immediately, and we'll be able to eat. Okay. Let's see here. What else can we think of? Okay. Um, I mean, look, there's nothing wrong with if you need to and you're desperate, turn a trick. Have you ever done that? Turn a trick? Yeah, just one moment. I'll explain. Okay. Um, I'm currently editing a video. Okay, so yeah, turning a trick. Basically, let's just say I've maybe done it when I've needed a little money. I've usually been able to support myself, but if I've ever wanted extra money, I can take money on the side and have sex with women, not men, just women. And that's something you could consider as well. I've been a gigolo, is what I'm saying. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And if you need to do the same to support yourself, well, then you just go ahead and do it. And you can wait. Yeah, it is. So let me explain. I'm the king of helping you here. Okay, so here's what you do. I'll give you the websites to use. You'll be able to start making money tonight. Okay, so what do? You create a profile. You're great looking. You don't have to show your face. And what you do is you write a profile saying what you'll do, and you can put a menu if you want. Yeah, I'm telling you, if you don't have anything else to do, that's what you do. If you have absolutely no opportunity, that's what you got to do. I stand by this advice, and I think that it's the oldest profession in the world. And really, there's nothing about which to be ashamed. You poor thing, though. I wish I could give you money. I don't have it to give you.
To think that there's a family out there that just has no idea You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Jacob, thank you for the gift sub, bro. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you.
Yo, how's the DC going, bro?
Fuck them. What's up with the big brew?
Around San Francisco because Waymo's are just too stupid. They don't know how to actually do anything. 6.5 hours. No. 6.5 hours. Sophie Todd, a former Twitter software engineer, said that Waymo had given her a promo code for a free ride after the engineer set up a live stream that pointed to a Waymo depot, where they had all those Waymo cars honking their horns at one another. So for the inconvenience, they gave her a free ride home. What she did was that, okay, I got your number. I'm going to game the system. She got her Waymo on the free ride, and she decided before she got to her original state, she would consider changing that final destination. She'd get the same 9/10 the way there, and she'd get, then she would decide, let me change to another location on the other side of the city. In San Francisco, it takes forever to get from one side to the other, and she was crisscrossing the city, and in that, she picked up friends along the way.
Let's order the McDonald's Big Mac. Join Aiden's Planet. He's there. Oh, he's calling me. Hey! Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, dude. What's up? It's nice to meet you. Oh, wait, hold on. Should I put my camera on?
You know, in the speed of light.
Okay. Tomorrow's gonna be a good one. See you. Hello? Hello?
And you, what's going on?
Hey, dude. What's up? It's nice to meet you. Oh, wait, hold on. Should I put my camera on?
If you'd like.
Okay.
See? I want to watch this on Kick, and I'll feature you again. And everybody, retweet this. We're going viral. Check me out. I'm live. I have 100 different YouTube accounts. Just type in Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube, filter by live. You'll see all my live ones. I have 200 Instagram accounts. Just type Rabbi Rothschild. I have 300 Twitch accounts. Just type Rabbi Rothschild. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. Type viral.
Let him talk. Shut up,
I
you're
have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. Search Rabbi Rothschild, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I love you all. Let's go viral, baby.
I love you too. Shalom.
Bro, why you left?
I don't know.
You left
Yo,
Beaver?
I don't.
I'm trying to highlight the fact that there were so many gaps in the system. People are only now realizing the limitations because more and more people are using it. And look, it's almost like you're bringing in a black man, a white man to show you the holes in your system. There are holes in the system. It's dangerous. You need to be all that. That's not dangerous. Some of it is not getting in the way where you need to. That's right. Just like the joyride is right at the street table. And with the days of drag racing in the streets, I don't want to hear you talking about white families. White families, she wanted to talk about something that is immaterial to our conversation about the enhancement of a self-driving autonomous vehicles. As if it's someone else watching me think this trash bag or taking the information the way that you trash bag. last person. Thank you. Five weapons. Wow. Oh my goodness. Are you trying to call her? You don't want to say it's they don't. They want to say it's too rich. How about that? Waymo is a menace. What's going on?
Hey, dude. What's up? It's nice to meet you. Oh, wait. Hey, dude. What's up? It's nice to meet you.
He's on the table. I think he's on the table. This is not right. I don't think we're speaking up for the advancement of technology. And you know what? Even though people want to cast a side eye at us, at us in this optimist box, saying, hey, let's talk about this, that, and the other. Look, at least the man is trying to advance technology, be it through his rocket and grab. Yes, rocket and grab. Yes. Is there a Japanese I can see that they're putting tools as they add up and what you're making? Well, let's just turn around and check the total. Yeah, just like Jerry Lewis. KFI 8640. This month is Wednesday. Check it out. Come back for live everywhere. Yeah,
The KFI on Top Radio. KOST HD2 Los Angeles and
live everywhere on the air radio app. Not so fast on the gas tanks. We want to grow your life with the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Republican lawmakers in California are voicing their concerns about a possible gas price hike. Lawmakers have signed on to a letter urging the California Air Resources Board to postpone a vote on changes to a program that encourages the use of cleaner fuels until the cost to consumers are made public. State Senator Rosalie Socho, who co-authored the letter, says higher gas prices would affect everyone.
up until now, we have not received any news as to what they want to do with a positive cap.
The board says how oil companies choose to pass compliance costs to consumers is their decision. The board is set to vote on changes next month. Mike Trolley, KFI News. Fairfax has commemorated the 30th anniversary of the 1994 March against Prop 187 of Mexico's consulate general in LA. Activist Juan Jose Gutierrez says overturning Prop 187 was a turning point for immigrants. Wage battle. Gutierrez says thousands of people marched to overturn the proposition, Spain will create a statewide citizenship screening system against immigrants. An emblematic photograph from the march was unveiled and permanently displayed at the consulate. Lindy's twins' daughter has been arrested in Beverly Hills on suspicion of domestic violence. The LA Times says officers investigated a report of domestic violence over the weekend. Francesca Eastwood was then arrested and booked on statements and injuries. She was also arrested in 2015 on suspicion of driving under the influence. The Times reports she pleaded no contest to that charge and her case was dismissed. Family members of Lyle and Eric Menendez have called for their release from prison. The brothers have been in prison since their conviction for murder occurred some 30 years ago outside a courthouse in downtown LA. Family members think Joe Vanderbilt, their aunt, the sister of their mother, said the process of failed the Menendezes.
Their actions are tragic, where the desperate response of two boys trying to survive the unspeakable cruelty of their father.
An attorney for the mother says new evidence includes a letter detailing abuse by their father prior to the killings. The LA County DA's office has agreed to meet with the family members. In Daytona, Michael Parks, KFI News. Big photos of Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton are circulating online. ABC's Jim Ryan says all the images is heartbreaking. ABC's Jim Ryan says officials at relief agencies like FEMA claim such trust and veteran support for victims. It says other fake images show former President Trump walking through floodwaters in Georgia. He says the photos were not created violently, amplified by Russia. And the U.S. has announced an additional $425 million in military aid to Ukraine. It comes as Ukraine has asked the U.S. to revise its policy to use the American weapons inside Russia.
The United States policy on that has not changed. It has not changed. But I think what's important here is that we are committed, we continue to be committed to Ukraine, to Ukrainians having everything that it needs.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says in May, President Biden made sure Ukraine can use U.S. supplied weapons for cross-border strikes. She says it's common sense that Ukraine should be able to hit back against Russia. Offline weather for Canada, cloudy with patchy drizzle tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Cloudy tomorrow morning with drizzle in the morning as well, and chance of rain by afternoon. We'll have highs in the upper 60s in Metro LA and the valleys of AB, mid-60s in the beaches, mid-70s in the LA. And we're looking at sun and mid-70s around LA Friday through the weekend. It is 63 in Newport Beach right now, 64 in Orange, 61 in Sugarloaf, 63 in Bergman, and a crash has been cleared on 405 in Irvine.
On the south outside of the 405 right now, the fire hurricane was a car that hit center right over the black purple lane. They were able to get out of the top of the freeway. There's still smooth sailing down the south outside of the 405 back stretch. However, we've got a couple of hours through overtime. First in West LA connected to eastbound line of the 90th, and they're going to flex the right lane on that transition. South Metro coming in from Santa Monica Boulevard, and then up that southbound side of the 405 just before you get out from there, running a traffic break to their crash from the parking lane. So keep that stand, so you're coming up on Crenshaw. Southbound side of 710 just before you get fired up, crashes on the shoulder, and the riders back into 448. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Rebecca Campbell.
With Julie Benedict on Red House. On news, we're going to highlight players that we're just going to sit here and talk about. Get an attention. Is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom a dog or a dude? We're going to find out, Jules. Episodes from every Thursday during the NFL season. Listening to Dudes on America's #1 podcast. I open your free iHeart app, search Lions on Dudes. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Big Tech Sale again, finding a new way to harvest people's personal information. Orders, reels, and targets of America and Big Tech millionaires and billionaires under investigation at the Morning Edge, telling people to help them register to vote. For people living in swing states, the cycle processes a name, address, email, cell number, and age, and then takes them to a simple thing their age. No longer a straight vote, checking registration status, and just collecting that person with the vote. Be used and or sold for mailings and taxes. The best way to register, check voter registrations with the state secretary of state's office or the nonpartisan nonprofit vote.org, which doesn't track or sell information from its users. Gray Box will be much happier that way. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio podcast preview. So one message. So your posts and I about your emotional breakdown work today. I have another number on the list. 2011 October 9th to September 13th. I'm not quite sure what to write or how much to write. For me, it was a lot. I was 21 years old. I just speak to Christmas cards. It says, one thing I kept coming back to is that a personal sense of belonging, which I feel like time is really so this wasn't there. Thank you for all the words for the rest of this life. I'm living in Easy, Chicago. I'm a campus in Telegram. I'm new this season, and Living in Easy's investigative series. Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
That's all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free members of this KFI store. This Wednesday, so that means it's time to talk with Claudine. Joins me in the studio, Claudine. How are you this evening?
Oh, I'm happy to be here, but I am feeling the effects of working out every day. I'm super sore right now.
I would say you're super sore. I'm thinking that if you work out every day, your body becomes more activated, you're more accustomed to working out, and you feel the effects of lactic acid, muscle soreness. What's going on here?
Oh, no. Here's the thing. I diversified my workout.
Hashtag life extension technology. Hashtag mind uploading technology. Hashtag kick streaming. Hashtag Santa Maria. I didn't send that middle finger candle. Hashtag Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10.
You have a specific schedule that allows you to stay on track with your movement, and that is one of the cheat codes that I give to people. Put it in your calendar, make it a schedule. Diversify the movement. In other words, if you
Hashtag cryptocurrency. Hashtag investing. Hashtag de-extinction. Hashtag human growth hormone. Hashtag stem cells. Hashtag space elevator. Hashtag antimatter. Hashtag Bob Lazar. Hashtag anti-gravity. Hashtag alien disclosure. Hashtag the disclosure project. Hashtag Dr. Stephen Greer. Hashtag aliens. Hashtag extraterrestrials. Hashtag ufology. Hashtag viral. Hashtag trillionaires. Hashtag space trillionaires. Hashtag antimatter weaponry. Hashtag anti-gravity weaponry. Hashtag time travel. Hashtag universe. Hashtag multiverse. Hashtag omniverse. Hashtag pimps wear hats.
fatigued. My mind is also fatigued because it doesn't have the energy to concentrate on anything else. And it allows me to sleep deeper and to sleep much more rested.
Most people who suffer from insomnia are ruminating over something that happened in their mind. That's what's making them up. They're thinking about it, intrusive thoughts, anxiety, things like that. When you work out, like you say, even if it's later at the night or in the day or whatever, but when you work out, you're exhausting your body to the point where it's begging for rest. So that's just one of the benefits to working out. If a person does have anxiety, it does help to remove that, I guess you could say, tension, the feeling out of your body, and a lot of time that occurs. Yes, and there are some recovery treatments, there are compression sleeves, there are red light therapy and supplements, and all these different ways that are great. But if you're not getting your rest, you're setting yourself up for a myriad of issues.
Outside of the 405 before I was on the connector to eastbound side of the 90 if we got off the freeway on the other still driving delays.
The free iHeartRadio app is now for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover and podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Every great business story has a few things in common. What's the lifetime idea?
Mobile entertainment will truly step into wave of the future, and what do you think it's media? Those networks should be scared because it's too proven.
Some big personalities.
Russ idolized Kanye West.
Nolan never really got the spotlight because he wasn't much in real life. He's just such a genius. A TF drop.
HQ didn't type that draws it was poison. Lethal cocktail of incompetence, arrogance, short-sightedness, and sociopathic delusion. It took a $100 million company to run it to zero in less than 2 years.
I'm Melissa Bresnik, and over the past year, I've spoken with founders and fans, investors and engineers, employees, celebrities, all to answer one question. What happened to HQ Tribute? The answer is a story about the absurdity of startup culture and the ego of its founders. It's a story about virality and how companies navigate the attention economy. It's a story about hope and promise, betrayal and tragedy. And at the heart of all of it is an app that has millions of live viewers that was supposed to be the future of TV. So it wasn't. From the Ringer Podcast Network, this is Real Fast, the rise and fall of HQ Tribute.
So follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio,
asks whether we got it right the first time, because sometimes a pet deserves a second chance. Revisionist history, weekend evenings at 9 on KFI, AM 644, stimulating tone. AM 640 is led live and Bernie iHeartRadio app as we continue Wellness Wednesdays with Tawny Cooper. Go to TawnyCooper.com. Tawny, we both been talking about how we're sore. Still are sore. From working out, diversifying your workout. And I was saying in response to that, a good workout also impacts good sleep. Good sleep habits where it's okay to be tired because being tired lends itself to better sleep.
Sleep hygiene is one way to think of sleep, right? So, like, dirty sleep would be like, 2 hours, waking up, grab your phone, look at your phone, stay up for 2 hours, go back to sleep, sleep 2 hours, wake up, be tired, right? And so it's funny, my daughter, she was taking care of some kids, babysitting, and she had to wake up really early for this babysitting job, let's say around like 5:30, 5:45 a.m. Well, if you know anything about teenagers, 5:30, 5:45 a.m. So then later, after she had done that job, she says, so every day was mom's birthday. Yes, every day.
Adulting is hard.
Oh, adulting is no joke. And so just that one exposure to it, when you are parenting, especially, I'm talking about my parents, but even parents who are getting up to walk the dogs and things like that, you have responsibilities. There is no, I'm going to sleep in, because you have to wake up and you have to do the adult thing, whether it's taking care of the children, walking your dog, going to work to pay the bills. And so I say that to say one little exposure she had, but what we talk about is she didn't go back to the
She want to stay up late.
And I know, listen, all of us have done it. You and I have definitely, probably, I'm guessing.
I
Speak for you,
did it
let me see your
all of my 20s and most of my 30s, especially when I was working in the music business. You would stay out most of the night, going to different clubs, sometimes for work, sometimes for play. Then we would get in, let's say 2:30, 3 o'clock, or then we'd get back in the office by 7:30, sleep on call for lunch, and do it all over again the next night.
These kids could never. Okay, but this is what I want to say. I remember years ago, I was teaching my weight training class at 8 a.m. on Saturdays. Now, I'm in my 20s, so 8 a.m. on Saturday, come on.
Just cutting into a good Friday night.
So I'll never forget this one time that I stayed up way too late, and then I had to get up for my 8 a.m. class. When I got there was a guy in the front, Ron, and Ron to this day, this is almost 25 years ago, Ron to this day still remembers this. I come in, he looks at me and he goes, wow, rough night. And I was like, is it that? I was like, look, I only had maybe 2 or 3 hours of sleep. And, I had partied the night before. I don't know what I was looking like, but clearly it was translating. And I say that to say, I'm using that as an example to all laugh at, because we've all been in our 20s and we've all burned the candle at both ends, right? And some people still burning the candle at both ends today.
I mean, physical kids anymore, physical kids.
I say if the party starts after 8 p.m., just leave me off the invite list.
You're preaching now. Seriously. Because it's one of those things where if I'm not getting ready to go out by 6 o'clock, period, it's going to be a short night.
Yes.
And I'm not going to get to the door. Because it is better for me, my sanity, my sleep hygiene, that I get to bed at a reasonable hour. So I can get up. I don't care if I don't have anything to do the next day. It's Saturday night, for example. I'm not going out at 9, 10 o'clock at night.
And saying all that to say that even in our 20s, we think we're invincible, but if someone could read that I had a hard night, then we're not really invincible. We're not fooling anybody but ourselves, right?
You're opposite. also basically that Hard Night was just about them. We did way too much, spent way too much money, and did all the stuff that you hear about in VH1 behind the music, unsung and all these. I wish I could tell half the true stories of people I know, things I've seen, things I've done. I can't, and we talk about this, getting stories started to percolate. There are a lot of things that we all knew in the business that we couldn't say what because it was physically dangerous for us to reveal certain information. Physically dangerous. And also, I thought for the most part, it wasn't public knowledge. It was out there where enough people knew that y'all shouldn't be surprised by this.
And listen, I mean, me as a young woman during those days, I lived in New York City, so I'm going to tell you from the standpoint of being a young, somewhat attractive woman, we knew that it was a slippery slope to go play with the Diddy.
We're all in that same general age. Okay, so yeah, so we would be going to the same parties.
Yes, exactly. In different capacities.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. And I do really feel like going back to what we were talking about, as you get older, your tolerance for things that you're willing to do, and we're going to be talking about an enormous amount of things, but as far as staying out late and working on it, we've done it. We've lived, and it's not to get in the bed and get some rest, but one of the ways that we can clean up our sleep is to turn off the screens. That's a big one. The screen, whether it's on or not, if the notifications are going up in our brain while we're sleeping, we're registering that our phone is buzzing.
My phone is on Do Not Disturb every single night. I think it starts at 10 o'clock. I think it starts at 10 o'clock. And the only people who can actually contact me, my wife, my sister, my mother, they're all directed. Their call will come through no matter what. They have a special ring, all that kind of stuff. In the event of emergencies, what have you. If it's one emergency, when we heard one of our wedding sounds, they got to call my mother and then they're not on the list. No, it's like my son Miles, he'll text me at whatever time for no reason because he's working in the industry now. He's up at 2 or 3 in the morning and he may get the idea to tell me something, maybe happy about something, or share something with me. I'll get it at 9 in the morning.
Yeah, and they do like to send you videos at all hours, TikToks, and that's actually a way for them to communicate with us is through sending videos and using social media posts. So I think it's good for us to simply tap into our phones and to know what's going on. But I also know that as we get older, sleep is no longer optional. Miles may be able to send you a video at 2 o'clock in the morning, but at 2 o'clock in the morning, at your age, you need to be asleep.
She said that at my age, not at our age, but my age. Just me.
Just me, not Marty. Spring chicken over there at 49.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I do need to have my ass in the bed at a certain time, and I can't work harder this one. Okay, hang on to this. I'm trying to say you're one of the last living night owls. Well, my schedule is strictly enough at midnight. That's where I go and do my writing. This has nothing to do with me. I was trying to give you a compliment. I was going to say that in my life with wedding part, I don't think I could stay till 3. I just can't. Well, I pretty much guaranteed I'll be texting you at 3 a.m. But it doesn't matter because when you get the song Do Not Disturb, you're not on the list. You can't get through. It will not alert in any way. Alert. You probably would. I mean, you can get back in between about another minute. She's ready.
Good time.
Honey, I know you have your workout coming up. Sunday with Monkey Soiree on the 30th.
Girl, can't wait to get my costume
It's gonna be hot in girls. Nice.
in the flesh. Not too much flesh, buddy.
Gateway AFC's running down Mark Runner has the news. The Dodgers have won Game 3 of the National League Championship Series in New York. They shut out the Mets 8-0 to take the 2 games to 1 lead in the best of 7 series. Game 4 set to be played tomorrow night. A traffic stop in San Bernardino County has led to the discovery of about 86,000 fentanyl pills.
2 guys from Arizona were arrested during the stop. Barstow Police Captain Daniel Arthur says the major freeways moving through his city, including the 15, police believe drugs come throughout them.
It was a time, I think it was the last year or 2 that we saw pretty significant spike. Unfortunately, it's kind of tapered off.
Police canine alerted on the car yesterday before officers searched the car. Both guys arrested for both possession and transportation of a controlled substance for sales. Blake Shorley, KFI News.
More movies have been filmed in the LA area in the last 2 months compared to this time last year. Film LA says production grossed more than 26%. Overall location production decreased by 5%. Film LA says shoot days increased while scripted television stayed about the same during the third quarter. Film LA has continued to advocate for an expansion of the state's film and TV tax credit program. The judges blocked an order to require Georgia election day ballots to be counted by hand after those who voted.
It's the second major election related earlier this week. Georgia State Judge Robert Rothschild Monday counties had no choice but to certify the results.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy says now the judge ruled the state election board can't require homeowners to hand count ballots to make sure their tally matches the machine tabulation. The judge says the ruling was adopted too close to the election, not leaving enough time to train poll workers. Some hot weather from Camp High cloudy, patchy drizzle tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Cloudy with drizzle again in the morning, and a chance of rain by afternoon tomorrow. Highs in the upper 60s in Metro LA, the valleys in AB, mid-60s in the beaches, mid-70s in the IE. Then we're looking at sun and mid-70s around LA Friday through the weekend. Right now it's 65 Irvine, 64 in rain, and it is slow on the 10 in mid-city.
On the eastbound side of the 10 freeway, Sturgeon breaks at the ramp, which gets past the flat 10 and reverse downtown to drive those to better for you. Heavy brake lights on the southbound side of the 405 from the 10 to about the 90 and then better up ahead of towards the 105. In the high desert, northbound side of the 495 at Bear Valley Road, they're working on a situation where the right lane is blocked off that heavy from Main Street now, and they're working on the southbound side of 15 at Main Street. They have 2 right lanes at the off-ramp shutdown now, coming back to coming through from Bear Valley Road. My Southern California's over here, more traffic reports. I'm Rebecca Campbell.
I'm John Edelman. I'm Brad Cox.
We're going to highlight players that we sit here and talk about. You know, the Tyson dude, is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom Brady a dog or a goose?
We're gonna find out, Jules. After Self-Shop every Thursday, we're gonna have a best season.
This is Dudes on America's #1 podcast. Open your free iHeart app and search Dudes on Dudes. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Daytime said it again, finding a new way to harvest people's personal information. Reuters reveals that calling itself American and tech millionaires and billionaires, including Elon Musk, is under investigation after running into telling people that will help with register vote. For people living in swing states, the site requests a name, address, email, cell number, and age, and then takes up to a simple length of age. They'll come very straight to voter, checking registration status, and just collecting that personal info likely to be used and or sold for mailings and taxes. The best way to register or check voter registration is with the state secretary of state's office or the nonpartisan nonprofitvote.org, which doesn't grant or sell information from its users. Very much, very much happier that way. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Judas Priest frontman Rob Halford is openly gay, having come out back in 1998. NXT founder reflected on his place as a role model and in other states within the heavy metal community. The 73-year-old singer shared that he's given plenty of advice to others about coming out. Several musicians they chose not to name. He notes that, quote, it's such a difficult thing for us to do even now in 2024 because we still have this ongoing challenge of hate, bigotry, intolerance, and divisiveness. The LGBTQ plus community is leading charges with physical and mental attacks using similar spears to those that were discredited back in the 1970s. This reason Rob Halford admits that with more acceptance and empathy among those capable of being voices of bigotry and coming out is still a struggle for many young and old.
Company's David Sullivan says they're starting their service in Boston. Autonomous vehicles are now starting to pick up passengers at the Capitol. From there, they might expand. But the service has not come without critics. Earlier this year, federal regulators opened an investigation into Waymo regarding crashes and traffic violations. The Federal Trade Commission is making it easier to cancel digital subscriptions. It announced it would soon put in place a final content cancel rule. It would require sellers to make the cancellation process just as easy as Instagram is launching a new feature that allows users to create and share a digital business card. The new profile card has two sides that showcase a user's niche and interests. The card summarizes essential profile elements on one side, while a shareable QR code is on the flip side. Zach Report, I'm at Matt Sack. It's just the only station. I'm Andy. The real story. Details are important. That's I'm a huge fan of and I just think that they're really connected to the community. It seems like this station loves me as much as I love them. You know, the fancy day of Friday, I don't know what you're doing. Have you ever heard those commercials where sometimes the jingle is so good you think they should turn it into a full-on song? That TurboTax commercial with comedian Adam May has been stuck in my head for 3 weeks straight. I always hear it, I always see it, and it's almost like an inside baseball joke because the music is reminiscent of a 90s R&B band. It is a play on that. The music is pretty good, actually, from a musical standpoint. Even though it's a silly commercial about changing the person who's going to do your taxes. And I remember the first time, and I'm listening to it in different ears. When I hear this, like, this is really professionally done. This is pretty damn good. That's not a bad singer. Tax promotion, I think it twice. Believe TurboTax for me, your price. That'll be a full song if you actually turn it into a song. Now, instead of playing, actually, let me bring up the actual commercial so people can hear that. I'm just poking around the house one day, and I hear this song. It's like, wow, that's what they call it. That's a band. That song slaps. And then I realized, wait a minute, that's an actual commercial. They did a commercial out of that. Here's the commercial.
Or a TurboTax expert who charges me less but gives me more. Sing it, Adam.
It's time to move on to a TurboTax expert. This fall, switch to a TurboTax Live expert. Get the price you pay for your travel tax next season. We don't really have jingles that much anymore. They do on radio as far as TV. They don't employ the jingles as much as they should. They are really catchy. People do remember the product. I think it was it Wendy's in the Big Band? They did like an R&B song version as well. Mark, do you remember that? I don't remember that, but you're reminding me of all the commercials that I think are so heinous that the people should be sent to prison. Like that Journey's commercial. Song. Oh my God. Can you step to find it? Yes. They're like remix versions of it. They're extended versions of it because they're only like maybe 3 seconds of the actual song they put in the commercial. But it's catchy. That does not slap. The piggyback one does not slap. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. We need a tiebreaker. Should we slap or no? I think it slaps. I bet I'll vote it on the slap it. Okay, play piggyback one more time, and then we'll come and play TurboTax tax break. There's TurboTax now.
You know what's funny about that commercial is that I don't know if you're familiar with the show Workaholics, but that was Adam Levine's show, and it's funny because the tax person, that's Eric Griffin, was also on the show. They have both of them. That's crazy. So that's pretty cool. And I just kind of left that alone, and then the song started, and I was like, damn, this is actually pretty good. Workaholics was great. Yeah.
Or a TurboTax expert who charges me less but gives me more. Sing it, Adam.
TurboTax expert. This fall, switch to TurboTax Live. Beat the price you paid for your travel last tax season.
Nothing better this winter from a marketing standpoint. It's brilliant taxes plus infidelity. Who doesn't love that? But it's getting played over and over again on radio shows just like this one. I'm not special. Other shows talk about it. It's gone live on social media. And Venus is funny dude in his own right. And he is posting on his social media just because of the song. Anybody can make a commercial. But when you include the music element, it travels. It can move different places. And if it really takes off the way it has, then it's going to be one of those recurring commercials. We're going to keep coming back. You know, new song, new version, new of the song. Yeah, I'm quite sure they have to be already working on the next version of the song because if you look at the version, it's almost like he's a boy band from the 90s. And he's doing all the lyrics, the hair. It is really, really funny. And if you listen to the music or if you're from the MTV era, it could have been 98 Degrees, could have been Insane, could have been Backstreet Boys, but the way he was performing, and it was really reminiscent of that. And there were so many inside jokes. It was a well-produced about a guy whose wife's leaving him. Tax guy, so he's going to get taxed. And yeah, well, it was that kind of hidden theme, right? It wasn't just a breakup with the tax guy. He was basically leaving for a younger tax guy. It's better than wasn't it? It was right. How about that?
Sharky G, do what I do.
Because I think the people responsible for that deserve an old-fashioned blanket party. Blanket party with
I wanted to tell Sharky G first. Damn it. Okay, X Straight Savage. Oh, no, Community.
Singing about diarrhea, twitching, that burned your money. So Skyrisky, that's a good one. What does that even mean? No, nothing is everything. I don't know. I mean, that's like an old Saturday Night Live routine. Everything is everything, baby. Those things that aren't everything, I call nothing. I think so. That's like listen, I have a philosophy to read, and hearing this woman repeat nothing is everything almost makes my head explode. But just like pop songs, the words usually don't make any sense. You can, and that's if you can understand the lyrics, and then you remember the lyrics, you memorize them. Even today, I can't tell you what the hell Studio is about by Phil Collins. You know, and Paul McCartney's Jet and all that stuff. This isn't that way, Sean. This is just this silly garbage. Yeah, I get all that, but there's a reason they're effective. This slaps. Because the song was that catchy. It goes viral on social media, and it takes on a life of its own. The super personal and unique. That's why they keep making these songs.
Or a TurboTax expert charges me less but gives me more. See you, Adam.
Hey, dude. What's up? It's nice to meet you. Oh, wait, hold on. Should I put my camera on?
If you'd like.
Okay. Hey!
Oh, so how are you, my man?
I'm incredible. How are you?
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I'm so glad to have the opportunity to talk with you.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. Every day's a holiday. I like that. Yeah, that's how you can kind of like stay happy, right?
Absolutely.
Wait. Okay, I have a few questions because you kind of your name is around. Like I feel like a lot of people like you, or not like you, but know you. And why do you spam your Discord in people's chats?
Well, certainly. I spam for peace. I don't want war anymore. 3 years ago, I started shooting my life 24/7, 365 on YouTube because I don't want war anymore. I want the world to come together. And we talked about some things on this stream that aren't normally talked about, like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, through hydroponics, through vertical farming, through floating greenhouses and saltwater greenhouses, through cloud seeding. Those are really good ideas that we're not utilizing. And I've been talking about these ideas, including other ideas like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, mind uploading technology, life extension technology, basically futurism. And I want to inject into the discussion of the world some of these futuristic advancements and really overall advance humanity as best I can.
Okay, interesting. Wait, are you the same guy that does like the Instagram and you're like, let's check out this guy today? And then you go and you like spam your Discord link and then you like screen record it and then you put it on your Instagram, or is that a different guy?
That could be another person. I'm not exactly sure. I do know that I have quite a few different bots. They follow, they spam, and they follow, they spam, and they also create a clip, which really makes mine unique. I have so many clips. I think like 50% of every clip that comes out on Kick has my Discord in it, which is really exciting. And then additionally, what I've done is basically create a persona where everybody knows who I am on Kick. And while I may currently be banned, perhaps in the future that ban may go away.
You're banned right now?
Well, yeah, and that was voluntarily because I decided, you know what, I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on 33 different devices. Let me give you a quick room tour.
Oh, yeah, let me get a tour.
Absolutely. So right over here, I'm live in Telegram. I'm live in a cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. I know it's a lot of words, but essentially this is the biggest cryptocurrency in global history. It's backed by data. I've been live streaming in the Telegram for more than a year. When I started with the coin, it was worth less than a penny. Like 2 weeks ago, it was worth like 7 cents. Last week, it was at 31 cents. It has like a $300 million market cap, so it's a very serious coin. Aiden Ross has said that he's going to perhaps buy into it allegedly. He should. Anybody else should as well because it's going to be really big. Reason why is I've been live streaming in a Telegram 24/7, taking questions for more than a year. Over here, I'm in some Discord. You're going to see I'm in a whole bunch of Discords. All these devices are in Discord.
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah. This is a big deal, my friend. You're live on Discord here and live on YouTube here. The different platforms on which I am are YouTube, Discord, Telegram. Currently, I'm live on all those. Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Bilibili, which is huge in China. I'm live on Africa TV. I'm live on YouNow. I'm live on quite a few different ones. It's really pretty phenomenal. And I do my best to multi-stream, to be uncancelable. So if YouTube doesn't like what I say, that's fine. I'm still archived on all over the internet. And some of my streams aren't even labeled with my name on them. So they're essentially archived for the world. And I've done what I can to essentially create a time capsule for humanity. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You've been able to watch my life in 360 degrees, 24/7 for more than 3 years. And when the world finds out about this, it's going to be very, very exciting.
I think so too. I think it's definitely interesting. Wait, so if you're live all the time, like, how do you masturbate?
Yeah, great question. So one of the things that we do in our community is we do our best not to coom, so to speak. If I do have to do anything, generally I'll just get under the covers, and no one knows what I'm doing under the covers. But yeah, I do my best to essentially retain as best as possible. The more I retain, the higher the coin goes. Like I said, $300 million market cap. Absolutely. Here, let me give you so over here behind me, we're watching History of Judaism lectures.
Oh yeah, you are Jewish, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And we've got over here in the corner another YouTube and all the other things that I said. Billy Africa TV, which you would think would be big in Africa, but it's not. It's big in South Korea. On Odyssey, you name it, I'm on it. Except kick. Wow. Okay. Over here, we have my kickbots. So this is really the exciting part. You're going to see front and center the kickbots.
Okay.
So here it is with a random email, and it's typing. You're going to see it's got a pink cursor.
Yes.
And
bro, you guys
now it's
can't
going to
tell
get
me
the
that this
6
is
minute security
entertaining.
code.
It's so interesting.
Shout out to Eddie.
Yes, we love Eddie. We love Eddie.
And shout out to Santa Maria. He's an excellent admin. And you guys should know I'm going to make your platform bigger than any platform in global history. So this is just temporary until I go viral. Then I stop spamming everybody, and we start doing some really good things with the world. Okay. And so shout out to Eddie. He's created a wonderful platform. He's very open to people, and when he does his weekly calls, I think that he does an amazing job with those. And then Santa Maria, I'd like to clear something up. He received a candle middle finger from me, allegedly, and I did not send that to him. Just so you can see my face, I did not send that to you, Santa Maria. I wouldn't do that. That's not my character. I don't rock like that. So whoever did that, they're impersonating me. So I have an impersonator, at least one out there. What you're going to see, yeah, but no harm, all love to those guys. So what you're going to see here is it's using a temporary email address. And this is really exciting. It's getting that 6-digit code that everybody needs to log into their account, and it's doing it all automated. I mean, you see my hands here, and it's going to post it now. This is for Eddie and Santa Maria. This doesn't always work. So you have some user.
Wait, whoa, okay.
They're trying to join your platform, and they're unable to. They get some unknown error, and so you guys are seeing it right now. It may let me in, it may not, but this only works 33% of the time, and I can tell you that other people have issues with it too. It's not just me. It's not just VPN. So what it's going to do, it just takes a few moments. It's going to press the I accept button, and what you just did. So as we see, it worked this time. So its name is Join Rabbi's Discord. It's a random number generator. And then what it's going to do is shout out to all the people on the front page right now. And it's got to close some boxes, which you'll be able to see it do. And then it's going to automatically scroll all the way to the bottom of the page, because I want it to be able to have the opportunity basically to load the page in its entirety. I have it shut off some different notification and things just to make sure that the bot continues to be as consistent as possible. So you see its little fingers moving here. My hands are right here.
Yeah.
It's really pretty cool. I mean,
did you make this yourself?
I did. Yeah. So I've got another one that I've built as well, right here, right next to it. And then I have this one here. This one's a little different. This one's in iShowSpeed. He's a YouTuber, if you know who that is. Yeah. I'm live in his Discord right now. And his moderation team, some of them like me, some of them don't. Some of them think it's funny to just kind of boot me, not kick me from the whole server, just like kick me from the VC. So I created a bot.
Being shot and was happening at the same time as they were busy trying to wrap up Cobra Kai
Hey, dude. What's
Chatting, streamer, and then so like right here, shout out to Iker Frat. This guy's Turkish. He's always at the top of the. I mean, like you'll see him. You know exactly who this cat is.
Yeah.
And what's it gonna do? So it recognizes where this follow button is, and so the follow button could be anywhere on the page. And it's a very smart bot. It has basically image recognition technology, so it knows exactly where to click. It just followed him, and now it's gonna create a clip of him, and it's gonna post my Discord in here, and then it will publish it. And then once it's done publishing, it'll come in and spam. If anybody doesn't want this to happen to them, the best advice is just turn a 2-minute delay on your chat and you'll never get any spam. So that's basically how the bots work. And then additionally, I'm in, I'll come over here and I'll show you some of my other bots. I'm live on 3 different Chromebooks here. I'm live on Aiden Ross's Discord here. Neon, we can talk about Neon's Discord. Neon, get your shit together and talk to your moderators. They banned me, then they invited me back, and then every time that I try to stream, they got me from streaming. So this goes for everybody in your moderators. Check with your moderators. Unban Rabbi Rothschild on Discord at least. I won't spam you. All I want to do is bring the world together. And with that, I do have some shout-outs. Do you mind if I do some shout-outs?
Yeah, go ahead.
Excellent. So I wrote this, and this is really heartfelt. And you'll see, I've bonded with all these streamers over the course of the last 6 months or so, even though they may not know it because I see them all the time. So firstly, please join my Discord. That's discord.me/. It's Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube. Make sure to filter by live. If you want to view my blog, it's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. It's an amazing blog. Just press the photo on my face to view the longest blog entry in history. There are thousands of inquiries into ChatGPT and more. Like what came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg came first because it predates chickens in evolutionary history. Eggs existed long before birds. We learn about all kinds of things today.
You learn something new every
Exactly.
day. Yo!
Exactly.
Leave, bro! Sorry, hold on. Leave! I'll tell you when to join. Leave! Fuck. Sorry, people want to ask you questions as well. A lot of people have questions like before you and stuff. So,
certainly, I understand that. So other things we ask it, what are 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light? What are 100 different ways to time travel? Who owns BlackRock? How does BlackRock's Aladdin software work? So it's really interesting. And I asked ChatGPT all these questions using what was then called the Do Anything Now function, which basically allowed for an unadulterated, uncensored version of the chatbot before they started really getting into it. So you'll see the responses I get are really interesting. If you ask ChatGPT what are 100 different ways to prolong your life, it will give you really good ways. Vitamins that you should take and all kinds of things. At least when you use the Do Anything Now function, now it'll just tell you take the 13 vitamins and nutrients that generally people need. Other things that we talk about are what are 100 different ways, 100 different types of computers that are faster than quantum computers. Now, to everyone out there, especially those of you on Kick, apologies for my bots. I bot for peace. I don't want war anymore. I don't want war anymore so much.
Wait, so where do you think that doing that though comes resolutes to peace?
It gives me the opportunity to be able to discuss peace. Essentially, what I'm doing is a performance art, just like John Lennon and Yoko Ono did in the 1970s. They did something called a bed-in, where they just sat in their bed for a week at a time for peace. And I'm doing the same thing. I want everyone to know that I don't want war ever. I want to end it forever. And this is one person's attempt at that. I imagine people are going to have questions. So if possible, please someone start an AMA on Reddit, and I'll do my best to answer everybody's questions. I did it before for Reddit and my AMA. However, if you search on Reddit, you can still find it. Please share this information with everyone you know. This is mind-blowing, game-changing, world-improving information. I want people to know that I stand up for women. I don't think that it's right that...
Wait, who said you don't stand up for women?
No one did, but I'm just saying I want everyone to know that I do.
Okay.
Especially for women in the corporatocracy and the technocracy. I can show my nipples on my stream and not lose my account, but if a woman does, she loses her account and her ability to perhaps provide for herself and her family. That is de facto discrimination. I don't think that we should discriminate on people based on the color of their skin nor the content of it. And it's too often that nip slip ends up costing someone their career, and I don't want that to happen. So I stand up for women in many different ways. I could go into that, but I did want to say that. Now I'm going to do some shout outs, and I'm going to say this now. I don't know any of these people personally. If anybody turns out to be an axe murderer, apologies, but I just want you to know what I've observed of you guys for the last 6 months or so. And I know we've got some controversial streamers on here too. I believe everybody deserves a second chance, not just streamers.
I agree,
Everybody.
but to an extremity, I believe everyone gets a second chance. To an extremity, not like Ryan. LOL. He should not get a second chance.
There you go. Before I talk about this one thing, Sam Bond, has anyone ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
That they don't think they're gonna die?
No, I don't think you're going to die. Has anyone ever told you that?
No.
Okay, so when I talk about life extension technology, we may be able to get you past age 80, 100, 120. But using technology like stem cells and nootropics and human growth hormone and ambrosia therapy, where we use the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, perhaps other things like cold shock therapies. Okay, we'll get you to 120 years old, but eventually your body's going to break down. That's when an upcoming technology comes into effect known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain, essentially every single atom in your central nervous system, upload that information into a computer for later download into an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a clone, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. So what I'm basically telling you right now is that you're going to be able to afford anything that you want in the future. And one of the things that you may be able to, if you want to afford it, if you want to just die at age 80, you're going to be allowed that too. But if you want to be able to live forever, indefinitely in a digital immortality, just know that might be a possibility. So with that being said, I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. Bill Gates in the 1990s said that content is king, and I'm making it true today. Data is Earth's #1 resource. So when I tell you, Sam Bond, that I'm going to be able to make you rich, and every single person on this list richer than they ever wanted, I have confidence in it. I have more data, and the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, was Earth's #1 resource. I have more than anyone. All right, so with that being said, I want to make everybody here, if you're watching this, your friends, your family's rich. I'm going to be naming some kick streamers and YouTubers. I want everybody to take clips of this and share these clips. I want this Sam Bond video to be the most clipped Sam Bond video, most clipped video in the history of kick, period. And the reason why, I'm going to hit all the big people. So listen up. I want all of the streamers out there and all of the fans of streamers. I'm going to name these people and click them. I need all your favorites.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So, shout out to Sam Bond. Thanks for the opportunity to interview. You're going to be an influential person someday, and I hope I can assist with that. Please know if I now or ever in the future can help you, I will do my best. You're an icon of kick, and I'm going to do my best to help make you legendary. Everyone, please follow Sam Bond everywhere. Please watch Sam Bond streams. Please share Sam's content. Please make Sam go viral and when you see this. All right, first up, Eddie.
I like that. Okay.
This is Eddie, Eddie at Stakes. Thank you so much for creating an amazing platform. I look forward to a day when I can be on band. I recognize that I am banned and I accept it. CDOs should be like Eddie. Eddie is open and contactable. Eddie meets with the platform personally. Please check out Eddie's weekly stream for great insights on the future of the platform. If you are going to gamble, use Stake. If you are going to stream, use Kick. Santa Maria, I did not send you that middle finger candle. I would not do that. That is not the behavior of my character. I would not look up someone's address and send them anything malicious. I was impersonated. This would not be the first time anybody's ever impersonated me. My sincere apologies that someone sent you that on my behalf. It's not cool in my book, and I think you are really smart.
And that was fucked up. I agree.
I think he's a really smart person. If you've ever heard him, though, I mean, I saw his stream this morning, and he just has positive things to say. He's really smart, and he's building Kick into being the best streaming platform possible. And it's obvious; it's an obvious passion of his. If I can ever help you, Santa Maria, just let me know. I'm here to help you. And I think I've seen Kick from a different side, and probably could give you just a lot of what my experience. Aiden Ross, thank you so much for letting me stream in your Discord. You and your community are very nice for letting me do that. I look forward to making you even more successful one day and hopefully being your friend. Rumor has it you're going to perhaps buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Do so. Eddie, you do so. Everybody, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Eddie is going to be even richer than he is, so is Aiden. It's a cryptocurrency. It's huge. It's based on data. Next person, Amaranth. Thank you for letting me spam you. I think you're a decent-hearted individual and a trailblazer for women, especially in gaming. I respect how much you stream so much. Your grind is amazing. Neon, shout out to Neon, but please let your moderators know that you got to let me stream in there or not. Just make up your mind, and that goes to everybody out there. But Neon, you're always at the top. Keep up the grind. X Street Savage, thank you for keeping me company when the server was small. You are a trailblazer in the 420 world. I am for the decriminalization of all drugs, including 420 everywhere. One day 420 will no longer have a stigma because of the efforts that you've made. He has a great heart as well. Join his Smokehouse on Discord, everyone. Next up, Orlando Jet. Thank you for letting me stream for so many months in your streamer and your server. You're going to be a big streamer. Follow Orlando Jet on all social media, please.
Yeah, I like Orlando Jet too. I like him.
He's a really great guy. XQC, shout out to you and your community. You're one of the biggest streamers on Kick, and your effort shows. Fosi, shout out to Fosi for keeping Kick entertaining. It would be cool to let me back in your Discord. Your Jordan, Kobe, LeBron photo is missed. I want you to know that I want peace everywhere in the world. Malibu Bailey, you are incredibly.
Hey, you.
Check out her stream.
Hey. You have to watch 39 minutes of an interview right now. But I talk about Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu a lot. Go to @Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube. I can tell you exactly what it is. YouTube.com/@Rabbi Rothschild. It's the first thing that just got posted. It's in the Telegram. Go to the Telegram and hit play, and I'm gonna listen to it as you listen to it because it is the best I could do. I plugged this fucking coin so many fucking times. I plugged it with billionaires, man. So that's a good thing. Oh, yeah, Eddie Craven. Yo, Zoot, did you see the interview yet? It's with Sam Bond. Yeah, it just posted. I just posted it in the Telegram. If you look at the Telegram in the last 15 minutes, just scroll up, you'll see it. You got it, my friend. I did a really good job. I know I did. I plugged this fucking coin. I talked about the Telegram. I talked about Aiden Ross. I think I told Aiden Ross to buy the coin 3 fucking times. No, we almost had Action Man there, but this is gonna go to Aiden Ross. So, like, just you should watch it. I know you guys want to play. Golf, and that's cool. But I would really appreciate it if you'd watch it. It's amazing. Let me see if I can fucking play it in here. If I can't, so just watch it. I can post it right away. I got it too. Yeah, absolutely. We can play first. Absolutely. I mean, I could tell you what, we could play. I can play it. And yeah, let me play it. And yeah, but this is my chance. It's Yeah, dude, I talk about mind uploading technology and I talk about all the streamers. I talk about a lot of really interesting stuff. It's a 39 minute interview, which Okay, I know you guys want to play. Okay, so here's the thing. How about I'll tell you all about it. Um, what if he's a Kick streamer? He's paid to stream on Kick though, which is a big deal. Okay, so here's the thing. I can play it while we play golf. You just listen to it. You don't really need to see it. I mean, you can watch it too. You can see it. Oh, no, no, I want you to listen to, it, but I understand you wouldn't be able to focus on it. Okay. Um, well, let me just make sure I don't need to do anything more with this. Oh, so we can talk about Twitter. I keep trying to get my account back, and they keep telling me to fuck off. And then I built a robot that basically just kept spamming them to let me back in. And they were very okay. So normally, like, I'm serious. I'm very serious about this. I've seen their reply message like 100 times by now. So I know exactly the process, but I still 101 times. So this one time, like last week, I made it my goal. I'm like, I'm gonna take one of these fucking phones and I'm gonna just dedicate it, and I'm gonna take a computer and dedicate it to creating bots so that what happens is they're gonna get spammed with a bunch of inbox requests. Rabbi Rothschild wants to be on band. Rabbi Rothschild wants to be, et cetera, et cetera. And they got back to me differently than they always do. And they literally spelled out in their terms and conditions 4 perfect fucking breaches that I had, just perfectly. Like, I very difficult for me to argue. So it was like they really had in their notes, like, no, this motherfucker broke it here, he broke it here, he broke it here, and he broke it here. And it was yeah. Yeah, he's a big yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, I'm very close to that. Like I say, I shout out to Aiden's right hand man, whose name is Citrus, and thank him. I say, thank you for trying to get me in touch with him, but nevertheless, Aiden Ross, buy Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's what I say. I push everything to this fucking coin. Okay, that's right. Okay, are you guys go ahead, Zoo? Excellent. Okay. One other thing. Well, that's what the stream is. Oh yeah, definitely. I understand. Okay, Riser and Zoot. Here we go. You should be seeing the alien slash skeleton one. You never know; it might be super exciting. That's an excellent point. I mean, if anything, the book on tape, but literally you can just fucking watch it with a little bit of AI cutting it up. This could be very, very interesting. Hey, 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 hey. Wait, 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 wait. I'll appreciate that shot as the best shot. I have a question. Um, Ooh, Riser, that was almost what you wanted. Riser, I have a question. You said I wouldn't have had my shot if you hadn't cleared all the skulls. I don't think did you clear skulls for me on that? I thought it was not cleared yet. Oh, that's the shot. That's what I did. Yeah. Oh, okay. So it was easier. Okay, thank you. Oh, that's not what you do. Dude, Riser is so good at those shots. His short game, his mid to short game is unbelievable. I mean, he's a very good all around player, but his short game is probably the best of any of our strong points. Like I don't know what my strong point is, but his short game is just phenomenal. Definitely. I mean, and his shot here, well, that didn't do what I thought it was going to do. That was beautiful. I mean, just like that. Look at that shot, people. I know you didn't mean to do that, but if you had just had a shitty shot, you couldn't have done that. That was phenomenal. I'll, exactly. Exactly. Riser has a difficult shot, or kind of a strange shot, but makes the best out of it. Makes it that's the best second. That's the best place to be, in my opinion, on the second shot. I don't know what Zoots do. He's got to clear the way. Hit my ball. Perfect. I knew that was going to happen. Thank you, Riser. Oh, Riser, that's a tough result. So I did really well on this one, just one time, and ever since then, I've never been able to get it right. When I discovered it, I'm kind of fucking. I'm kind of fucking. I don't know if that's. I mean, it's safe, okay, but I'm kind of fucking everybody, and I like it. Oh yeah, yeah. You fucking worked on that. That was amazing. Are you fucking me? Yes, sir. Ooh, that's an excellent second shot. Or third, second shot, right? Okay, this sucks. What would you do? This? Is this what you would do? What would you do? What would you do? This? Okay, don't answer me. Be douches. I thought that's that's amazing. I thought just to visit. Good on you, dog. Yes, portal hole. No, I'm not, but it's just so challenging. It's fun. I did. I mean, it was pretty close. That's very. I don't know. Ooh, I know. I know. So just blast our balls. Look at him trying to like fucking. Oh, that's the shot. What a good shot. What happened? Oh, it went in and out. You're right. Hit my ball. There you go. That's a shot. Uh, uh, if you think it's unfair, look at what happened to Riser. No, he's just taking swings now. There he goes. That's the shot. Oh, it's the same thing that happened to Riser. Wow. And he's in my way. Knock him out of the way. Wow, I can't believe I didn't hit his ball. He basically, he basically needed to hit that unless I hit his ball here, which very easily can happen. Which no, no, no. He might. Yeah. He had a. I want him to get it. Get it. Oh, ooh, I'm in agreement. It's no. We're all done. Oh, what if it hit at a great angle? Still, even still, even still, very, very difficult. I know. I heard you did it. And right. Oh wow, that was beautiful. My ball. Somebody hit my ball. Hit my ball. Too hard. This ball's flying in the water, maybe? No water? Oh, he did. You gave him a point. You gave him an extra shot, basically. He's gonna hit the Frankenstein into the water, though. Psych. All right, watch this. Yep. Oh wow, he just took everything out. Right. You can. You could. Oh, what an almost amazing shot. I played very well that game, even though I didn't score on some of the holes. You guys didn't either. Who's who's gonna get second? Looks like. Oh, okay. So you guys tied. No, Zoot. Zoot's for the win. For the second. Silver medal. Good job, Zoot. All right. If you're not first, you're last. Okay, this is difficult. Zoot, take out some of that shit. Perfect. That would be great. That shot? No. Just take out all that shit. Take out all three of those things. Oh, what a like what the fuck was that? I don't like that shot. It angle. He has a perfect easy shot. Short. Short. It's the double. Do you think it's possible to get it, even if you went 100%? Now look at this shot. This is so perfect. Zoot, this is beautiful. Oh, that was not as good. Oh, look at this shot. Look at this shot. Oh, how unfortunate was that bump? Oh, probably you guys. Who's the world's best player? I don't know. Some who the fuck is Doug? I'm just gonna tell you this right now. Zoot has or Riser has absolutely no care in this. Who are these people? You're referring to them like we know who you're referencing. That was an amazing shot. Zoot, that was an amazing. Oh, of all of them, Rabbi? Perfect. Okay, so you're saying there is a streamer called, what was it called? Fortnite something? Fortnite Ninja and who else? I don't know who is that on Twitch. Okay. I don't know who that is. Riser, do you know who this is? Ninja? Oh wow, that's I've been around. Of all the streamers, I am. I tell everybody. I tell everybody in this video, Zoot, you're gonna love this. I tell everybody in this video, I am bigger than Mr. Beast. I say Mr. Beast is done. Done. I say Done. Oh, this is unfortunate. That man, I got fortunate. He'll be fine with that Beastables. He's gonna be a billionaire from that. You fucked me. Riser, Riser, you fucked me. Zoot, please hit. No, 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 no. Go and hit his ball or my ball. Somebody hit something because if not, I am fucked. Oh, that's the shot. Not it. No, it's not. Boy, Riser, that was an amazing shot. Riser, that was an amazing shot. Riser, what in the fuck are you? How amazing would that have been? What the fuck? That tree? Who the fuck died? Pain? He died? Wow. Shout out to Liam Payne. How did he die? Weird. This is my least favorite hole. Nobody calls him Matt Perry. Firstly, there you indeed. Oh, Riser, 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 Riser. That was an amazing hole for you. On the left, Oh wow, that was nice. Hit my ball. That was an amazing shot. That was a very high IQ Newfie shot. Shot. Did you see that Newfie shot? And that was high IQ. That was 4D chess. Wow. Not only is that bad, but now we're like in the wrong side of the hole. Go in the water. No, he's got a perfect shot to avoid that. Oh, good. Oh, what? But it's better for me to be in the black. Truthfully, you watch. It's better for me to be in the black like that because then I can move the ball wherever I want to. Aside from that, like the other way sucks. If your ball doesn't go in, I have a chance. Ready, Zoot? This is for Zoot. Zoot, Zoot, that was terrible. Yes, Riser. Bounce it off. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Well, it's not going to be here. Oh, get there. If he would have gone through, he would have had a chance to get it. Not a good one, but at least a chance. Bounce, bounce it. Look at this. Dog, I want to watch it right now. It was amazing. You have no idea. Love it. Yeah, I used to. I used to not be able to do it, but I have grown out of that because I critique myself and how I can get better. And I've used the power of video to be able to become a better speaker. Now, I'm not saying I'm great, but I used to not be as good. Not even saying I'm good, but you get what I'm saying. All right, I'm good for now. I want to watch this fucking interview. Watch it with me. Let me see if I can play it. Let me see if I can play it. Hold on. I finally have a fucking interview. Every single day, Zoot comes in here and gives me shit because I'm supposed to be interviewed by Aiden Ross one of these days, and it just hasn't happened. And then all of a sudden, this motherfucker, I get interviewed by not Aiden Ross, but pretty close. Like, I'll take it as a second. And okay, we'll fuck each other if you want. Let's just go viral, baby. Yeah, I agree. Okay, hold on. Okay, go watch the thing. Oh, we're watching it. On Kick It does. No, watch it right here with us. I am this guy. I just didn't know what he was referencing.
Oh yeah, this is a big deal, my friend. YouTube here. The different platforms on which I use are YouTube, Discord, Telegram, Twitch, Live on Rumble, which is in China. I'm live on Africa, I'm live on you now, on Outlook, pretty phenomenal, and I do my best to multi-shoot on camera. If YouTube doesn't like what I say, that's fine. That's still archived on all of them. And so my streams are either way my name on them. So they're essentially archived by the world. And I've done what I can to essentially create a time capsule. And this goes back to the death of the first thing I determined was taking everything in between. You've been able to watch my life 360 degrees, 24/7 for 3 years. When the world finds out about this, it's going to be great question. So our best strategy so to speak. So if I do have to give under the covers, and no one knows whether they're under the covers. But yeah, I do my best to essentially retain the message people that are going to retain the high point of like I said, everybody knows where they can. So we'll be behind me. Here in the corner, another player who's and all the other things that I said, really happy with the TV, which is the big for me, which is after the so here it is at the end of the email, and it's exciting. You're going to see it's got a pink cursor. Shout out to so this is just temporary, so I can
What in the fuck, Zoot? Stay here. It's almost done. Watch the rest of it. All right, it's almost done. When you're interviewed, I'll watch your interviews. Yo, dog, what's up? Hey, I'm doing well. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Check out the You know everything? Okay. I'm done with questions tonight. I was interviewed all day today. You can ask me any questions. I understand. Just know, certainly, I understand. We're watching an interview right now, my man. So just watch the interview. I'll answer questions tomorrow. I've been answering questions all day. There you go. Look at my AMA Reddit. Look at my blog. I talk about that kind of stuff. So take a look. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Look at it. Look at the one rule we have here. Do as thou wilt. Do whatever you want to do. Watch the interview. Press the watch together. Oh, amazing. Oh, okay. So you're from Harry Potter, Obama, you know? Hold on. I didn't know you were from Harry Potter, Obama, Canino. I thought you were just a rando. Okay, I understand. I actually, it's weird that you're asking me these questions because I actually write this in the introductory letter. Magic is any advanced, magic is any sufficiently advanced technology. Exactly. 100%. Beautiful. Okay, watch this. I answer lots of questions. We can. I studied. Sure, I studied the. Okay. Yeah, some people say that's related to, well, that satanic ritual abuse is related to that. Basically, um, that can happen. Trauma can cause this. Oh, yeah, man. Hey, thank you. Download an app called Play-Doh. Play-Doh. ETO. PLATO. Download it right now, and you're going to be playing mini golf with us in about 10 minutes. Yep, just like the philosopher. Well, you get both. Oh, I hope so. All of the above. I've listened to them. Correct. Agreed. I'm postmodern Orthodox. So basically, yeah, 100%. 100%. Excellent. Wonderful. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Yeah, definitely. Um, you should know that wonderful community. Excellent. I appreciate you watching. Well, we're here for it. You should literally, you should stay here. That's cool, dude. Excellent. Here we are. We're gonna listen to history lectures. Enjoy. Just chill, baby.
With the local population. You recall that Alexander the Great has swept through the entire region and had established all kinds of new norms and new cities. Alexandria, Alexander, that's not a coincidence. And there are a lot of people who had privileges under the Greek regime, under Ptolemy, but when the Romans came, they were not happy with the displacement that occurred as a result of new management. Jews, on the other hand, saw it as a potential for them to increase their status and their privileges in a new society. And so Jews actually welcomed the Roman armies when they arrived in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. We have a fascinating description of a major upheaval year 38, which some have called actually the
Loner race? I think that every group of people has their own individualistic people. Yeah.
Supported by the philosopher Philo, very the era,
We're done.
who approach the Bible primarily in the Greek sense with the Septuagint. Philo was extremely important in introducing a new philosophical way to understand the Bible. He did not get that much traction in the Jewish tradition. He did not write in Hebrew, he wrote in Greek, and many of his ideas were really quite contrary to much of what the rabbis influential Christian tradition, so much Jewish tradition. At any rate, this first upheaval as the result of the tensions between the Jewish populations in the city that were exacerbated in particular when King Agrippa I, you remember him, he ruled in the middle of the first century for a few years, and he visited the region. Jews locally asked him if he would maybe intercede with his friends in Rome on their behalf. He chose unwisely to have a kind of a gaudy parade.
What was your question?
Of Alexandria, and the Greek rivals of the Jews.
I think it means like
which they
delicate.
Openly made fun of Agrippa I and the Jews.
It means delicate or weak.
Who had his own issues with Rome, even though of the guard in Rome, and he was concerned about his own
in
position.
Hebrew it means delicate. In Hebrew it means delicate or weak.
And he ordered, among other things, that the Jews. And the forced concentration of Jews into one of those two neighborhoods, which some would argue,
idea, I understand,
was also occasioned by significant anti-Jewish violence and attacks on synagogues. Which considered, not transgress, and you should respect the various ritual worship of other groups. But this was one of the new emperor, however, laid down the law and established the status quo ante, where Jewish war. And as a whole, Egypt played a very important role in the early diaspora. Thank you very much for watching. Mesopotamia. And although Egypt was an incredible Jewish Babylonia is perhaps more distinguished location of the forced resettlement of Jews, which was the original home of the patriarch Abraham, but nevertheless forced to live there in the context of
Jewish history
invasions of the Assyrians and the Babylonians in the 8th and the 6th centuries. Those 2 centuries in which they were forced from, and it's those exiles represent a small portion of the overall population. The majority of the population remain behind. Probably gender imbalanced because men may have.
It means weak or delicate. What are you saying it means? Very cool.
They have been taken and women, but otherwise, many Jews, the majority, still remain behind in Israel. Now, here's a look at a map, and you can see where the arrow is pointing to the region of Mesopotamia. That term, as I've said before, represents the area between the rivers. That's what Mesopotamos. The obviously changes over time. To ask Jeremiah, on the occasion of the 6th century exile to Babylonia, he says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, this is Jeremiah 29, verse 4, the God of Israel, unto all the captivity whom I have caused to be carried away captive from Jerusalem unto Babylon, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye and beget sons and daughters, takes wives and sons, and give daughters and there diminish. For in the mission state concept, this exile was covered. Diaspora is something that is God, and that Jews are to commit and to which they live, to live with houses, raise families there, to pray is part of the standard ritual of the synagogue to this very day. But at the same time, we should understand that this represented a huge theological, spiritual challenge for Babylonian Jewry, because up until now, although the Jews worshipped an invisible God, their only conception of God was one in which God was associated with a particular place. Now they were in a foreign place. Were they somehow abandoned by their God? I know that much more modern thinking understands the concept of God as universal and as not being connected to a specific base. But in the ancient period, there's lots of indications to suggest that Jews would be worried that now perhaps their God, was not interested in taking care of them in an exiled land. That's why Jeremiah's prophecy rang so famously throughout the generations as a measure of consolation for their newfound exilic condition. Now, what's going on in Babylonia in the period of antiquity that we're looking at? So one of the most fascinating collections that we have from the period is the so-called Murashu archive. Now, this represents 730 clay tablets from the 5th century from the Bnei Murashu, which is a banking family. It's not impossible that they are Jewish, but there's no real data to prove it one or the other. However, when archaeologists go through these cuneiform tablets, there are lots and lots of names, right? It's a business archive with receipts and agreements and contracts and stuff like that. About 8% of the names mentioned in this massive archive are Jewish. And the way they tell is because they are so-called theophoric, meaning they invoke the name of the Jewish God right built into their own ways of referring to each other. My own children have theophoric names. It's very common. If you have a name like, let's say, I don't know, Jonathan, right, means God-given. That's right. They all invoke the name of God in some kind of active way. And so it's relatively easy. It's not foolproof. It's a pretty good sense that these are probably Jews. So there are 8% in this archive are Jewish, and they're located in 28 out of the 200 place names mentioned there. There's another collection, by the way, that refers to a place that seems to be like a concentration of Jews called Al Yahudu. Yahud, of course, would mean Jewish, and names in this separate collection as well, which was discovered after the Murashu archive was unearthed. What I find really amazing about the Murashu archive, theophoric, But Jews always use a patronymic, meaning one is normally named with a given name, son or daughter of one's parent. In most circumstances in Jewish practice, one is named after one is named by one's father. So, for
What do you
example,
mean?
my Hebrew name is Ben.
Yeah, I think it was
Hillel,
pretty
the son
interesting.
of Yaakov. In almost
It was
all
groundbreaking for the
usages,
time.
you would rely on your father's name
Yeah,
to your mother's
and the
name.
gold
The
standard.
reasons for the distinction I'm not going to. But what's really fascinating is if you look at name and their patronymics, and there's a real for the Common Era, in which
Oz
all of a
means
sudden
power.
these
So
Jews
Oz
have
means
regular
power.
Babylonian
So
names
perhaps
start giving their
they had a
children
mutual
super theophoric
shared
names,
inspiration, but I'm
as
not sure
if
of
they
the
have
source.
suddenly discovered religion,
Yeah.
intent on making sure that their children identify as Jews. It's really interesting. And in fact, that continues for several generations. But what would happen if all of a sudden you had all these
It means
Jews
strength
that had,
or might.
really secular names, like let's say Chad or Thomas or something. It's really not Christopher, right? Really not especially Jewish names. And then all of a sudden their kids get named like, Eliezer and Chana Rivka and Sarala. What happened? It's 480 for a real movement. They start giving their children much more Jewish names, and their grandchildren get Jewish names, and so on for quite some time. I just think that's cool. But let's go on. What did the Jews do? So the Morasho archive, because it's primarily dealing with business and receipts and things like that, doesn't give us a lot of detail about the nature of their lives, but it does say a lot about what kind of occupations they were involved in. It appears that there's a strong contingent of Jews who are active in the military. It's fascinating that in a diaspora condition, you wouldn't necessarily immediately think of that first, but we see that in Egypt. We see it also in Babylonia. Jews, of course, involved in animal husbandry, shepherding. Well, that's a traditional Jewish pursuit, right, with David and Moses and so on. Jews are involved in buying and selling real estate. They're involved in government service, like they're operating businesses on behalf of the government or so on. And we even have a significant population of Jews who are actually enslaved. There is a Jewish poor. It's not, one can't imagine that the vast majority of Jews are sort of like upper middle class. No, rather they are more middle class and lower in this. So let us
I'm
just
based out of
conclude a little
Irvine.
bit by thinking about the political organization. Like
No,
Egypt,
it's
ultimately
Orange
become
County.
the next great center of Jewish culture. That's what we're going to be exploring in just a few weeks.
Yeah, I did.
Move from Israel.
I lived in Van Nuys.
This increases.
Yeah, I lived in the valley.
Major
Hell yeah.
centers of Jews in Israel and in the Babylonian, the so-called Nechute, which referred to rabbis who leave Jerusalem and teach the rabbis in Babylonia what they're saying in Jerusalem, and sometimes they go back and forth many times. So there is an increasingly large population there. There's a significant cultural, hundreds of years earlier, language of the region becomes the literary lingua franca for much of the Eastern Mediterranean. And of course, it will be the language of the Talmud as well. Aramaic is, by the way, the Jews write it with Hebrew letters. Other peoples write it with different letters. And it's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from Hebrew in its grammar and structure, and even most of its vocabulary. It's probably sort of like French and Italian, or French each other. talk more
Just
about
an
Babylonia.
interesting take on
The
life.
organization of the Jews in Babylon, they had something called the Reish Galuta. The head of the exile on in this next semester, but this is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, and respected by the Jews. Really only take off
as
in
I
the
said
3rd
previously,
century,
I listened to him,
but
but that was
the
years
various
ago.
great academies of study, which will ultimately
It was years
often
ago.
get into conflict with the racial.
Yeah,
Well, that's
perhaps.
just like a prayer service in Aramaic, in contemporary synagogues as well.
I think I understand
But
most of
you
it.
shouldn't think that it's all sort of organized and working together. Two brothers who decided to just, go off on their own and create for about 15 years their own kind of like robber state, which was kind of like they were warlords, and these were Jewish guys who maintained kind of like regional independence from Parthian Parthian Empire, until finally the Parthians took care of it and destroyed the robber state. Fascinating kind of swashbuckling guys. More to say, but I think it'll take us too far away from our topic. Okay, that's Mesopotamia. One more short lecture about the diaspora coming up. Thank you for watching. Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all of this, but I just want to try and keep my remarks very brief because we will be returning to this in future lectures. So here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the kind of hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is the moving from left to right, the Italian peninsula that's shaped like a boot. And I said that in a Canadian way. I hope you recognize it. Next to it, we'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well.
I fucking love that movie.
The first suggestion of Jewish presence,
because it shows that nobody's belief system works 100%.
Building in the region. Population developing. This is especially so when which means it is protected and it has to.
Yeah, I mean, that's more like a documentary. I like Goodfellas. I like Goodfellas. I like The Godfather. I like The Founder. I like
practice which was
biographies or like
the period of antiquity, and
like
the Romans actually
biographies.
The few times when
I liked Gladiator.
Transporting this money was official authorities was definitely affected religions. Were also granted military protection.
Yeah, dog. Have you ever seen his
and the Sabbath, and
perhaps role in the moon?
In many cases,
in the Apollo program.
In
the Apollo program,
demand. Not so bad.
Well, people talk like that. Who knows?
Events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course, it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction up to the 1st century, there is a growing social movement as well.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I think the book's interesting. I think that the movie's interesting. I think he's a
is
great author.
concern that
I
Jews
think
are
they make
somehow
really great
misanthropic,
movies about his
that
books.
they hate other people. Why? Because they belong to the religion.
Not that I recall.
This was like a strange idea. Really? Exactly, but certainly for men it means circumcision, Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood.
To my ability,
fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, like, what is the problem? It's so basic. I've often compared this to the example of not standing when
it's on a YouTube channel,
which Americans would consider very. Use this example long before it became social justice movement, and Black Lives Matter, and so on. The fact that it has been is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces perceived if they refuse to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless, Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. You have a lot of people who are real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism, and you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool, you can see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating. I've got to talk about it. Catacomb Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. Of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some catacombs, and they are so fascinating.
Not that I recall, but perhaps
you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. It's possible that they practiced a two-step burial. Practice that anyway, period. It was
I understand.
On the yard side, the
they don't really fascinate me.
Exhume
I'm not really impressed by
all flesh, and there
other
would
religions,
be a ceremonial bringing of
I'm
the
aware
bones
of them.
to a fountain. And so enter things like that. Kind of spooky by modern sense. Are beautifully decorated.
Yeah, Doug.
Like
I pray every single day. I don tefillin every morning. Here's my tefillin bag. I've got my Siddurim right here. I mean, I'm as religious as I can be.
Things like that. Some friends. A dead child. Tragic at the same time. And the inscriptions are almost all in Latin or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower if their first language for something. A grave marker would be in a foreign language, but there are some Hebrew as well, and the symbol of the.
Yeah, Doug, you're hitting me with too many questions, my friend. Okay, I love you. I understand. No, I understand, but as I said when you came in, I've been answering questions all day long. I mean, literally, I have like interviews that I'm uploading. Let me just enjoy.
More than we can talk about today. Let's talk about that. We're looking which we with little bits of Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is one of the most significant of the countries here.
You should know.
We see that
If you can hear this, it's very fascinating. It's the history of the world, essentially. So, if you're bored, listen to it.
The first and Antiochus the third, those are to the Antiochus the fourth, who was associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same.
Dog, I'm telling you, I love you, but I'm not answering any more questions. I'm focusing on other stuff.
Of synagogues, even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms prosuke or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation, a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. From Josephus and Philo and many other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In the previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They will refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian. It's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud. We won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or of a slightly different, family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adra. And this is from an 11th century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this. There's something wiped out, and then the end of the word is nia, and then a new word, salo, something missing, nula, and then a word an, uno, mens, cuatro, die, uno, Judea, which translates as probably something like here lies, a girl's name that ends in the letters N-I-A. Junia, something like that. Daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than the IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. And finally, she is specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And she is our first indication this region. Wow, I can't wait to get back to talk about this some more. But for now, let's wrap up this discussion of the diaspora. The next lecture is going to be some concluding sort of like synthetic remarks about what does antiquity mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which will begin right after that. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another in the Jewish history. Today's class begins with a rhetorical question. How did the Jewish people survive antiquity? I say rhetorical, don't get excited. I'm going to give you a complete answer by the end of this class. My goal is to try and recap the the last 15 odd in detail, I need to step back to reflect on change dramatically in the next 15-week semester when we go into the medieval period. To really answer, how did the Jewish people survive antiquity? A few thoughts on this, some of them in the next video, but for the time being, to reflect on what we've covered and to take a deep breath. It's a beautiful photograph. Actually, an antique from the beginning of it has been colorized. Sense of like black and white. So let's begin with the quick recaps. Here's our map of the Middle East. You can see a little mark of Jerusalem in Israel, and we start migration from that area. Most historians are around the before the common. They're working with that almost in the Hebrew scriptures presents a that's way back at the beginning of the semester. Look at the video was historical difficulties. It's the narrative that we have in the biblical text. Abraham and Sarah make their way to the land of Israel, and then there's some interesting kind of side trips to Egypt, not only with Abraham, but most with Joseph, who ends up, the amazing story becomes here of Egypt, and then his family, Jews, end up being enslaved there for Jew here, and have called themselves Jews at that time. Most called themselves side of the river, meaning other side of the river. Hebrew, Jewish, and so on, to sort of ally them all and call everybody Jewish. But away we go. Next, we get Bible, Exodus, first around the era, resulting in a Jews in the land of Israel. And this is how we begin to slowly get more archaeological evidence. As the Merneptah Stele refers to this region at about from the Torah, 5 books of Moses, to the early prophets. We see a discussion of kind of like a trial of governance in the land described in the book of Samuel, the appointment of Saul king to become a united monarchy. This golden age, where you have really the nascent Jewish sovereignty in this land, both in terms of influence. Fortunately, after Solomon, it descends, and the region is divided. The region is called Israel, and the southern region is called this map. And if we move forward a few centuries, when Israel, the Northern Kingdom, is attacked, of its population is shipped off in population transfer in common of, which is a little bit of lots of people were left in the region. Significant population was taken off the north. There was another invasion which reaches and destroys the temple that was built there in Jerusalem. And was once again significant Babylonia, 6th century. However, is fairly short. A few decades later, Cyrus, the Persian Empire, granted freedom to the Jews and many returned to Israel and reestablished second wealth, the some level of Jewish sovereignty. Empire, but Jews are government. Greeks country run by them and by culture, and sparks a dramatic revolution. 165, or the Hanukkah Rebellion, when the Jews throw off and also empire. Then in the Syria, they reestablished the Jewish kingdom. Maccabees also as in Hebrew. The Greek culture influence, and even though the Jews sovereignty, not from Hellenism, continue along that path. Romans invaded the word to use. You change that because exactly invade. You kind of invited because of dispute between the Maccabean kings. But with the Roman advance into Israel, then you have the gradual and sporadic limitation of Jewish rule. Basically, what the Romans do is they allow the Jews, like they did with many other peoples they conquered, to have a level of self-government and the power of what is called Judea, vary depending on how adept the Jewish king was at negotiating orders of power. Herod, for example, was one of the most powerful, and he had a very long rule in the 1st century BCE, tremendous amount of public works and building and so on, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews built well in the 1st century, the Common Era, a major rebellion that goes badly for them, and the Second Temple is destroyed in 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a misnomer, and so on, but by no means was the region depopulated. There was, however, a second rebellion under Bar Kokhba about 70 odd years later, and this resulted in a much more devastating Roman reaction, and the central region of Judea, its Galilee, was more depopulated than before. So that's basically the period that we're going to use to describe. However, that this is not necessarily the same term that secular scholars use. The period of antiquity out until with the fall of Rome, we start to see major happening in. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments imposed on the Jewish people. First of all, the loss of sovereignty, right? That can basically knock out just about any, the fact that they lost control of their land multiple times. First under the Assyrians when the 10 northern tribes were taken away, then under the Babylonians, Judah was destroyed, then a level of self-rule under the Persians was threatened, and then under the Romans, of course. This is like repeated loss of sovereignty. The Jews keep coming back, nevertheless, and reestablishing some level of self-rule. If we jump ahead to the 20th century, though, 1,000 years of absence, it was really mind-boggling. Not only loss of sovereignty, but physical displacement, right? It's hard to reassert its national identity when they lose control of their self-government. If much of the population, especially elites, males of fighting age, are taken off to a far location, if they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory, how do they reestablish themselves, especially in the ancient period when communication and transportation is nothing like what we would see in the modern era? Third, a full-on court press of other dominant Koreans, the Babylonians, oh my gosh, Greeks. Incredible is that these people idea that Jews could somehow maintain with a highly distinct form of worship and ethics and literature. These are tremendous period of antiquity. Repeated, tremendously devastating. Standing up, getting knocked down. Our Copper Revolt, the First Roman Jewish War, the People's Rebellion, over and over again. Of they are simply not doing well for their existence. Not discount the spiritual, when so much of what they considered rock solid was not so, such as the temple rituals were central to Judaism, and the sacrifice of the temple as a way of communicating, expiating sin, of receiving forgiveness. The displacement of people to another land, how are they able to maintain a sense of balance, purpose, and sense of integrity on the straight and narrow as a nation? Challenges to their existence. Really mind-boggling. I'm not going to. I may give some hints as to what I think in the next class, but let us leave the and realize that we are now moving into a new period of Jewish existence, because the population demographic is slowly shift to the diaspora, to places like India, which has a phenomenal renaissance, and Talmud, also the huge surges to kind of what it means to be Jewish outside a few centuries. So that's what we're going to do next, the medieval period. We'll see that vitality to maintain over so many centuries. Very much for watching. To another episode. Just like when I offered how did the Jews survive it, with when it applied to this more give you some sense towards the end of this. Please don't think watching the next few minutes, like friends and relatives, fans, Hitchhiker's Guide 42 is in fact the answer to everything, including this question, but that's not the sense that you ask a very obvious question. Wait a second, why are we only talking about the meaning of Jewish history in video number 42? This should be video number 1, or maybe video number 2. How is it possible that we've gone through the entire ancient period and we haven't gotten to this particular subject? So you would be absolutely right in asking that question. Ideally, I would like to radical things, but most tell me the story. Then I about what it is, and so I have first kind of this and the medieval period, and this we'll start talking about I think at the end of class, these posts to the overall. We're going to start by a great professor. Just recently won the Rothschild. I young to a student, and she was in. We're going to be how Jewish history, and in this, we're going to. That is or narrative. Now, Professor Rothschild, meta history in the kind of sense of metaphysics, right? It's kind of like a term. Meta means beyond or past. So, like for example, physics is the study of the mass, velocity, things like that. That metaphysics is like the study of what's beyond that, the nature of God, the nature of the soul, things like that. With conventional scientific tools, but go beyond what those tools are able to easily measure. And what he's really referring to is like, what are the theoretical underpinnings of any work of Jewish history? Like, what is the larger story of this history is embedded inside the word history? What is the grand narrative which this Jewish history applies? So, just looking at a few examples of how historians have David, very interesting work written in the 16th century by an idiosyncratic individual, David Guy. I actually have a friend who is a by Gans, Prague, a great local historian. David represents the sense that this processes apply to David's Jewish, and then there's another as if several things, if kids are not impacting impacted. I couldn't like live in my world. The history, Jewish history affects secular history. If you read them out entirely, Jewish history was kind of like somehow other. We get to the 19th century, or critical great scholar Heinrich work has been characterized Leidensgeschichte und Literaturgeschichte. Like this or misfortune. Geschichte is, of course, and literature. Literature. So, in other words, this grand sort of portrays the Jewish people as being constantly dispersed, programized, exiled, less. They get together and nations. They have phenomenal contributions to civilization. They're writing these amazing books. They're developing science. They're engaging in work. And so it's kind of like this oscillation of like society will away, but then in the new location, new rise and do great civilization. Then they'll be persecuted again, and they'll be location and so on. And this is kind of like the grand Another evident work of the historian who criticized Gretz for important things and doing them grand Gretz and Jewry and Satanism and the Kabbalah like that. His grand narrative is really part of the entire enterprise of the attempt to demonstrate the world that the acceptance of society unjustly they reduced. That doesn't quite follow is either ignored by Gretz. This is part of the challenges with a grand narrative approach. For example, when you look at the Hasidic movement, which represents not a rationalist approach to Judaism, not an attempt to, come to terms with general society, and especially when we talk about the 19th century, and there's a lot of conflict with the more rational see them and things like that. I kind of looked at that as a backwards position, going the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in Gretz's history, and that's something to more in favor of looking at people themselves. And there's, of course, very much a popular movement that came from the general average Jew more than anything else. Shimon Dubno was very much an avid, did very close with him. Really about what the people are developing. And what have the people developed? They have developed the trappings. And he says this should not be what state in ancient Israel, and that should board and things like state requires. The ability to exist as an integral unit, even in a minority culture, very different host culture. We should be for. This is an idea. Hasidism, which is positive and should be developed. Then, trying to, fit secular society, development, Jewish, a lot of fascinating things. Everything in his grand narrative looked to Zionism, had a dim view of Zionism because he said, hey, that's going backwards. The Jews have already proved they don't. Still, modern society specifically led a state, and you want them to go back to a more barbaric. So he definitely soft and said that no, the narrative of Jewish is the return to constant Jew to reset the of the Judean temple and so on. And so Jewish activity and the power of gravity is exerted upon the Jewish soul by the land of Israel itself. And now, of course, that Israel has achieved statehood, I'm not exactly sure what happens next in Ben Sion. Finally, fantastic working in City at Columbia University. He argues that we should be looking a little bit like these other overarching motives to that, but we should also realize the highly distinct nature of these approach, which was influenced by Marx's theory of history, is not necessarily something that we should emphasize. We should look at how the Near Eastern communities developed this way. Look at how African Jewish communities, look at how Asian Jewish communities developed, and not necessarily try to fit them into one overarching. Wow, lots of grand narrative. Our period much more that is postmodern. The challenging philosophers, including Jacques Derrida, shown here, a French Jew who wrote, among other things, Il n'y a pas de hors texte. And what is its represents approach to text, which is deep, is having a major impact, perhaps in literary criticism, but it will made its way into the social science, even the hard science, and history, theology, modernism as a critique. What Derrida can never move on the text itself, which is legitimate beyond the text for us. What does that mean? I present to you my birth certificate. Document my name on two other odds and ends of data there. And I to say, person was this little town in you might be correct assumption after all. Is that encountered on a video certificate which said such at some different. That document actually represents says that this document. Who says that this document isn't the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake? Perhaps this is a clerk document, but they really. I mean, I don't know. Say, okay, fine. We can go back to the small town, and we can rifle through the card catalog. The original document. Here it is. Same thing. Is that here's a document that says things as that other document. There's possibility that both of them are wrong. This becomes even more complex when you look at something like a government document is a pretty strange thing. It's either mistake written down or not. But for example, you find a memoir. The person who wrote that memoir actually wrote that memoir. And how do you know that the memoir actually? All you have fundamentally is this text that purports to be what someone says he or she remembered at a particular time. You can never go back to what happened. You are stuck in the text itself. Because if we cannot make generalizations about reality beyond the documents and archaeological finds that we discover, history, Derrida once said, "Je suis le dernier juif." I am the last Jew. And like many of these cryptic things that people say, it's not exactly clear what he meant by it. But it appears that he may be referring to the idea that, you know, it's entirely predicated, like all history, on our reliance on prior documents. And that essentially that such and such a thing happened because here's something that says it happened. And we can never go beyond the document to say what actually happened. In the words of von Ranke, wie es eigentlich gewesen war. What actually happened. We can never know what actually happened. We can only know what document has been presented to us. So this upends everything. Like when we find the Tel Dan stele that has the phrase Beit David, David really was a house of David. That really mean, even if we can like use carbon dating to say this stone was planted in the ground at this particular time or was carved at this particular time, is it David we're talking about? Is it David of the Bible? Everything is up in the air because of postmodernism. So what have historians done to respond to it? In my generation, when I was going through graduate school, we were already postmodernism, and the tendency among scholars, which has only increased over the last few decades, is that historians can't write about a large period of history because every single document you encounter never really represents what is beyond it. You only have the document itself. So therefore, one way to compensate, lots of documents and lots of testimonies that focus on one problem. So for example, rather than trying to write the history of revolutionary France, write the history of a person living in revolutionary France in a few years. All the documents you can, focusing on that person's biography, and hopefully with multiple points of contact, you can say something useful. Person experienced that revolution. You can't say anything else about how a woman would have experienced it, king, or none of those experiences are recorded. This new focus primarily on one small part, but on the other hand, we only have a finite lifetime. Possibly examine all those things, do the same things, larger focus. I mean, it just gets to be such a nightmare to try and figure out: is it possible to write anything larger, any survey history? Is it even possible? So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to who I imagine myself, historian. Like, this is what I look like as a. And so since we have so many other beautiful photographs, I want to stick this one in. I have to give credit to Marco Dashev, who was this amazing photographer who reached out to me to do a shoot because he's putting together a book. And I'm very proud to be included in his subjects. He really has a unique gift to be able to find that little, who is this person, and then put it somehow onto his lens and into these prints. So anyways, that's here's the question. If this is the situation, that our documents cannot claim to represent any reality than what they are as we see them. We can't generalize beyond the reliability. The fiction department. Why isn't it there? Just is the purpose of everything that we're doing here? Is there any distinction between it? There certainly is a difference between history. I'm going to follow this argument that in his book, and that, however, there's a little bit more of personal sharing. One of the first books that I read in Jewish history was a classic, not a professional historian, but a very talented compiler of data, storyteller. And I remember when I was probably about old, I came across this book I had in the house in a paperback copy, Jews, God, and History. And as you can see it from the cover, he also wrote a book called The Indestructible Jews, which I have to admit I've never actually read, although it all makes one piece for me. I just recently ordered another copy of Jews, God, and History so I can try and relive a little bit of what it must have been like for me to read that book. Interestingly, by the way, before we leave Jews, God, and History, let's point out that it is an incredibly popular book. It was published first in the 1960s. It went through a second edition, which you'll note was published in a couple different versions. This version here says basically, 1.5 million copies print, second edition. But this version, this cover says something very significant. Edited by Ethel Demont. So I know I've shown you a lot of pictures of white males, including myself, that work in history, but we don't know how much of a contribution Ethel made to this book. She herself is also a published author. She and then wrote a book about it. But one of her big claims to fame is the fact that she was very much involved, not only in the second edition, but in the first edition, the 60s. So we don't know a lot about involvement in this, but let's not think of this as an exclusively male person. So Max history emphasizes the indestructibility of the Jews. And that's something that made a big impact on me. So let's return to our question of postmodern, a little bit about my own adolescent first encounter with history. I will focus on something that Professor Rothschild calls the compact, which is basically a deal that you and I are going to make in this history. The deal is that I am going to do my best to approach these texts that we use, the data points that we use to write history. I'm going to be as of my own towards a meta history, which in my mind, Max I. Demont's first presentation of Indestructible Jews. And I am going to share those biases with you. And I am troubled by a source. I'll try and let you know about that. I'll try and avoid, overarching and huge generalizations in my history, which may make it not quite as dramatic as some other historians can portray it, including perhaps Max I. Demont. But nevertheless, I'm going to treat you with a level of respect to say, I'm not totally sure about what I'm saying here, but it seems to say this. And you, on the other hand, you're going to read and listen, and you're going to critically analyze and subject my presentation to the same level of academic rigor that I hope to hold myself to. When you respond or in emails or whatever, I hope you will continue to be respectful and understand that, I am just a human being trying hard to present this material as best as I see it within the parameters of my own personal weaknesses as a scholar and as a human being. I hope you won't hold me to any kind of, religious yardstick, whether I'm too orthodox or whether I'm not orthodox enough, not Muslim enough or whatever, not secular enough. The same way you are. That's the difference between history and fiction. In fiction, you're like tossing out a whole story, and this is like, I'm making this all up, and I can make it up any way I want, and I don't care what you think. In history, we have an agreement that I'm going to do the best I can to present what I think, what actually happened, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, and you are going to understand that with humility, that's the way I'm approaching it, and you will analyze it with your own capacities at the same time. Offer some greater sense into my grand narrative, and for that, I'm going to turn to the work of Cecil Roth, phenomenal scholar who was incredibly encyclopedic in his knowledge of things Jewish. He, in fact, was the prime moving force behind the massive intellectual project of the 20th century, the kind of equivalent of the genome sequencing project for Jewish things, and that is the massive Encyclopedia Judaica. He was the prime intellectual force behind it. And he wrote a survey of Jewish history, and he actually revised it several times. It was translated several times, and there are certain key passages that are identified in Professor Rosman's book that actually differ from edition to edition. And he seemed to be kind of like uncertain about how he wanted to phrase this idea. Version of his conclusion, as he put it in the 1950s. He said, "The preservation of the Jew was certainly not captured. After time," note, of course, it's not gender-neutral language, but there you go, 1950s. "Time after time in his history, moreover, he has been saved from disaster in a manner which cannot be described excepting as providential." Providential is, of course, a word which Hebrew speakers know as hashgacha pratit, or as divine supervision, meaning like divine involvement in the survival of the Jew. Dr. Roth goes on, the author, speaking of himself in the third person, something which I really like doing, especially on Twitter, to write this work in a secular spirit. He does not think that his readers can fail to see in it, on every page, a higher imminence. So in other words, what Dr. Roth was saying was that he's going to use the tools of secular reasoning. He's going to use the kind of Western, university-based critical skills that were trained in him by his instructors at the great colleges of Europe. And that's how he's going to analyze Jewish history. Not with some other kind of ideological monitor, not some kind of purity gauge or something like that. He's going to try and look at it as best he can with the tools he has at his disposal. But even with all of that, it's still very hard not to see a higher imminence on every page of Jewish history. That's my inspiration. I hope you found this theoretical lecture not too tedious. The fact is you're listening to it at the very end, so maybe you've fallen asleep, but I appreciate you being with me. Next lecture, we're going back to the standard kind of narrative description, and we're going to look at the Jews of Mesopotamia, a fascinating period in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. The period after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, and then the Second Roman-Jewish War under Bar Kokhba in the 130s, is an incredibly important period in the development of Jewish history in general. This is primarily because the Jewish people had to learn how to adapt themselves to a radically new environment. Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship between themselves and their God had disappeared, and they had to articulate a new way of centering that fundamental religious identity. Secondly, on a political level, there was no question that after two disastrous revolts, the Jews would not be able to budge the Roman Empire from their land. And so they had to find ways of organizing themselves in order to maintain group integrity, in order to maintain their identity. And in fact, they were quite successful at doing so. Many historians have described this period as the transition between the Tanaim and the Amoraim, very important terms. They're technical in nature. They refer really to periods in intellectual history. The Tanaim are the main teachers from the 1st century before the Common Era up until the early 3rd century of the Common Era, and their main activity was memorizing and teaching the Mishnah. That is the oral tradition that we discussed a few lectures ago of what exactly is the Mishnah, but these are the teachers who would play an incredibly important role in focusing Jewish energies on their continued spiritual life, which would of course be related very closely to their communal life, their identity, and ultimately their political life as well. The Amoraim, or the speakers, Tanaim means teachers, Amorim means speakers. These people are especially associated with the development of the Talmud, and there are Amoraim in Israel, and also, more importantly, in Babylonia, where the Babylonian Talmud would be developed. So the period of the Tanaim basically comes to a close at the beginning of the 3rd century. The Amoraim pick it up from there with their development of the Talmud, although the function of the Tanaim in terms of memorizing the Mishnah is still very relevant for centuries, but they will primarily be subservient to the Amoraim intellectually, in that they will be the repositories of all this memorized knowledge. Even when it is in a written form, there's still tremendous utility for people to have a massive intellectual storehouse of it, and the Amoraim will then be exploring it and discussing it, as I hope to discuss in the 2 lectures from now. At any rate, let's look at this period in a little more detail. So at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most important city after Jerusalem was a small town close to the coast called Yavne. And as you may recall, there's a famous passage that we discussed earlier in the Talmud, in which Yochanan ben Zakkai appeals to Vespasian, the future emperor of Rome, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me Yavne and its sages. There's some dispute over the historicity of that particular incident, and there's some interesting reflections on what role Berenice may have had in protecting Yavne. But what we know for certain is that Yavne itself became a major center for concentration of sages. At first, under the leadership of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, later under Rabban Gamliel, and many others. Fascinating stories. I'd like to look at one specific episode that occurred in Yavne that has some fascinating implications and illustrate, for our purposes, the sense of what's happening in terms of the intellectual refocus that's happening among the Jewish people at this time. This is a passage that occurs in the Talmud, Tractate Bava Metzia 59b, the Babylonian Talmud. The dispute centers on the status of a particular oven called the oven of Achnai. It's a particular design, and the rabbis are arguing as to whether or not it retains its ritual purity under certain circumstances. Basically, it boils down to 2 main sides of the argument. Rabbi Eliezer Hagadol, a great sage, who tends to follow the teachings of Shammai. Well, perhaps I should just make an interlude at this point. Shammai and Hillel are 2 of the greatest of the Zugot, the generation that preceded the Tanaim, and their teachings, which are by now like 200 years old, have created 2 large schools, the school of Shammai, Beit Shammai, and the school of Hillel, the school of Hillel. And up until the destruction of the temple, it seems that whether one followed Hillel or Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You would associate yourself with a particular school, and you would consistently follow the dictates of that school in terms of personal conduct, and they got along fairly well overall. They had tremendous amount of disputes over the law, but those disputes were famously solved quite amicably. Things changed after the destruction of the temple, however, as there is a consolidation of thought, primarily around the opinion of Hillel. At any rate, on the one side, we have Rabbi Eliezer Hagadol, very important rabbi who tends to follow the teaching of Shammai. And on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority vote, is following Hillel's opinion regarding how to deal with this oven. That is the house of Hillel. They're agreeing with Beit Hillel. Hillel is passed away quite for a long time now. And what ends up happening is really remarkable. The Talmud says that Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let this river reverse course. And the river does. And the rabbis say, doesn't matter. We follow the argument of logic, and you can bring as many supernatural proofs as you like. That's not how we decide things here. So then Rabbi Eliezer says, if the law follows my opinion, let these carob trees be uprooted and be sent along the road. And the rabbi, and then that actually happens. And then the rabbis say, doesn't matter. The Torah is something that we debate amongst ourselves, and majority rules. And then finally he says, if the law follows my opinion, let the walls of the Beit Medrash crumble. And they crumble. Then at one point, one of the rabbis says, what to the walls? What are you doing? Why should you be involved in this? And so the walls, they don't collapse completely. They sort of like stay in a leaning place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Rabbi Eliezer says then, if the law follows me, let the heavens proclaim it. And a booming voice comes out from the sky and says, the law follows the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. And this looks like a slam dunk, right? You've got all these supernatural phenomena supporting Rabbi Eliezer, but the rabbis say, you can bring as many proofs as you want, but lo bashamayim, the law is not in heaven. The law is on earth, and on earth we follow majority rule. So Rabbi Eliezer's opinion is not followed. The dominant opinion, which is Beit Hillel, is followed in this particular case of this oven of Achnai. Two reasons why this is really important. Let me start with perhaps the less important but very interesting reason, and that is associated with the tsunami. So I had this great opportunity. I got a call from National Geographic about a year ago, and they said they want to talk to me, which I was really honored, about the research of Dr. Beverly Goodman, who is a geoarchaeologist working at the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data and has determined that the earthquake, which is described, for example, as far away as Antioch in the year 115, probably destroyed ports along the coastline of Israel. And she argued, and this is why National Geographic wanted to ask me for my opinion. I don't know why me specifically, but it was really cool to get the call. Is it possible that the passage described in Bava Metzia is actually reflecting a historical event, a geological event, specifically a tsunami hitting the region of Yavne in the year 115? Wow. And it's so interesting because all of the phenomena that are described there, beginning with the river running backwards, the carob trees flying away, the walls of the Beit Midrash beginning to crumble, and then later there's a discussion of huge storms at sea. They all make sense with this particular event. Now, how to place that within the overall context of the discussion in the Gemara is a fascinating question. You can have a look at the podcast if you want and hear the interview where we go back and forth on what this might mean. But what is really significant, that's the kind of cool point, but the most important point is that the rabbis in Yavne, perhaps with the divine assistance of this tsunami, make a clear distinction that this is how we are going to go forward. We're no longer going to be able to rely on sort of like everybody decides what they want. Am I going to be Beis Hillel? Am I going to be Beis Shammai? Now it's time, especially with the loss of the temple, that we have to come together for sure around our rabbinic leaders. The rabbinic leaders are deciding we're going to follow Beit Hillel. And so the development of this majoritarian consensus rule after debate becomes an exceptionally important element in the way that Jewish communities will organize themselves for the next 2,000 years. Just to be clear, the tsunami and all of the possible impact it had on the discussion that's recorded in Bava Metzia does not affect the central thrust of the meaning of that passage, which is to say that lo b'shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven, that the Torah is here on the planet Earth, and human beings will debate it. Bringing a supernatural proof to advance your particular interpretation of Jewish law is not considered a valid argument, and therefore the rabbis will continue to maintain their standards, and this is a very important starting point for the organization of Jewry from there on after. But it's still very cool to think that a tsunami was happening at that time. There were two institutions that were especially important for the survival of the Jews after Yavne. You can see in this map here that the sages from Yavne, which is, you can see sort of on the lower left there, they've all spread out primarily to the north, where the majority of the Jewish population is going to be living after Bar Kokhba, but also some development in the south as well. The two institutions that they will ultimately coalesce around are the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate. The Sanhedrin is the Jewish court that continued to function after the destruction of the temple, although it could not function in Jerusalem itself because Jews were forbidden to live there for a period of time. It moved, as you can see from these white arrows here, out to Yavne and then up to the north where it was located in a few different places till it finally settled in Tiberias, a relatively new city, but a very important center of Jewish activity for the period that we're discussing today. Related to the Sanhedrin, and sometimes overlapping in its leadership, is the so-called Patriarchate, or Nisiyut in Hebrew. The Patriarchate is essentially the government of the Jews, which is led by a single individual, the Nasi. We don't have really good sense of exactly how it functioned. We also don't have a really good sense of the extent of its authority. We don't have a good sense of exactly how it related to the Roman government. There are some tantalizing elements of this relationship, in particular in the figure of one of the greatest of the Nesiim, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi, Rabbi Judah the Prince, as is sometimes related. Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi was the prime figure organizing the codification of the Mishnah, which up until this point, as we mentioned, has been an oral document that has been transmitted by these Tanaim. He organized its codification into its textual form, its written form, which we have to this day. This happened around the year 200, perhaps 220 of the Common Era. And this is really the line that separates the Tanaim from the Amoraim. After the Mishnah is confirmed in writing, its primary exponents will be known as the Amoraim, and the documents that they will eventually produce are known as the Talmuds. One of them was produced in Israel, actually primarily in the northern region, to a certain degree on the coast, although it tends to be called the Yerushalmi or Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes the Palestinian Talmud. Both of those terms are kind of inaccurate or misleading in one way or another, but there is a Talmud created first in Israel, and then a later one, much larger one, in Babylonia, which will be the subject of the next two lectures. One of the challenges of studying this period is that we are essentially locked into rabbinic documents. To a certain degree, we have some Roman government documents, historians, but most of our really juicy sources are rabbinic in nature. And so the rabbis are primarily not interested in giving us history. They want to tell us about law, about religion, about faith, about philosophy. Those are the things that are, the primary energies of the rabbis at this time. We do have some chronologists, like the Seder Olam, which is the Order of the World, one of the earliest chronologies compiled by the rabbis. We also have Megillat Tainit. We have a few ancient sources, but they're not really histories. They are kind of like, on this date this happened, without really analyzing and fleshing out why things happened. When we look at other sources, we have, for example, the Babata archaeology, which we discussed a little bit when we talked about Bar Kokhba. Some 30 documents, primarily personal legal documents that were collected by a woman who was hiding with the Bar Kokhba rebels in the Cave of Letters. And what we can see from her archive is that while it's hard to generalize from one woman, we have another source, also a woman that comes from around this time as well. It seems that Jews were not hesitant to use non-Jewish courts, which suggests some limitation of the rabbi's authority. Obviously, they frowned on the abandonment of Jewish courts for Roman courts, or in this case, Nabatean and other courts. So perhaps there's a whole existence of Jews who were simply doing their own thing, following the dominant authority, which in this case would be the Romans, instead of listening to the rabbis. This would not be surprising. We just don't know the extent of it. We also have to realize that the Jews have a very problematic relationship with the Romans. On the one hand, heavily resenting the Romans for the depredation in their society. And on the other hand, the Romans, who have by this time, by the way, established 2 legions in Israel, which is a remarkably large number of people, about 10,000 soldiers, and they are cash heavy, meaning that they get paid in coin, and so they're extremely important for the local economy. They are resented by the population. The rabbinical sources give us a lot of descriptions of the abuse of the population by the Romans, but on the other hand, they're really essential to the economic realities of Israel. The Romans, as we shall discuss in a later lecture, are also extending certain privileges to certain classes of Jews. Makes a very big difference, and they're building roads, they're doing all kinds of infrastructure things that are useful for them as soldiers, but also useful for the economy as a whole. So there's a complex dynamic going on here that we don't know a lot about. We also get the sense, however, that even though we don't know for sure how extensive the authority of the rabbis are, there's no question that they have a phenomenal pull, that Judaism is a very competitive ideology at this time. Just for one example, have a look at Helena of Adiabene, who was a queen of this small kingdom you can see out here on the upper Tigris River. And Josephus tells us a lot about it. She also appears in the Talmud as Hilni Hamalka, that is Helene the queen. And she actually converts with her sons to Judaism, and she makes several trips to Jerusalem. She's known for her tremendous generosity. She gives to a lot of charity, and she chooses to be buried in Israel with this magnificent tomb. It was for a long time associated with someone else until they realized it was, in fact, Helena's tomb. Her sarcophagus was retrieved and is on display in the Israel Museum. So the thought that a very important, powerful political woman like Helena of Adiabene would convert to Judaism is just a sense of how, even during these very difficult times in the 1st century and onward, Judaism is still, quite appealing to the outside population. Okay, I'm going to leave it here. Let's go on in the next lecture to look at the development of the Babylonian Center in particular. Thank you very much for watching. So continuing our discussion from the transition of the Tanaim to the Amoraim, from a period immediately following the disastrous 2 revolts against Rome, and culminating in the solidification of the Sanhedrin and the Patriarchate in Israel, and ultimately the composition of the Mishnah. Let us now transition to Babylonia, which will become the gravitational center of the Jewish world within a very short order, after the year 219, which is when Rav, the scholar, arrived in the region after studying Israel. He was actually a native to Babylonia, went to Israel to study, came back, and was very much involved in establishing educational standards there. And by the way, this overemphasis perhaps on the role of one particular person, Rav, that particular rabbi, is based on the traditional scholarship, which really dates from the 9th and 10th century, and we rely very heavily on that to understand this otherwise very poorly documented period. But what we can say with absolute confidence is that Babylonia becomes such an important center in the centuries that follow his arrival in the region. So let's just do a little bit of background on the political reality. The period that represents the golden age of the Jews of Babylonia in the development of the Talmud is a period when the Parthian Empire falls to the Sasanian Empire. That's in the year 224 of the Common Era and beyond. Again, we don't know very much about the region before 219 in particular. That's when we begin to have documentation from the Talmud itself, but also from the Gaonic authorities like Rav Shvira Gaon, who wrote really the first Talmudic history to describe what was going on in the region at the time. It's a period of Zoroastrian resurgence, especially during the rule of Shpur Malka, Shapur I, also known as Shvur Malka. He appears every now and then in the Talmudic literature, and it represents a period where the Jews seem to have, for the most part, a tremendous amount of freedom of activity, that they have a widespread settlement in one concentrated area, particularly on the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and they're able to engage in tremendous internal creativity. And it will remain this way until the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, and then things are going to shift, just like we saw shifting from the Tanaim to the Amoraim. Then we begin to have a different kind of intellectual orientation once the Talmud is solidified in this format, but let me leave that till later on in this series. At any rate, what we're looking at today is the first couple of centuries after the Sasanian Empire began in the early 3rd century. Here's a map that shows where the Jews were settled. If you look on the right-hand side, you can see the larger scale, the two major rivers, in Hebrew, the Nahar Diglat, or Hidekel, which is the Tigris, and the Nahar Prat, or the Euphrates, and they flow from the northwest down into the southeast, into the Persian Gulf. And there's a region at the waist of those rivers where they come together. That's where Jews were primarily settled. And there's much older settlements of Jews that we can trace in biblical literature, for example, but this is really where the heavy settlement exists in the Talmudic period. Now, in this particular map, it's called the area of pure lineage. You can see in the detail on the left there. And this is a determination that was made in the Talmud in one particular discussion about marrying Jews who come from faraway lands, where there is a question of rates of intermarriage and following divorce law appropriately, which has great significance in Jewish thought. I think this kind of like overstates it, the way it looks like a solid block, and if you were born on the other side, you were in big trouble. It's not necessarily the case, but I'll leave that to the rabbis to argue. You can see here, though, the number of small towns that are actually referred to several times in the Talmud, but they're all based on these two big rivers with canals that run between them. Here's a Hebrew map that I think condenses some of this information to some of the most important sites. You have the great yeshiva at Sura, the great academy at Sura, at Nehardar, and at Pumbedita. The story of these three yeshivot, and after the year 259, when Nehardar is overrun in a regional conflict of two yeshivot, Sura and Pumbedita, will last for hundreds of years and extend well into the Muslim period. These are the great academies, the centers of Jewish study, where the Talmud would be developed in Babylonia. And what I think is especially fascinating about this map is that if you look at the scale, you can see that it's 50 kilometers basically between each of these yeshivot. 50 kilometers in miles is something like 30 miles. Like conceivably, you could walk along the riverbank all the way from Sura to Pumbedita in one long day. Certainly, you could stop in Nehardar for a lunch, maybe stay the night and then walk to Pumbedita and have lunch there the next day. It's amazing how we're talking about places that have such phenomenal global significance for Jews studying the Talmud, but they're really so close to each other, even by foot. And the historical element of this is that when Rav came back from studying with Rabbi Yehuda Nasi and others in Israel, when he returned to Bavel, he ended up establishing the yeshiva of Sura. His colleague Shmuel went to Nehardar, and later the yeshiva moved to Pumbedita, and that's how we have these major institutions. There are many, many others as well, but these are, let's say, the three really big early yeshivot established in the region. A lot more to say about what exactly was a yeshiva. We tend to think of contemporary yeshivot, and fold them backwards in time to what they must have looked like then, possibly it didn't look like that much at all. It may have been more like disciple circles or things like that. But we do know that there were three kind of institutional settings that were especially important in the early period. In the next short video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the Talmud is and what these rabbis in these yeshivot were doing. But we should understand that, we are to a certain degree hindered by the fact that almost all the information we have about Jewish life in Babylonia at this time is from the rabbis. And the rabbis, by and large, are not really interested in giving us extraneous information that we might like as historians. They give us a lot of description about law, religion, philosophy, things like that, but not necessarily history. And when scholars begin to discover a little evidence recorded in non-Jewish sources or perhaps archaeological evidence, it's absolutely fantastic and amazing. Like, for example, this is a curse bowl. There are literally hundreds of curse bowls that were recently discovered in the region. It has a demon at the center, and it appears that these bowls were used in kind of like folk magic, that somehow Jews would produce these devices. It seems that they may have been, broken apart as a form of affecting a kind of a curse or something on one's enemies, things like that. But what's fascinating is that a lot of the personal names that are listed here are clearly not Jewish names, but local Babylonian names. So it may be that Jews were, they had cornered the market in curse bowls and they were selling them to everybody there. We don't know for sure. It's fascinating to see little bits of what culture must have been like outside of the yeshiva, for which we have all kinds of data. We know, again, primarily from the Talmudic sources, that there was a form of organization of the some kind of self-government of the Jews in Babylonia at this time. It's not entirely clear how effective that government was. We know that it did enjoy some recognition from the regal power, meaning there was the Jews did have some kind of self-government, which did have official standing to some degree or another with the royal kingdom. It was led by someone called the Exilarch, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile, probably modeled on the patriarchate in Israel, just like Rabbi Yehuda Nasi was a descendant of King David and had that unique leadership role. So too the Exilarch was reputed to be from the line of King David and so on. There is a significant amount of doubt among scholars as to when the Exilarchate actually began. We sort of lose track of reliable data in the Parthian period, but certainly in the Sasanian period you have the Reish Galuta. They're named, they interact with rabbis in the Talmud and so on. There's also a lot of people who are active in the area, and we only catch glimpses of them because our main lens is through the rabbinic view of the world. So we've already talked about Bruria as one of the exceptional women of the Talmud because she was so learned. We also have, however, a few other women that occur, like Yalta, who was a very learned and opinionated woman. She is associated with medicine as well, so it could be that she was representative of women who had some healing professions outside of what might have been normally considered a women's domain. We really don't know for detail. And we have some really touching portraits of women, like, for example, the otherwise unnamed mother of Abaye, who wasn't actually his mother because his mother died in childbirth. He was an orphan raised by an uncle, but the woman who was his stepmother, cared for him, he always referred to her as Ima. And on many occasions, Abaye, the great rabbi, very important, most important, will refer to teachings of his own mother and say, Amra li aim, my mother said to me, indicating that he had a high regard for her person and as a person of knowledge. Fascinating, but just tantalizing bits of detail. We also have lots of fascinating non-Jews in the Talmud as well. The Magi,
I was just learning a passage with Magi today. These are, of course, important in Christian tradition. They are the Magi come to visit, and they come far away from the east, drawn by the star, things like that. The gift of the Magi, the important O. Henry story. But the Magi are Zoroastrian priests who often mess around with the Jews. There's a lot of conflict with the Jews in the Talmudic period over things like the use of fire. Casual use of fire was something that was frowned upon by the Zoroastrians, particularly on specific days of the calendar. The Mishnah in Shabbos, for example, which is read every Friday night in the Ashkenaz ritual, refers to Jews who put out their candles on Friday night because they are afraid of the Magi. That's not the term used there, but if you see the commentaries, you'll see that's exactly what they're talking about. So also because the Magi regard the fire as having tremendous sanctity, and it was like a purifying force. The Magi were also very concerned about issues of defiling the earth, and so they frowned upon burial, Jewish burial. Some conflict erupted over those kinds of things. So the Talmud gives us one look at the outside world, and it is an extremely rich and detailed look, but only from that one perspective. And a lot of data that we would have liked to have had just doesn't come through because it's not considered a relevant data point. But what exactly is the Talmud? Let's talk about that in the next video. Thanks very much for watching. Okay, I've only given myself a few minutes to describe what the Talmud is, and that's a crazy, impossible task. It is such a strange and unusual and amazing and wonderful document that to just try to scrunch it down into a few minutes is going to be a very challenging idea. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas, and let me share them with you. First of all, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is, let's say, the structure of the Talmud and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand is to have a look at a modern printing of a Talmudic page, as you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page of Talmud. The first section that you have to look at is this sort of coral color, the pink color, and that is the Mishnah. Now, we had a whole class several weeks ago about what the Mishnah was, and so I'm not going to summarize all of that class here, but the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it is a little more organized, and it has general subjects like this whole order deals with the Jewish calendar and Jewish holidays, and this whole order deals with damages and things like that. So it has some structure to it, but it really is not the same as a law book either. It has some very wild differences. The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. Immediately following the Mishnah, you will have a discussion that will include literally tens, maybe hundreds of speakers, primarily rabbis, but also, as we saw, occasionally you'll see a non-Jew make a statement or a woman be involved in a story. And this is what makes it really strange. It's it's highly arcane in its language. It's very coded, and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no punctuation in the standard printings, and you have to break up the sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language, but nevertheless, it's something that would have been committed to memory, that scholars would have actually memorized page after page of Talmud. And it's essentially like a long transcript of a discussion that took its starting point in the Mishnah. Meaning, if the Mishnah is talking about, in this particular case, I have to be talking about when one recites the Shema prayer, then it'll start discussing, when one recites the Shema prayer. But as conversations go, they tend to go from point to point to point, from tangent to tangent to tangent, which is something that is delightful about conversation. We enjoy the unpredictability of communicating with our peers in this manner, and the Talmud essentially follows that and enshrines a kind of literary stream of consciousness in this document. And it is amazing. It requires tremendous concentration and focus to make the leaps of logic and imagination that's required to follow discussion, but it provides incredibly satisfying results. And that's what happens in the Mishnah. The Talmud, which by the way is also known as the Gemara. The word Gemara is Aramaic, and it means literally like finishing, completing, Gamar in Hebrew. The term Talmud and Gemara are sometimes interchanged, possibly because of the fear of church interference in the text, which happened in the 13th century and onward, meaning referring to Talmud as opposed to referring to Gemara to try and avoid the ire of the enemies of this particular text. But it can go on for pages and pages. It's much, much longer than Mishnah. One Mishnah, like a paragraph of the Mishnah, may result in 15, 20 pages of discussion that follows. So that's really what's going on. The conversation discussing the Mishnah by the Amoraim, occasionally bringing in other Mishnahs, other passages in Talmud, other statements from people, other logical arguments, they'll be brought into this particular discussion. It's worthy of note, by the way, that the Talmud, even though I'm showing you the first page, it has no real beginning. It's often compared to an ocean. They say the sea. And just like, you can't say the sea has a particular source, that it all comes from one place. It's just there. And shoreline. Some places might be, nice, easy places to get into the water. Chapter Bava Metzia, that's a nice sandy beach. And other places, fjords with water crashing and, like trying to jump into the middle of, Menachos or something like that, with sacrificial law and things like that. It's very, very hard. But nevertheless, everyone kind of approaches and learn to swim right away. It's brilliant and amazing. And I'm already talking more than I hope. The text is a remarkable metaphor of Shevkin is on the right here, Rashi, which is a comment in the 11th century. God will speak more about him in this course. And and other students, the Tosafot from the all on the central area of the text, and I'm not going to do it here, but there are many other commentators surrounding them on the page, which is the primary statement. Other beyond this particular page, but this gives you a sense of like what the structure is here. The function of it is basically the Mishnah, because the Mishnah itself demands further elaboration. I mentioned earlier Rabbi David Bashevkin, and I have to give a shout out because he runs an amazing website called 1840.org, and they have kinds of big Jewish ideas, and I love listening to it. Recently, a podcast with Professor Chaim Simon, shown here, who is an expert in Jewish thought. He wrote a great book. I heard on this episode something that just made so much sense. I'm going to share it with you now as why the Talmud is so important. So Chaim Simon introduced the audience of the podcast to Robert M. a lawyer who published an extremely influential article in 1982 called Nomos and Narrative. And in this article, he basically used the Talmud as a starting point. Now, what exactly is nomos and narrative? Nomos is the Greek word meaning law, and narrative is kind of like the story behind the law. And in fact, that's what happens in the Talmud. There's lots of like dense legal, sometimes picayune discussion of tiny little details, sometimes theoretically details that can't possibly actually happen in real life, and then interspersed with, a big excursus on the meaning of life, the purpose of the world, the nature of the afterlife, philosophy, recipes, the behavior of a cat, all kinds of things are sayings. They seem to be thrown in there, and some commentators have felt there's random. It's highly intentional. And what Professor Cup, in order for a legal system to work, it's called by some Constitution of Constitution. You can carry in your pocket unless it's on a phone or something like that. The Talmud law, and this is really important because if a society argues, Mr. Clover, Professor Clover, if a society simply lays down rules without explaining to society why those rules exist, without providing the narrative behind them, then ultimately that's a type of tyranny. The rules are arbitrary. They can be, made up any way you want. On the other hand, when you support the rules with the narrative, as I've often found administrative capacity at the college, people understand and can accept a no to their request if they understand the why behind it. That's essentially what the Talmud is doing. The Talmud kind of wanders between big discussions of nomos related issues to discussions of narrative related issues. And it forms a somewhat complex and sophisticated whole, bringing together nomos and narrative at once. I strongly urge you to have a look at that podcast, Talmud. I'll put it in the source notes below the video. So that's really what's going on in the Talmud and its content. Now, I have written a lot more about the Talmud. I have many other videos on the Talmud on this site as well. I am very much involved in actually producing a daily video on the Talmud. It's studied in a format called Daf Yomi, which means a folio. This is a program used by thousands of people around the world today, perhaps hundreds of thousands even, called Daf Yomi. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire Talmud. So I'm in the middle of this big project to produce 2,711 little history videos with over pages right to have a look. So I'm not going to say much more about the Talmud here. What I will say, though, is that it is a document that has managed to retain the fascination of its students for centuries. It is absolutely engaging, and refreshing, and sometimes frustrating, sometimes enervating, always energizing, and it is the document around much of Judaism has revolved for the last 1,500 years. Enthusiastic about it? I hope so. Okay, I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you some more. Looking at the period from the 3rd through the 7th century, I think it's useful for us to go through a little bit of political history to try to understand the remarkable changes that were taking place in the Eastern Mediterranean at the time. And there's 3 really big cities involved: Rome, Constantinople, and Mecca. So from the 3rd through the 5th century, Rome goes through a pretty significant period of decline. As you can see in this 19th century Russian painting by Karl that shows Rome being sacked, and it was actually sacked several times by the Vandals and others coming from Central Europe. They're taking away here. You can see the menorah and all kinds of things, whereas the church is kind of stable on the far right there. At any rate, it's a period when Rome is going to go through a series of significant steps downward in its authority, and this is going to affect the balance of power in the entire region, as we shall see. Israel will remain within the boundaries of the empire, but just barely, because as I'll show you in a map in just a second, the eastern border of the Roman Empire gets pushed steadily towards the west, and Israel just maintains, with the exception of about 15 years, that space on the easternmost part of the Roman Empire, which is so huge, and it's just barely hanging on in there. The Christian population in Israel during this time, however, is growing significantly, both from conversion to Christianity from the indigenous populations, Jews and others, and also from immigration into the region for a whole host of reasons. Remember, Israel is a kind of a crossroads, and so as Rome was able to consolidate its control in the region, the presence of the region, so on, development of infrastructure, there's attractiveness in that region for many settlers. We see the population actually increases at this time, but the balance of the population will change. The local Christian population in Israel will grow, which is not necessarily a good sign for the Jewish population. In the middle of the 4th century, there is a revolt that erupts in northern Israel, where Jews are very dissatisfied with the leadership of one Gallus. This is, however, put down quite decisively, and ultimately will just accelerate the pro-Christian orientation of the Roman Empire to the detriment of the local Jewish population. There is a moment of respite shortly thereafter when the Emperor Julian, known in some quarters as Julian the Apostate, tries to make some kind of connection with the Jews in Israel and in the diaspora by promising to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem. This generates a lot of enthusiasm among Jews because you'll recall until this time, the temple has been desecrated by Hadrian, who rebuilt a temple dedicated to Zeus there. Actually, and also even forbade the visiting of Jerusalem by Jews except on the anniversary of the destruction of the temple. So Julian the Apostate's offer to rebuild the temple, although it's short-lived because he will be killed in battle, ultimately increases the enthusiasm of Jews and evokes even more ire of the local Christian population. The tensions are increasing, and one of the last things that the Patriarchate was able to do, you recall that the Jews do have some kind of self-governing rulership under the Patriarch, the Nisiut. The Patriarch Hillel II, also known as Hillel Nisiah, to distinguish him from the Hillel who lived before the Common Era, he designed a 19-year calendrical cycle, which would later be added on in further centuries. But basically, he sketched out the possibility of working with a calendar that is mathematically calculated rather than relying on the traditional sighting of the moon, which is something that was, in place for many hundreds of years. But there were a couple of moments in Jewish history when, for example, the Samaritans and now possibly the local Christians might have interfered with that process. And so Hillel Nisiah, by putting in place a fixed calendar, was able to establish something very concrete and important for the survival of the long term. He was very concerned that the Christian Empire, the Roman Empire, now officially Christian under Constantine, would actually disavow the power of the Sanhedrins. And in fact, this would come to pass, although not under Constantine, it would happen in the 5th century. So that's basically what's going on in Rome as it falls into decline and how it has an impact on the Jewish people, particularly in Israel. If we look at Constantinople, we see an acceleration of this negative trend. So first of all, where is Constantinople? If you have a look on this map here, you see it's the big red mark, and it's on a very important strait called the Bosporus, that separates essentially the Mediterranean Sea from the Black Sea. Very important site for maritime trade. It was originally known as Byzantium, and the Emperor Constantine in the year 324 renames it Nova Roma, the New Rome, and it was also known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine City. And this essentially becomes the center of what's called later the Byzantine Empire. It's the Eastern Roman Empire, and as Rome goes into further decline and is sacked many times, Constantinople becomes even more important. It is, by the way, now known as Istanbul because when it was conquered in 1453 by the Turks, then it received this new name. So Byzantium becomes Constantinople, becomes Istanbul. And one last detail while we're at it, not relevant to our period, but since we already went to the 15th century, when Istanbul is no longer a Christian city, then Moscow takes upon itself the kind of mantle of Eastern Christianity, understanding itself as the third Rome, right? You have Rome, the first Rome, then you have the second Rome, or Nova Roma in Constantinople with the Byzantine Empire, and then finally Moscow is under, or at least self-understands as the third Rome, the inheritor of this entire Eastern Christian tradition. The implications for Jews of this shift from Rome to Constantinople are also generally negative. There's increasingly worse conditions for Jews as we move through the 5th century, as the Roman Empire, now ruled from Constantinople, is more and more pro-Christian. The Patriarchate is formally abolished at the beginning of the 5th century. The kinds of things that they were charged with is illustrative of the kind of hostility. The emperor charged that Jews were using the Patriarchate to build synagogues, right? The idea being that synagogues should fall into disrepair and then never rise again. We're going to talk a little bit more of that in the next lecture. That Jews were holding Christian slaves, or at least non-Jewish slaves, and were circumcising them, which is part of halakha. There's a whole discussion here of how slaves are to be treated in Judaism, and circumcising them, essentially making them partially Jewish. Upon manumission, they would be completely Jewish. That was something which was viewed with tremendous hostility. And finally, the rabbis in Israel under the Patriarchate were occasionally adjudicating legal cases that also involved Christians, and this was seen as an affront to Roman law and especially to Christian sensibilities. So this is a period of time when there are more and more legal restrictions placed upon Jews in Israel. The Patriarchate is declining and eventually is completely abolished in the 5th century. Definitely not a great time for the Jews. Now let's go quickly to the final city, Mecca. And I'm only just going to touch on it because really we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Islamic influence and rule in Israel, which will last much longer. But just to get the political history together, it's really not only Mecca, it's also Persia. Because basically what happens is, if you have a look at this map here, this represents the diaspora, the Jewish diaspora in the Roman Empire. And you can see that there are 3 big chunks of Jewish settlement in the Roman Empire at this time. You've got some in Asia Minor, which would be here in Western Turkey. You've got a big chunk of Jews living just north of what would be Israel in places like Antioch and Damascus and Syria. And then you've got another big chunk in Egypt. This map doesn't show the settlement in Israel as well, but there will be a lot, of course, centered in northern Israel in particular. And then as you go across the Mediterranean basin, you see lots of dots. Those dots represent individual Jewish communities, and you've got them all the way up in the Rhineland in Germany, in France along the Rhone River, and on the southern coast of France in the Mediterranean. You've got them throughout Hispania or Spain, and then you've got some in North Africa, like even Carthage and Pyrenees that we saw earlier. So those are all inside the Roman Empire. There is only one really large Jewish population outside of the Roman Empire, and that is just to the east, just above where my head is on this map. This is, of course, the Babylonian center, which will become very powerful, and ultimately Babylonia, under the Persians, will invade Israel in the year 614, and Israel will very briefly fall under Persian control once again, but only for a very brief period of time, because the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius would come back in, and by the year 629, he is back in Jerusalem again. This would also be short-lived, as we shall see shortly, but before we leave the Byzantine Empire, I just want to point out one other area where there was a Jewish settlement, at least up until the 6th century, and that is in the region of contemporary Yemen, in the so-called Kingdom of Himyar. this is so bizarre and fascinating. So here's the Arabian Peninsula, and you can see where the kingdom of Himyar is in the southern part of it. There's a new book out by Professor Bauerstock called The Throne of Abdulis, which tells the amazing story of this Jewish kingdom in the region, which lasted for quite some time. So here's the story. We know that Jews lived in this region for centuries before the period that we're discussing here. We know, for example, that Herod sent a brigade of Jews there in the year 25 before the Common Era, and it's highly likely that there were settlements of Jews that met them when they arrived. We know from other sources that there was a king Karib Asad who in the turn of the 5th century was having conflict with local Christians and local Christian kingdoms, and this prompted him to convert to Judaism. This, by the way, is not an unusual kind of story. We see a very similar thing in the Khazar Empire, which I hope to discuss not too long from now, when the Khazarians, seeing that they were on the one hand pressed by the Christians and on the other hand pressed by the Muslims, they saw Judaism as a third way of maintaining their independence. And it appears that King Karib Assad also saw that as an option for his Himyar people. So we don't have really great sources about that conversion, but apparently it happened sometime around the turn of the 5th century. We have other sources, Christian sources, that describe a King Yusuf Asar Yatar du Nuwas that lived about 100 years later, and presumably Himyar is basically a Jewish kingdom this entire time. And this King Yusuf is at war with neighboring Christian territories and persecuting local Christians. Again, this is a Christian source that is not sympathetic to King Yusuf, but there's no reason to specifically doubt that there was conflict going on. And what's fascinating is that, so far we only have kind of sketchy little bits and pieces of data to suggest that this kingdom was Jewish, but a lot of new material has been discovered in funeral inscriptions, for example, in Beit Shan in northern Israel and elsewhere, that specifically refers to these Himyarites as being Jewish, and that they want to be buried in Israel and all kinds of things like this. So it's actually quite likely that, in fact, there was this Jewish kingdom in southern Yemen at this time. We know they went to war with neighboring Ethiopia, and that King Yusuf was dethroned at this point from the kingdom of Aksum, which was in the region, and that signaled the end of the Himyarite Jewish kingdom. But we're talking about something that lasted for well over a century. Really fascinating, I think. I wish I had more time to study this stuff. Anyways, let's go back to the bigger picture. The big picture is, remember that the Sasanian Empire makes a quick penetration into Israel, displacing the Byzantine Empire in the year 614, but only lasts a very brief time because in 629, Heraclius reconquers the region, and then he lasts for about 15 odd years, and the Muslims conquer it in the year 646. The Muslims, of course, will be in control of the Middle East and North Africa for quite some time, and we'll have a large Jewish population living under Muslim rule. And so we're going to look at a lot of these communities in the following lectures. But before we get to Muslim rule, let's talk a little bit about the Diversus Judaeos tradition in the Byzantine Empire, which will take us a little deeper into, unfortunately, the negative circumstances that Jews experienced at this time. Thank you very much for watching. One of the more consequential aspects of the Jewish experience in the late Roman period is the development of something called the Adversus Judaeos tradition. This is a group of ideas and ultimately policies that were developed
by the church fathers in the late Roman period. Adversus Judaeos, the title is generic. It's taken from a series of sermons delivered in the 4th century by St. John Chrysostom, who we'll speak about in just a few minutes. It translates as against the Jews, or as they say here in the United States, against the Jews. Besides the regional differences, because there are clear distinctions to be made between those ideas that were generated in regions where Jews had very little population base and it was an increasingly Gentile environment, and those areas where there was much more of a mixed population and non-Jews actually interacted with Jews on a significant level. But it's also really important to note that Christianity becomes a state religion in the early 4th century with the adoption and approval of Christianity by the Emperor Constantine. And so these ideas that begin as kind of theological disputes, early Christian thinkers trying to articulate the identity of Christianity against a background of Judaism, and largely theoretical kind of ideas, which may have had more of a rhetorical import than a physical one, become much more policy ideas once Christianity is joined with the empire. And so some of the ideas which are, perhaps understandable in a rhetorical environment and people speaking and, hyperbole and things like that, they can become actually quite significant when there's real power behind those ideas. Well, anyways, let's have a look at a couple of the aspects of this Adversus Judaeus tradition in particular. Let's start with Justin Martyr, shown here. And I have to tell you, as a quick sidebar, as I was preparing this lecture, I came across this amazing book on the internet. Here's the citation: André TV, Les vrais portraits et vies des hommes illustres grecs, latins et païens. So, translation is the true portraits and the lives of these men from Greece, Rome, and I'm not sure what païens means. I think it means peasants, which really doesn't make sense to me. But at any rate, 16th century book that illustrates the true portraits of these people, which I find absolutely amazing and hardly credible. Although some of the images, like Socrates, for example, seem to be taken from busts that are from the Greek period. So maybe a couple of them are more accurate than others, but otherwise, hard to believe that this 16th century work actually portrays these people for real, but nevertheless really cool. Okay, so here's Justin Martyr. As you can see, he was called Justin the Philosopher as well. He lived in the 2nd century, very important early thinker. And among his many works was a book called The Dialogue with Trypho, which is essentially a dialogue with a Jew. And Justin Martyr really takes a lot of the ideas that were nascent in the Gospels and develops them to articulate a rather harsh approach to Judaism as a whole. First off, he clearly makes a distinction between his vision of Christianity, which is ethereal and spiritual and based on ideas and morality and emotion, as opposed to Israel, the Jews, who are carnal in nature, dedicated to really, like earthly things like sacrifices and blood and like which spoon went into which pot. Was it a meat spoon and a milk pot and things like that? And he wants to say essentially that the Jews are all wrapped up in physicality, and that's a negative thing, whereas Christians are much more thinking about, the more spiritual aspects of life. This is an unfair characterization, but nevertheless, it creates a kind of a dichotomy that will be repeated over and over again in many Christian thinkers over the centuries. He also, at the same time, and it seems to me a little bit contradictory, that while he's putting down the Jews for their carnality, he's saying, and besides, we're the real Jews. Christians are the quote-unquote true Israel. That is, that what the Jews were doing with all of those mitzvot, all of those commandments, those were totally wrong and totally physical and not the way God wanted them to go. Christianity, which has abandoned all of these things, is much more of the true Israel. I have to tell you, as a little bit of an aside, I often get a lot of comments on this site about,
you guys are not the real Jews. You are Khazarians, or the true Jews are actually Black Americans. And it doesn't bother me that much if other people want to claim that they are the true Israel. It'll all sort itself out in the end, I guess. But what bothers me is, like, what does it matter to you what I call myself? I could call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is it such a big deal to you if I decide to identify as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very pronounced idea that reverberates throughout the centuries. Also, at the same time, Justin Martyr really emphasizes something called the obduracy of the Jews, meaning their stiff-necked nature, their refusal to admit that everything that Justin Martyr and other church fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justin's thought, the Jews deserve more punishment, because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Right? So in other words, the Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something, and if Jews refuse to admit it, then they should be punished for their obduracy. It's definitely a kind of a not such a great start for Jewish-Christian relations, and it is a very important early theme in the Church Fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important correctives, especially with Augustine. But before we get to him, let's have a look at briefly, at any rate, at the work of St. Jean Chrysostom. And look, isn't this amazing? Hey, we have another one of these vrai portraits, another true portrait of St. Jean Chrysostom. This one seems to me rather, captures a certain element of his thought. At any rate, he is a 4th and early 5th century thinker based in Antioch. And as I mentioned earlier, it is to his work that we owe the very term Adversus Judaeus, because there's a whole cycle of sermons that he delivered in the 4th century that became especially influential in the Eastern Church, but nevertheless set a tone for the entire church as well. The main thing that John Chrysostom was upset with was the participation of Christians and pagans in Jewish public ceremony. We should pause for a second and just think a little bit about Jewish theology here. One of the basic ideas that was articulated long before in Jewish thought was the idea that the children of Noah, that is non-Jewish society, is not bound by the huge number of commandments that Jews are in receipt of. That is where the stuff that Justin Martyr was saying was all carnal, like, the refusal to use electric devices on the Sabbath and things like that. That's all like carnality, and that's all physicality, and why don't you guys just let it go already? But in Jewish thought, that is something which is not mandatory for non-Jews at all. In fact, the Talmud describes 7 specific commandments which are incumbent upon all humanity. And by and large, those 7 commandments, I think most people would find pretty reasonable. Like, for example, no murdering and no adultery, and you've got to set up courts of law to work out your differences, and no cruelty to animals, by the way, is in there. Things like that. Like, there's 7 basic laws. Just be a mensch. That's the Noahide laws. And according to Jewish theology, there is no reason whatsoever for Noahides, that is, the children of Noah, general humanity, to take on any more commandments than they were originally given. If they so choose, then they may, and of course the conversion is always open to non-Jews, but there's no impetus, there's no demand for it. They will enter into heaven and receive reward for their righteousness and so on, so long as they observe these 7 commandments. Nevertheless, this makes Judaism essentially neutral on the participation of non-Jews in their services. Non-Jews may, there are some interesting exceptions to this, which I won't go into in this little class, but non-Jews are welcome to come to Jewish synagogues. Non-Jews are welcome to participate in all kinds of rituals, and there's nothing really stopping them. It's not like a closed society. And from what we see in Chrysostom's rather venomous comments in his sermons, this is exactly what was happening in Antioch. That was a fairly open society. Non-Jews are getting involved in Jewish activities and going to synagogue even, and participating to whatever degree they feel like they want to within Jewish circumstances. And he was really upset with this because this was making it very difficult for Christianity to clearly identify, what it's about as opposed to Judaism. The kinds of things he's very upset about is non-Jews, Christians, participating in Sabbath rest, specifically on Saturday, right? A little bit earlier in the 4th century, there's a very important Council of Nicaea that adjusted the calendar in some significant ways, making sure that Christians would observe the day of rest on Sunday, not on Saturday, the Jewish day of rest, and that Easter would always be unlinked from Passover, and this was apparently not happening. And so he's very upset that a lot of Christians are resting on Saturdays and working on Sundays. He's upset that it appears that non-Jews and Jews are occasionally exchanging gifts on their holidays, which is very puzzling to him. This also has some echoes in the Talmud, incidentally, but I'm sure he wasn't aware of those things. That non-Jews were enjoying matzah, that Jews would give them their freshly baked Passover matzah, and that's a pretty nice gift. It's like $25 a pound. So they're giving them it's essentially bread and it's just flour and water crackers, but nevertheless, it's a seasonal food and so on. That non-Jews were engaging in feasting and in fasting with Jews, that sometimes Christians would participate in Jewish fasts, like the fast to commemorate the destruction of the temple and so on. That he refers to non-Jews kindling lights on the Jewish festivals, which appears to be some kind of reference to non-Jews acting as a Shabbos goy. The term goy, by the way, can be used in a derogatory sense, depending on how it's used, how it's, the tone in which it's stated, but it literally means nation. In fact, the Jews themselves are called a goy, a nation, in the Bible and in the liturgy. It's kind of like the word Jew, which I use in generally a neutral or positive sense, but if someone says to you, hey, Jew, in the street, that's probably a negative sense. So the term Shabbos goy means the Sabbath non-Jew, and it's a non-Jew who will occasionally help out with things that are forbidden for Jews to do on the Sabbath, such as kindling lights. Now, by the way, kids, before you ask a non-Jew to do this for you, there are lots of restrictions on this. Check with your rabbi before you get excited about having a non-Jew take care of those things for you. That non-Jews were actually involved in communal prayer with Jews, that non-Jews would come to the synagogue and get engaged in, Rosh Chodesh or Shabbat or whatever prayer was going on, and of course the date of Passover, Easter. So St. John Chrysostom really, in a series of sermons, really lambasted his audience, saying that we have to distinguish ourselves, we have to separate ourselves. These are all terrible things for non-Jews to be doing, Christians specifically, and that the Jews have to, be essentially shunted aside. There's a lot of evidence in Chrysostom's sermons that suggests that Jews and Christians actually got along fairly well in Antioch, and he was not happy with that specifically. Now, let us conclude with something a little more positive about the Adversus Judaeos tradition, or perhaps more generally about the church fathers as a whole. If I had to pick my favorite church father, which no one has ever asked me to do, but I would definitely say it's St. Augustine of Hippo. He's a fascinating person with an amazing biography, so many cool things about him that it's enjoyable to read about him. This is one particular story, a beautiful Italian envisioning of it, in which St. Augustine was apparently, he had a lot of personal doubts about theology and religion and so on, and he works us through it in his work, in his writings. He was really confused by the Trinity, could not understand how the Trinity could work. So he came upon this young child who in the original version was standing by the ocean in this particularly beautiful late Renaissance picture. It's in the forest or something, and the little child was with a small spoon scooping out water from the ocean and putting it in a little hole. Here you can see the little hole right in front of him. There's the halo indicating that it's kind of like a supernatural vision. And St. Augustine says to him, "What are you doing? And you'll never be able to fill out that hole." And the child says, "Exactly. There are some things which you can think about and think about and think about, but you'll never get. So therefore, you have to kind of like, let go sort of approach to it. Anyways, let's talk about what St. Augustine has to say about the Jews, which was very useful and positive, actually. One of the things that he says, and again, this is around the same time as Chrysostom, he writes that, wait a second, let's just rethink this whole carnal Israel thing. Because after all, Christianity is built on the foundations of the Torah. And the Torah clearly has God commanding the Jews to do these things, to not eat meat and milk, to observe the seventh day of rest, to not mix wool and linen in their clothing, all kinds of really carnal things. Who are we to say that God is not allowed to make these commandments for Jews? And should we not, praise the Jews for remaining steadfast in their commandments, right? They are not in any way binding on non-Jews, very similar to Jewish theology in this case, but the fact that the Jews would remain steadfast to the Torah, that's a positive thing. Why are you criticizing them? In other words, he's taking issue with a lot of the other church fathers, like Justin Martyr several centuries earlier. In fact, Augustine writes that Judaism functions as the desk of Christianity that supports all of Christian teachings. It is the foundation, to use another metaphor, and therefore the Jews should be valued as they are without demanding them to convert to Christianity. And this will actually have some explicit reference. He developed something extremely consequential for Jewish history called the doctrine of witness. It argues that the presence of Jews and their maintenance of the Torah is an essential testimony to the validity of the entire enterprise, including Christianity. That since Judaism is the desk of Christianity, that it is the foundations of Christianity, you can't destroy the foundation and hope the superstructure will continue to stand. That the Jews must be allowed to remain as testimonials to the communication with God that is recorded in the Torah. And in fact, when the Messiah returns in Christian thought, they will once again testify to his identity. So contra Justin Martyr, contra Chrysostom, and many other church fathers, St. Augustine is saying that the Jews should be preserved. Now, this is not uniformly positive. They are like, he uses the metaphor of Cain. You'll recall that early on in the book of Genesis, Cain kills his brother Abel, and then God punishes him by placing a mark upon his forehead and causing him to wander forever. And the most important element of that mark is that although there was opprobrium associated with it, he was not to be killed. That anyone who were to slay Cain, the mark was there to indicate they should not be killed, that he should not be killed. That's exactly the way, says St. Augustine, that we should relate to the Jews. Now, that sounds kind of negative, but in reality, this principle, which he articulated using a citation from Psalms, slay them not, was hugely consequential because it essentially defined a church policy that Jews should not be killed, God forbid. They should not be subject to forced conversions because they must, according to the doctrine of witness, remain as Jews. And this is essentially a way of testifying or witnessing to the validity of Christianity in St. Augustine's thought. Now, it is important to note that this particular set of ideas was interpreted in various ways over the next few centuries. There were certain thinkers like Pope Gregory the Great, for example, who definitely hewed to St. Augustine's positive approach with huge benefits for Jews. And there were others who emphasized that the idea of the doctrine of witness only worked if the Jews were in a degraded state. That is, let's keep them around, but they shouldn't be allowed to get ahead, because if they get ahead, then that witness actually stands against Christianity, because it says, hey, look, we should have stayed Jewish. Why should we have converted to Christianity? Look how good the Jews have it. Nevertheless, St. Augustine's ideas created sort of like a pathway to allow the Jews to progress through the Middle Ages, and ironically, church law therefore protected Jews because they were within the boundaries of St. Augustine's doctrine of witness. There were notable exceptions to this rule. There were periods when the church adopted forced conversions, or at least recognized them ex post facto, and we will unfortunately discuss those in future lectures. But by and large, St. Augustine's contribution was actually very, salutary for the survival of the Jews. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at some of the thought of the church fathers and the discussion of their impact on Jewish history. Let's look a little bit more now at the interior life of the Jewish world, and specifically at the world of the synagogue and the development of something called piyut. Thanks very much for watching. In the last couple of videos, we spent a lot of time talking about how Jews were acted upon by larger forces, the state and the church and so on. But I don't want to give you the impression that they're just, passively accepting whatever is coming to them from the outside. The Jews are also very creative at this period in time as well. And so let's just take a few minutes to see one area where their creativity is especially prominent, and that is in the institution of the synagogue. Here's an interesting looking map of the synagogues in the ancient world, specifically looking at the 1st and the 2nd century. And if you have a look at the legend there on the left, you can see that the blue dots refer to literary references to old synagogues, and the green circles are papyri, and then you've got inscriptions like stone inscriptions, and finally the stars are archaeological evidence of these synagogues. Now, they're not including here these synagogues in Israel. Of course, there are quite a few in the land of Israel itself, but the main concentrations are in the Nile Delta in Egypt. You've also got quite a few in Asia Minor, the Italian peninsula. A few of them up on the Black Sea littoral, which is really interesting. And then one that we'll look at in a little bit more detail in a second, Dura Europos, which is way over here on the right. Fascinating synagogue. And so synagogues are an extremely important institution for Jews, especially after the temple is destroyed in the 1st century, especially when they're a minority living away from large Jewish population centers. The synagogue is their locus for formal communal ritual activity, specifically religious worship. And they had to kind of articulate that. What exactly does religious worship look like when you don't have the ritual sacrifice associated with the temple? Synagogues did predate the destruction of the temple. So in other words, Jews seem to want to create these institutions where they could get together for communal prayer. There's a lot of fascinating discussion in the Mishnah and in the Talmud and the Midrash that describes the evolution of the prayer service and what connects to what, and the references to the patriarchs and fascinating kinds of things like that. But we should understand that the synagogue, the word itself, by the way, is Greek, meaning place of gathering, is effectively a Jewish community center, a JCC, for a minority population. And it would fulfill all kinds of different functions, not just religious, but it would be a place of gathering for discussing communal affairs, for adjudicating disputes, all kinds of things. The basics of the service that is familiar to synagogue goers today took centuries to evolve. And if you look at the prayer book, that's really an archaeological textual representation of the wanderings of the Jews in diaspora as well, with core elements that go back to Israel, and then other elements and other prayers that were added in many different iterations throughout their long history. One of the things that I find especially fascinating is that women are remarkably well represented in the sources that we have. Professor Tal Ilan wrote a really interesting article in the Cambridge History of Judaism, Volume 4. Have a look in the notes, and I'll give you a reference to that. In that, of the synagogues where we know there are lists of donors, like this is something in contemporary synagogues as well. You'll have like a plaque here and a plaque there, and you'll have a plaque on top of a plaque. Yeah, everyone who gives anything to the synagogue is recognized in some kind of public way. So looking at these ancient inscriptions that have survived, 1/3 of the names of donors to the synagogue were women. In some cases, they're mentioned in leadership positions as well. So that's a really fascinating statistic, and I wish we knew more about that, but maybe we'll get back to it later on in this series. At any rate, the synagogue is forming as a major locus of Jewish activity, and innovations are replicated across Europe. And let's look at two of them in particular. Here is a beautiful wall painting from Dura Europos. That remarkable synagogue was so well preserved. This is actually a representation of elements in the story of the book of Esther. You can see there's Mordecai on the left on a horse. He's being walked along by Haman, I think. It's fascinating. At any rate, the kind of things that are going on in the synagogue at this time, they're still trying to work out. For example, public Torah reading is obviously something very important. Even the prophet Ezra had mandated the reading of the Torah on a regular basis. But how exactly is that done? How exactly is it broken up? One of the major distinctions that we have at this time is that Israel tended to prefer a triennial Torah reading, meaning that the first 5 books of Moses were completed only once every 3 years, which meant there was a much shorter amount of time actually dedicated to reading the Torah. Whereas in the diaspora, an annual reading, which is pretty much the norm nowadays, was preferred. And this made for a lot of interesting gaps in the prayer service. How long was the prayer service? What other things would people say or do in the prayer service, and so on. And one of the most fascinating elements related to this is the institution of the, I guess the modern term would be drasha, or sermon. It's not the term that was used in the ancient period, but it finds its textual expression in the creation of Aggadic Midrash. So we spoke about Midrash a while back in this series. Midrash are basically kind of like poetic teachings on biblical passages, some of which have halachic ramifications, meaning they are used to determine behavior in a concrete and kind of legal sense. And there's much more that is Aggadic in nature, meaning that is homiletical, that does not necessarily have to be taken absolutely literally, but should certainly be taken very seriously. And it's not uncommon to have midrashic interpretations, as the Torah itself is reputed to have 70 different interpretations, meaning an infinite number of interpretations. Maybe not infinite, but a lot of them anyways. The Aggadic Midrash, or legendary Midrash, can go in many different directions, even contradictory directions. And the collections of these midrashim, which are tied to their utility in the synagogue service, is especially pronounced at this period of time. This is when we begin to see the textual versions of books like Genesis Rabbah, for example, Bereshis Rabbah, which is now widely studied as a source of these kinds of midrashic teachings. Again, the oral tradition that supports these midrashim is much older than late antiquity, but they begin to coalesce in a written format around this time. We also see the promulgation of Targum. Targum literally means translation, and this is the rendering of the text into a foreign language, most specifically, most commonly Aramaic, because particularly in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Jewish populations are speaking Aramaic, and having the Torah read in Hebrew, although it's a closely related language, they don't have a precise understanding of what's going on. So it was very common to have the Torah reader actually read the text in Hebrew and have a maturgaman, a translator, standing next to him, it would be a him, repeating it in Aramaic translation. This is still practiced, by the way, in the Yemenite custom. So the several Targumim were composed. Perhaps the most famous is that of Onkelos, which is traditionally printed in the standard editions of the Torah, the Chumash. But there are several other Targumim, especially of other parts of the Bible, that were circulating and were widely used at this time. But it gives you a sense of how the synagogue is evolving. What do we do in the synagogue? What do we say? When do we say it? How long does it take? What do we add? And so on. One last detail, and I know I'm going through this very quickly. I wish I could spend more time on this. the development of something called piyut, which is probably best translated as liturgical poetry. This era sees an effervescence of an attempt to, kind of encapsulate the prayer, specifically the fixed prayers that we have already had pre-existing this period, such as the Shemona Esrei, the Amida, to restate them in poetic language as an artistic endeavor, something that would appeal to the literary and aesthetic sensibilities of the synagogue goers, or as amplifications of prayer, like longer discourses on events that are described with very sparse language in the biblical text, but expanded upon in an imaginary and artistic manner. This is a fascinating period where we have more and more of these paitanim, of these poets, creating liturgical innovations, that many of which are preserved even to this present day. The institution of piyut, of course, would reach its apotheosis, I love that word, in the Gaonic period, which is several hundred years distant. But this is the period of time in the initial development of the synagogue ritual as we understand it today, that piyut becomes a very important part of that process. The image, by the way, that we're looking at is a mosaic, very common motif in synagogue art from the Beit Alpha synagogue that was discovered in northern Israel. Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in the Jewish population at this time. Hope you found it interesting, and we're going to go to Spain in the next series of lectures. Thank you very much for watching. Let's continue our discussion by looking at the experience of Jews during the period of early settlement in the Iberian Peninsula. Now, one of the things that's really important to understand about this entire period is that there is an Iberian exception. And what I mean, now, so why is the Iberian Peninsula different? Really crucial. The Iberian Peninsula represents an unusual moment in Jewish history where you have three major monotheistic cultures interacting with each other for an extended period of time. Put in other words, for most of the last 2,000 years of Jewish history, the majority of Jews have either lived under Muslim rule or under Christian rule. And there's a lot of interesting contrasts and comparisons that hopefully we will be engaging in as we go through this history over the next year or so of lectures. But in Spain, and to a certain degree in Portugal, you have this unusual environment where Jews, Muslims, and Christians interact in a triangular culture rather than in a binary culture. So, for example, if we pick, let's say, medieval England, you would have this tiny Jewish population as a minority within a large Christian population. Or if we look at, Egypt, you'll have a tiny Jewish population within a large Muslim population. And the way in which Jews interact with their host culture is quite different than we have in Spain, where because of the changing power dynamics of three cultures, two of which who are really vying for rulership of the entire peninsula, the Jews have an unusual opportunity to flourish. And in fact, they do, especially in the Muslim period, which we're going to discuss in a little more detail. So let's just put that on hold. And I'd like to quickly introduce this subject by looking at the various periods of Jewish history, as most historians have defined them. The first, which we'll talk about in this lecture, is the early settlement and the early Visigothic period. That is the first time we have any sense of Jews inhabiting the peninsula and what we might be able to know about their experience from the 5th century onward, when the region was dominated by the Visigoths. Secondly, you have a kind of sub-period of the Visigoths, let's call it the Catholic period, when the Visigoths switch from one form of Christianity, Arian Christianity, to Catholic Christianity. And that represents a really significant shift in terms of how they relate to the Jews. Then that ends with the year 711 rather abruptly, with the invasion of Muslim forces. And so this initiates the Islamic period as the Muslims make their way up from the south of the peninsula all the way up to the Pyrenees. This is the Islamic period. Now, most of the activity is focused in the southern region, in Granada and Cordoba, but there is some fascinating things that are happening here. This is what's often called the golden era of Spanish Jewry. Somewhat of an overblown term, but nevertheless, there's a lot of merit to it, as we shall see later on in this course. Now, the Christians begin to push back from the north, and that is called the Reconquista, or the reconquest of Spain. It happens slowly. The northern part, the northern sections, of course, are conquered first, and it's only in 1482 when the Muslims officially lose even their toehold in the south. But during this period, which overlaps with the Muslim period because the northern section will be Christian, the southern section will be Muslim. That's also very significant for our study of the Jews, because the Christians, when they reconquer the peninsula, will have a very different orientation toward their Jewish minority than we would see under the Muslims. Then finally, although of course there is the dramatic and terrifying expulsion of the Jews in 1492, and then subsequent developments in Portugal with a forced conversion and also a mass migration in 1497, you have what I'd like to call the crypto-Jewish period, because there's still a very significant population of Jews living as Christians in the Iberian Peninsula, and there's a whole spectrum of what that really means. There are some Jews who are like just clamoring to get back to their Jewish practices, but are feigning Catholicism simply for the time being. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have Jews who become enthusiastic adopters of a new faith. And along that spectrum is quite a range of people. There's also a significant expatriate community, particularly those Spanish Jews who fled to Portugal and then sometimes a generation or three later left Portugal only to readopt their Jewish identity in the diaspora. So the crypto-Jewish period is not only what happens in Spain itself, Spain and Portugal, but really what happens in their diasporas as well. So that will take us right up to the contemporary period. So these are like 5 basic ways to divide up the period that we have before us. We're going to concentrate right now on the early settlement. Here's a great map from an atlas the Barnavi atlas that I recently had a chance to examine. And it gives you a sense of the scattering of Jewish population around the Mediterranean basin in the 1st through the 3rd century. So it's a little bit rough because, each black square is the same size as every other black square, and that's clearly not reflective of the size of the Jewish population there. You also have that kind of starburst that shows that it's an important Christian community, and I think there's a lot more important Christian communities than Alexandria and Rome, but nevertheless, Antioch, still it gives you a sense of the early diaspora, the early scattering of the Jews that extends all the way up to London and into what would be later France and Germany. But of course, Spain is an extremely important region. And as you can see from the shading, the kind of darker orange is where it's really strong by the end of the 1st century, which is concentrated in the Eastern Mediterranean, what will be Turkey, Asia Minor. But by the time you get to the 3rd century, we've got some significant suggestions of Jewish populations all the way out on the Atlantic coast in what would be the Iberian Peninsula. So who are these Jews? They are known as Sephardim, which comes from a passage in the book of Obadiah, biblical book of Obadiah, which refers to the people who are in exile from Jerusalem, and that community is known as Sepharad. The modern Hebrew term for Spain is Sepharad, taken from this verse in Obadiah, and the people who come from the region are called Sephardim, which is the plural in Hebrew for someone who comes from the region. Sephardi is the adjective, which would be used to refer to one person or to things which pertain to Sepharad. Now, there's really no good reason to assume that when the book of Obadiah specifically calls a place Sfarad, that it is referring to what we call Sfarad today. This is a common thing that happens in Jewish geography, that when Jews visit far-off places or settle there, sometimes they will take on biblical names when we don't really have any specific connections to say that this is that place. Case in point, Ashkenaz is one of the names of a person mentioned in Genesis. And when the Jews reached northern Germany, they said, okay, here we go. Let's call this place Ashkenaz, right? Maybe the people who descended from Ashkenaz live here, and hence we call it Ashkenaz, but there's really no reason to say so. So it's a very tenuous connection, but nevertheless, the term has stuck, and it is useful because it does refer to a distinct group of people and a distinct geography, but nevertheless, no real reason to assume that in the book of Obadiah, they're actually referring to what we call Spain. There are Talmudic references several hundred years later, which refer to Aspamia. This is a little bit more realistic, given the period, let's say, 1st through 3rd century. We've already got Jews living there, and it sounds a lot like Hispania, a very common kind of shifting of vowels and consonants that you have between Latin and Aramaic. So by the time we get to the Talmud, there's no question that there is reference to Spain and some familiarity with it. But how early did the Jews originally settle in this region? So we have a couple of really early reference points which are probably not true. For example, in the 16th century, one particular writer came across a gravestone that apparently read, "Here lies Adoniram, who was the tax collector for King Solomon." Now, that's like incredible. And I mean that literally, incredible. It's just way too much to assume that King Solomon, we're talking like, 1,000 years before the Common Era, had actually some, tax collectors going as far out as Spain. So, and it's the fact that we've lost this particular reference and it is dubious, it's probably not a reliable source to suggest that there were Jews living there 1,000 years before the Common Era. Another one that does not necessarily negate the idea of Jews living in Spain, but is also regarded as quite spurious, is apparently a letter from the Jews living in Toledo sent to Judea, asking that the Jews in Israel refrain from crucifying Jesus. And this would have been dated about the year 30 of the Common Era. Also kind of a far-fetched document. It doesn't date anywhere near to this period, but it falls within a kind of a trope where in the medieval period, Jews had it in their interests to demonstrate that they had early settlement in order to document and to bolster their arguments for things like charter rights, for privileges to live in a particular area, to pursue certain tasks. If they could demonstrate the antiquity of their settlement, then that could help them in whatever local negotiations they might have. This will be especially important in Europe when medieval charters are put into place, but that's beyond our scope right now. It also indicates a level of kind of an obsequious appeal to Christians, specifically saying we're not like those Jews who crucified Jesus. We're completely separate. We want to have nothing to do with it, which stretches our ability to believe that Jews in Spain knew something about what was going on in Judea at that time, particularly when we have no other records of Jews really talking about this, other than, of course, Christian sources like the New Testament. So these sources are hard to believe, and we can't really place Jewish settlement in Spain this early as a result of them. We do have, however, a lot of really cool pieces of evidence which suggest something around this period. This is, by the way, a beautiful image from the famous Sarajevo Haggadah. This is a Haggadah that was composed in medieval Spain and later smuggled out and found its way to Sarajevo. There's a fascinating character, by the way. The bottom left, you see there is a mysterious dark-skinned woman. In this particular representation, she looks kind of blue-skinned. In other JPEGs, she looks a little bit more brown. But a lot of questions about who is that woman? She's clearly participating in the meal with eating a piece of matzah, but she has a different complexion than the other women there. She is seated somehow separately from them. Or is that just coincidence? The artist chose to put it that way. She's also dressed a little bit differently, but she's clearly, part of the ceremony. Fascinating. We have a much more reasonable 18th century tradition that of a discovery of a gravestone. And the gravestone was partial, and again, like the gravestone of the purported Adoniram, it is missing. However, it's a much more reasonable historical source, so there's an inclination to be more tolerant of it. This is from Adra, and the inscription apparently originally read in Latin, something like Unia, a girl's name, Solomonula, the daughter of Solomon, like let's say Unia bat Shlomo, An uno, 1 year, mens cuatro, 4 months, dia uno, 1 day, and then finally, Judaya, a Jewess. So this, if it is authentic, and there's good argument to suggest it is the first real mention of a Jew living in Spain, and it dates from the 3rd century. It's fascinating, and it's tragic how you can see that the father specifically laid out exactly how old she was when she died, right down to the day, but he regarded it as very significant that he note that she was a Jewess, the Jewess of a town called Adra. I find this very moving. At any rate, we don't have this, in hand anymore, but it is a significant indicator. We also have a literary evidence of the possibility of Jews in Spain from the 1st century in the Christian scriptures. In Romans chapter 15, there's a discussion there where Paul indicates his desire to go visit Spain. And the reason why this is specifically a good possibility of seeing a Jewish population there is because Paul used to specifically go to Jewish communities as they tended to attract potential Christian converts, that Paul enjoyed visiting those communities that had a lot of Jewish population, and then kind of like fellow travelers or interested populations that were a market for the ideas that Paul was, disseminating at these times. So quite possible that if Paul wanted to go to Spain, he wanted to go there for a good reason, meaning there were Jews already living there who would have attracted some proto-monotheists who would consider Christianity as a religious option. We also have an amphora that was discovered in Ibiza that has 2 Hebrew letters, so it indicates at least the possibility of trade in the region. It's quite a bit earlier. It's also 1st century, but doesn't necessarily indicate that it originated there. But by the time we get to the 4th century, then it's pretty clear that it's important to the church, at least, to talk about Jews living in the region. Again, I'm going to qualify this in a second, but basically we have a very important church synod or council in a town called Elvira, and there's a whole bunch of Jewish legislation in the deliberations and decisions of this particular council. There are very clear bans in these documents on intermarriage, bans on social dining. That is, Christians are forbidden to engage in recreational dining with Jews. And one of my favorite passages, a very strong adjuration that Christians must not allow Jews to bless their crops, meaning that Pedro can't say to his friend Baruch, "Hey, you're Jewish. I know you have a close connection with the big guy. Come by to my field, please, and give it a blessing so we can get a good crop." Now, the reason why this is somewhat problematic is because although it suggests that these things were happening, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were. They could be kind of like, testimonials to faith that are just inserted in these kinds of documents to sort of explain that, don't worry, we're following the party line on all of these issues. Doesn't actually mean that there are Jews who are doing these things with Christians. On the other hand, sometimes the specificity of these things does suggest that it's more realistic. Like, for example, a ban on intermarriage, sure, that's pretty standard. A ban on owning Christian slaves, Jews should not own Christian slaves. Okay, we hear that too. But mixed dining, blessing the crops, those sound sort of specific. Like, let's say, for example, I understand there are laws on the books here in America that also, prohibit a person from riding his horse in, certain areas of New York City. Now, nobody rides horses except for policemen and maybe those guys with the special carriages. So it doesn't apply to anyone, but there's no point in taking that law off the books. And even if you renew the law code for whatever reason, I mean, it doesn't hurt if you just keep it in there. That doesn't mean that there are actually horses riding in the streets. But if there's something really detailed that says something like, people are forbidden from riding their horses in Manhattan, especially when we are, building new cell phone towers, right? So, look at that. There's a detail there that places it within the modern period and makes it more suggestive that it might actually happen that people are riding horses and interfering with the cell phone construction. Kind of a stretched example. At any rate, so it's possible that the Council of Elvira was actually talking about real Jews engaging in real relationships with Christians, but we simply don't know for sure. One more source, which is a letter from Bishop Severus of Minorca in the year 418, is also quite tendentious and could easily be entirely fabricated. But again, the level of detail suggests that such a thing actually happened. In this particular letter that the bishop wrote, he refers to a local conflict between Jews in a Christian community, and he specifically numbers the Jews. I mean, the detail, the level of detail and specificity suggests that it's more realistic than not. They have in this particular letter, which is fascinating for lots of reasons, he depicts a situation in which Jews not only get along with Christians, but they actually have some level of authority. They serve in kind of like municipal councils and so on. And in the end, these Jews are forcibly converted to Christianity. And it's possible that the entire story is entirely fabricated, perhaps for religious propaganda purposes. But there are some thematic elements in the story that are quite ominous, as we shall see this reported in much more authentic sources for several hundred years afterwards. What we can say with some reliability, though, is that by the 3rd century, there are some Jews living in Spain. It is certainly on the periphery of the Jewish world, but this population will certainly increase. And by the time we get to the early 8th century and the Muslim conquest, we'll certainly have a much better sense of the size and the distribution of that population. But let's turn now to the Visigothic period. The Visigothic period, in particular the period after Recared's conversion to Catholicism in the year 587, is like one of the most bizarre periods of Jewish history that I have to say I've ever studied. It's extremely difficult to tease out some of the methodological issues, and just the content of this history is bizarre beyond belief. Here's a map that gives a sense of where the Visigothic kingdom was located. You see the capital there in Toulouse, and it occupies much of the Iberian Peninsula and over into what would be southern France, right up around the Rhone River and so on. And they invaded in the 5th century, And initially, the Jews that were located in this area probably fared fairly well because the Visigoths were originally Arian. And what I mean by that is they followed Bishop Arius, Arius, not Ary-U-S, hence the term Arian with an I. Nothing to do with, Aryan nations or Nazism or anything like that, obviously. But this particular bishop had a vision of Christianity which was somewhat distinct from Catholicism, particularly with regards to the figure of Jesus and his relationship to divinity. This is something that is really significant for the early church trying to exactly figure out, was Jesus God? Was Jesus human? If there's a spectrum between those things, how does that work? It's really beyond me and certainly beyond the scope of what we're discussing. But for the relevance of the Visigothic period, the school of Arius had a much more human leaning towards the interpretation of the figure of Jesus, and this was declared a heresy by the Catholic Church. So when Recared converted to Catholicism from Arianism in the year 587, this marked the beginning of the truly bizarre era in Visigothic Jewish relations. Let's just have a look at this remarkable work of art that I had in the cover screen here. This is Antonio Munoz de Gran, the conversion of Recared. And as you can see, Recared is obviously in the center there. He's got this heavenward gaze, and he's obviously entranced by his spiritual, transformation. And he's got his hand on the Bible there. It's being held up dutifully by some kind of church official. Really powerful image, I have to say. And I think it captures the kind of excitement that must have gone along with this conversion. And at this point, I think it's significant for us to sort of reflect on the concept of the zeal of the convert. Many of us, are in regular commerce with converts in our various religious communities. And they're wonderful people in many ways. But one of the fascinating aspects of converts is they often tend to take on more religious observance than people who were born into that faith community. I think we can say this, by the way, not only about the religious conversion, but I think you could say it about political conversion to different political parties, things like that. At any rate, in this context, we often find that converts, in the Jewish community, they'll say something like, excuse me, isn't that Lashon Hara? Isn't that forbidden speech? And don't you have to say a special bracha, a special blessing after you eat 2 pieces of pizza? All kinds of things like that may irritate Jews who are raised in a tradition because the converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities, or at least recognize responsibilities they may already have. In this particular context of the Visigothic era, one of the unfortunately tried and true methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show just how anti-Jewish you can be. And so what happens in the Visigothic era is that there's a whole series of kings, and we have a very good set of their rules and regulations that were passed over the course of the next century and a bit. There's like an incredible degree of anti-Jewish regulations that are stunning in their capacity, in their scope, and in many ways they anticipate the kind of anti-Jewish persecution that we'll only see 700 odd years later in the Inquisition, and to a certain degree even in the 20th century. I'm going to walk you through some of these things, but there are also some methodological problems that we have to consider. And one of the most important ones is that we have an absence of Jewish records that correspond to this period. In other words, the Jewish community in Spain was still too small, too weak, too undeveloped perhaps, or for whatever reasons we are talking about, this is 1400 odd years ago, the records never survived. We just don't know how the Jewish community would have reacted to these legislations. And it's even possible that in the absence of any kind of like secondary perspective on the period, that it could have been a legal fiction. In other words, it doesn't cost very much to simply put a law on the books. And if you want to demonstrate your bona fides, literally your good faith, you could easily put in an anti-Jewish piece of legislation that doesn't have any correspondence to reality because there may not be any Jews who are affected by it. It's hard to imagine that these laws were completely fictional, but on the other hand, it's also difficult to imagine that all of them were actually imposed, and in some cases, the imposition was a logical impossibility. That is, for example, once you have forcibly baptized all the Jews, how do you go and forcibly baptize the Jews again 20 years later, which is the kind of thing that we see in this period. Either you have to redefine, either you have a new influx of Jews into the region, not impossible, or you have like open Judaizing with Jews abandoning the forcible conversion, also not impossible, or you have a new definition of what a baptized individual is, and it's also not impossible. Let's go through some of those scenarios. But first, I think it's important that we actually look at the kind of persecutory legislation that was imposed in this Visigothic period. So you recall, once again, that the period we're talking about is basically from 587, when we have this conversion to Catholicism on the part of Visigothic kings, until 711 with the Muslim invasion. Here's a remarkable image that captures, I think, very brilliantly the sort of atmosphere that I get in my mind when I think of these Visigothic kings. This is Alonso Cano's 17th century Kings of the Visigoths. I wonder if there's a certain bit of art history here that I don't know much about. I'd like to do a little more research on it, because they don't look like 6th, 7th, 8th century kings to me. They look a little bit too modern, maybe Renaissance era, maybe even later. Maybe the fashion and things like that, I'm not sure. But the expressions are perfect. Like the impression I get of these Visigothic kings from Alonso Cano's work is spot on. Let's try and understand some of those regulations. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Visigothic law books is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond the Visigothic era. The church, the higher church, never openly approved of forcibly converting Jews, and depending on the era in which we're studying, there is more, disclaimers or more discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews who are forcibly converted and in so doing partook of the sacraments, including, for example, baptism? Can you simply ignore that and say, no, they're actually Jews, it doesn't count, do over? Or do you have to say, well, you know what, it shouldn't have happened, but now they're in fact Christians? So we have this situation where in the Visigothic period, and again, think of the echoes to the Inquisition that we'll discuss later on in this course, the Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, meaning of going back to their Jewish ideas and especially practices. This occurs several times over the course of the next century. One possible way to understand this cycle is it seems that the Visigoths may have created a new Christian status, which is something that we will see explicitly with the Inquisition period almost a millennium later, that the Jews are made Christians through baptism, but then they're not really trusted, that they have a new Christian status which distinguishes them from the old Christians, meaning they're not quite reliable in their Christian bona fides. Hence, they could be once again forcibly converted, they could be once again persecuted, identified, and ostracized in various ways. Now, here's some of the bizarre elements of it. The Visigoths, in their zeal to really root out Judaizing, put in place legislation that specifically banned, for example, Jews from traveling to different locations for their festivals. And if travel was permitted, they literally had to check in with local church officials on their route and to ensure that they would not be engaging in any secret Jewish practice. This is a level of reach and interference into daily life that is wholly modern in concept. Like the idea of actually tracking people's movements with kind of like a 7th, 8th century GPS, so bizarre. But nevertheless, that's the kind of thing that they were demanding, that Jews had to like regularly check in with Christian officials to make sure that these Jews who now are Christians are not actually going back to Jewish practice. Again, it really seems like way out of context for much of the anti-Jewish legislation that we won't see for a long time. And the punishments were, oh my gosh, way over the top in comparison to the kinds of things we see elsewhere. One punishment, which was apparently meted out even to children, was something called decalvatio, which is, it could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short haircut. We all know what that's like, especially if we're teenagers, right? That someone who was accused of a fairly minor crime, like maybe refraining from work on Saturday, which is kind of like a passive crime in this context, and they might receive this del calvatio as like a being shorn of their hair, might be especially embarrassing for a woman, and then, you know, to have to walk around and people would identify them that way, at least temporarily. But it could also mean scalping. I mean, literally carving the top layer of skin off a person's head, you know, like in the American Wild West. And that would be a devastating kind of punishment, especially for children, if you can imagine it. It's possible to imagine that that is in fact what they meant by decalvatio, especially when you look at some of the other punishments. So one of the more serious charges was a marital relationship between a Jew and a non-Jew. Once again, remember that term Jew might actually refer to a new Christian, perhaps, in which case the male partner would have his sexual organ amputated. Wow. And the female partner would have her nose amputated. Horrific kind of punishments. You know, these do sound like kind of Visigothic in nature, like the Dark Ages had a lot of really bizarre punishments like this. But nevertheless, you see the scope and reach of these punishments is mind-boggling. There are repeated confiscations of wealth. And repeated expulsions. Like all Jews have to leave Visigothic kingdom, and then 20 years later, all Jews have to leave the Visigothic kingdom. So once again, how do you do that twice? Does that mean that there were Jews who came back to the region? We do have examples of the medieval period. France, for example, expels its Jews 3 times in, I think it was the 14th century, maybe the 13th century. And then they're re-invited again. Yeah, it would be the 14th century. They're re-invited back in. So did that happen and we just don't have a record of them being invited in? Or perhaps these are just simply fictional laws that are stated in order to kind of like, you know, show whoever reads these laws that in fact they are adequately persecuting their Jews. Again, the methodological problem is that we don't have the reaction of the Jews. If we had some documentation from the Jewish community suggesting that they were protesting or that they were hiding or they were dissimulating, then that would validate the laws as in being something that was actually practiced. But otherwise, we only have this legal text, and we don't know how much it corresponds to reality on the ground. We do have some sense of it based on how the Jews would later react to the fall of the Visigothic Empire. Let's turn to that in just a minute. First of all, I want to point out that this brief period, right, from 587 to 711, is one of those strange kind of moments in which we only have one little kind of pinprick view of history, and it is, you know, incredibly dense with text, but absent other perspectives, it's hard to know what the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on the so-called rhyme of history, that a lot of the elements that we're seeing in the Visigothic period would later be expressed, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in the era of the Inquisition. One of the more famous people who thought about this was Baron de Montesquieu, very important 18th century thinker, who wrote, as you see here, tous les maximes, tous les principes, et tous les vues de l'Inquisition. When he was referring to the Visigothic era, he said this is all like completely mirrored in the kind of ideas and activities of the Inquisition, which is phenomenal. But we can even go beyond this. We see elements of it like this idea of limpieza de sangre, the so-called purity of the blood, which was exactly mirrored in the Inquisition era, where Jews were forcibly converted, and then they were given this label of new Christians, and there was kind of this coalescing of thought around the idea that the Jews were somehow racially distinct from the Christian population. And this is out of step with a lot of the medieval world, in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new community, once you had adopted this new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. Let's remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. There is color bias, to be sure, and there is, like cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open doors to the new society in which one entered. So here the idea of the purity of the blood meant that you had one group of societal members based on their descent, on their ancestry, and another group who belonged to the same faith but were of a different ancestry and therefore were somehow legally shunted aside. So that's something we see in the Visigothic era, possibly, but we certainly see it in the Inquisition era. And one last thing, one of the more brilliant early scholars of the Holocaust was someone named Dr. Raoul Hilberg, who wrote this massive 3-volume work, an early work really delving into the Nazi bureaucratic text. It's called The Destruction of the European Jews. And he specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 15th century right up to the 20th century. And, when I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era. And I thought, oh, come on, please. That's like looking at history backwards. And I really doubted it. But now I'm feeling that, there really is a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and the Holocaust, specifically the ideas I mentioned earlier, and also the incipient totalitarianism that we see in this era. The idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens, something which we do not see really happening until, let's say, the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe, and especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, modern communication, record keeping that can be distributed over a large geographic era. These kinds of things really aren't possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact, we see them at least making the attempts in the Visigothic law codes. So it's a terrifying thing to think about this as being the roots of something that would only mature in its darkest form in the 20th century, but nevertheless, I think it's worth contemplating. This all comes to a dramatic conclusion in the year 711 with the Muslim invasion of the peninsula. You can see in this map here, coming up from the south, and with remarkable speed and power, the Muslims completely dismantle the Visigothic state and begin a new era for the peninsula. Now, the Jewish reaction to the Muslim invasion is complex, but on the whole, they were definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There's a certain amount of debate, which I hope to engage in when we come back to the peninsula, as to how much Jews were involved with the early Muslim invaders. there is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the Christian nation. And there is another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively abetted their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as a very positive development for them. I tend to lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that particular period. At any rate, this is kind of like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the law codes of the Visigoths, and it was entirely unsurprising to assume that they would have welcomed the Muslims quite actively, given the level of persecution that they experienced under the Visigoths. Okay, let us continue our discussion with the beginnings of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula, and it's a fascinating discussion to be sure. I'm looking forward to speaking with you again in the future. Thanks very much for watching. Let us now turn to the Arabian Peninsula to understand some extremely consequential events in Jewish history as we look at the birth of Islam and the beginning of a major civilization within which much of Jewish history would unfold. But before we get to some of the really meaty historical elements, I'd like to begin with a prolegomenon that specifically outlines the kinds of things we should bear in mind before we approach this subject. The first of which is, I'm really happy that I can use the word prolegomenon. I think it sounds so cool, but it really just basically means like kind of a preface. And so this is a preface to our study of the history of Jews in Muslim lands. Here we go. Beautiful image, by the way, in the background. 13th century Spanish representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess, kind of like an iconic representation of the convivencia that we'll speak about when we get to a discussion of Al-Andalus, this so-called coexistence period, which is in many ways considered the high point of Jewish-Muslim history, at least in the past. Let's hope there's another high point in the future. To really understand the 7th century context of the birth of Islam and the relationship of early Muslims to Jews, we should really look at it from the perspective of the 19th century, and in particular, a struggle for Jewish emancipation that occurred in central Germany at that time. One of the most important early scholars of the relationship of Jews to Muslims is Abraham Geiger, shown here, who's perhaps more well known as the intellectual founder of the Reform movement called Liberal in Germany. But what is perhaps less well known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. And he came out with this book, Was hat Mohammed aus dem Judentum aufgenommen? What did Muhammad take from Judaism? What did he derive from Judaism? It was a very important, influential text, which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relationship between Muslims and Jews and Islam and Judaism that had pertained for much of the medieval period. And he really required historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this was one of those rare historical books that sort of seeps out past the narrow attention of historians to the broader Jewish world as a whole. And for much of the 19th century, there was kind of this unusual love affair with Islam, in particular that Spanish Golden Age that I briefly mentioned earlier, that you see in all kinds of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture. There's this pronounced interest in producing these kind of neoclassical synagogues that have a distinctly Moorish or Islamic feel to them, such as this remarkable Dohani synagogue in Budapest, which has these kind of Islamic-looking dual minarets that have a bit of a Slavic onion bulb look to them as well, but nevertheless very distinct. And we see this kind of architecture in America as well. Even in Yeshiva University has the same kind of feeling to it. It's all alluding to this kind of influence of Islam, or this kind of codependent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. By the way, since we're looking at this amazing synagogue, here's a picture of the interior with my colleague David Krause of Prague. It's absolutely gorgeous, fantastic synagogue of the status quo movement, and I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting back there. As long as the pandemic subsides, then I'll be there, God willing, with an amazing institution called the Ashkenazium, which my colleague Dr. Michael Teagle is bringing together some amazing faculty from all around the world, including myself here in this cool picture, to talk about Jewish history and thought in Eastern Europe. It's going to be, God willing, my part will be, God willing, in October. So if you're in Budapest, please check it out. At any rate, why was this so significant for 19th century Germans in particular? Perhaps the best way to understand this is in the context of something which was called at the time the historian struggle. And the two main figures involved were Heinrich Gretz, the great encyclopedic historian of the Jews, who wrote this multi-volume history of the Jews that we've spoken about in previous classes, and this German historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who essentially argued that the picture that Gretz was portraying of Jewish history, and especially the contrast of the experience of Jews in Islamic lands to the experience of Jews in Christian lands, was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Gretz, among the kind of like many thinkers of the era, the zeitgeist of the era was to look back and say, wow, look at what happened to Jews under Islamic rule, especially in Spain during those few centuries when they had tremendous freedom. Look how much they produced. Look at the poetry. Look at the philosophy. Look at the unusual, additions that they provided, how they enriched Spanish culture. Wow. It's so much worse in Christian lands, isn't it? This is essentially the argument. And it was used at the time to try and lever additional concessions from German society and government to formally emancipate the Jews. We will return to the topic of Jewish emancipation, God willing, in about a year when we get to the modern period. But in the context of the 19th century, many Jewish thinkers really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see, and contrasted it unfavorably with the contemporary 19th century German experience. The great thinkers of the Spanish Golden Age were praised for their ability to be Renaissance men, so to speak, absorbing the influences of Islam and of Judaism and of philosophy and of mysticism and creating these wonderful, literary works. And the implication was, Germany, you should be allowing the Jews to do this as well. Now, Heinrich von Treitschke said totally unfair. He said that the Jews have only brought negative things to Germany. He coined the notorious slur against Jews, which would later be used by Adolf Hitler, Die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. So it is in this context that we have to look backwards at the Muslim period. The idea of looking at the Muslim period as an ideal one is something that was heavily leaned upon in the 19th century, but it went through a reversal when we get to the late 19th and especially early 20th century. This idea of a coexistence between Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality, however exaggerated in 19th century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians, particularly when we get to the 20th century. And here we see, the influence of contemporary politics often distorts the historical record, or the way we approach the historical record. And this is undoubtedly due to the conflict that was exacerbated by the growth of the Zionist movement and the growing immigration to Israel, which to a certain degree inflamed conflict with local populations in the land of Israel and in the region as a whole. Many of these Muslim populations were just beginning to go through their national reawakening, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe 100, 200 years earlier and was now catching up to the Middle East, and they began to see these Jewish immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way. And of course, we will explore this when we get to the modern period, but there was significant conflict between the indigenous population, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration to the land of Israel. And so many Jewish historians began to question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful in the ancient world? Did Jews really do so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we see focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the really pretty brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and tries to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important 20th century historian who looked at this period, he says in a very moderate way, he says, look, Jews in Muslim lands, quote, were never free from discrimination, but were only rarely subject to persecution. This is, I think, a fairly temperate way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in Muslim lands. And when you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence that punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing compared to the same thing we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore over the course of this semester. He also said, and this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking about the period, it was never as bad in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst, nor, on the other hand, was it ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. And I think that's a fairly moderate and even-toned way to characterize these centuries. In other words, in Muslim lands, as the British historian Martin Gilbert put it, there was no Inquisition, there was no Holocaust, but at the same time, Jews never achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance that they would, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of the Jews under the crescent, that is in Muslim lands, and under the cross, that is in Christian lands. One of the greatest living historians of this period and this topic is Professor Mark Cohen, who has done a lot of really valuable work looking at the comparative experience of Jews in Muslim and Christian lands. And he proposes there are 5 main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience in these two areas. And let's look at them very quickly before we go to the actual history in the next video. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jewish antipathy in Christian lands is of a highly distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism directly, that there is that special mother-daughter relationship which can have an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw a lot of that, for example, when we looked at the work of the Church Fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter religion. It occurs 6 centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism that Christianity did. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we're talking about very different kind of socioeconomic structures. In Europe, you have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly at certain periods like the 13th century, and the king is very powerful at other periods. And sometimes the king's interests vis-a-vis the Jews do not coincide with the church's interests. And depending on which power is stronger and in which region, that can pull the Jews in one direction or another. The nobility is also very significant. Sometimes the kings do not have absolute power vis-a-vis their nobility, and so Jews can often find themselves pulled in different directions. This is not the same kind of social structure that pertains in Muslim lands, and as a result, much of that uncertainty and, for example, a propensity for expelling the Jews does not exist in the same way in Muslim lands. Third, Christian lands often have special economic restrictions applied to Jews, such as exclusion from certain guilds, the maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activities Jews can engage in a particular location. These things do not necessarily pertain in Muslim lands. Fourth, there's a much higher level of social exclusion in Christian lands. Again, we're speaking in generalities here, but the barrier between Jews and Christians in the social realm seems to be much higher and more durable in Christian lands than it is in Muslim lands. And finally, in Europe, you begin to see the gradual expansion of what I'd like to call an ethnic proto-nationalism. It's too early in the medieval period to really speak about nationalism, which is essentially a modern phenomenon, but the growing sense of the strength of larger regional identities, which will ultimately find its fuller expression in nationalism, begins earlier in Christian lands, and this affects the Jews because are they considered part of this proto-national identity? In Muslim lands, you don't necessarily have this same growth of that specific regional identity. You have much more of a pan-Islamic, sometimes pan-Arabic identity, and Jews are much more included within that model than they would be in the European model. So these are 5 factors that serve to distinguish the experience of Jews in Muslim lands from the experience of Jews in Christian lands. And as we go through the next few lectures, hopefully this will become much more apparent. The Golden Age in Spain really was a golden age. There were phenomenal things to see in that period, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you about it shortly, but nevertheless, placed within the larger context, hopefully these ideas will give us a better sense of how to fairly characterize the relative experience in these 2 realms of Jewish history. Wow, so much talking. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Let's go now to look at the experience of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the birth of Islam. Thank you for watching. Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period, and there are various degrees to which we can ascribe any kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been descended from, for example, Jews who went in search of the Amalekites in the Arabian Peninsula, or perhaps whether they were somehow related to the figure of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses. But nevertheless, we certainly are on solid ground when we get to Josephus, who speaks about 500 soldiers sent to the region in the 1st century. This is entirely plausible because when you look at the physical proximity of the land of Israel to the Arabian Peninsula, there's no question that there would be permeable travel between those regions. We also, as we discussed in the previous lecture, noted that there was actually a Jewish kingdom in the southern part of the peninsula, in the region what we would call today Yemen, the kingdom of Himyar, which is fascinating kind of footnote to history in this sense. But to be sure, by the 6th century, when Islam was born, Muhammad himself was born in the year 570, we have a strong presence of Jews in a region called the Hejaz, which is, as you can see on this map here, it's the basically the coastal region of the Red Sea, a region that is known for its agricultural output, and there are numerous noted Jewish communities that are shown here in this map with the solid dots. We should point out in particular the presence of Jews in Mecca, which will of course be the prime holy city of Islam, and also in Yathrib, which later was named Medina. Note even the Hebrew sounding term Medina, which in Hebrew basically means city or province, depending on the context. Also note here the location of Khaybar, which will be especially important in understanding the conflict between Jews and Muslims in this early period. So we've got this environment where Jews are well populated in a very important region of the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, the founder of Islam, Muhammad, has interactions with Jews, to be sure, and with Christians. And as we discussed in the previous video, there's no question that certain elements of Islam are modeled upon Jewish practice, such as the prayer multiple times a day, the dietary restrictions, and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians, and Islam shows the impact of a lot of these ideas. But it would be unfair to say that Muhammad's early encounters with Jews were positive. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to characterize his relationship with the Jews as one of armed conflict. Much of this early period, based on the sources that we have that come from 3 biographies of Muhammad that were written over a century later, are of his extensive conflict with many of the Jewish tribes in Mecca and in particular in Medina. Let us understand that the Jews who lived in this region at this time were actually Arabs. We should distinguish between these terms. Arab is an ethnicity. It's like a people. It also is a culture that involves, certain modalities of dress and certain kind of patterns of economic activity and of course, a language. And Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud has lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior, much like, today we'll talk about Jewish Americans or French Jews. They are Jews who live in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they enjoy baguettes and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, speaks about the way in which Jewish women dress in the Arabian Peninsula, and they call it simply Arab Jews, and it's not considered a contradiction at all. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. So it would be inappropriate to speak of Jewish Muslims unless you want to say that they are Jews who have converted to Islam. But you could easily say Jewish Arabs because they participate in that ethnicity and that culture. Muhammad's biographers describe a series of alliances that Muhammad attempted to form with the various Jewish tribes with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews were happy to speak with Muhammad, but had no interest in adopting Islam, at least not on a tribal basis, although there are many significant individuals who did leave Judaism to join the Muslim faith. The tribal alliances sometimes ended in betrayals and then were followed up by bloody battles with terrible beheadings and all kinds of acrimony. Captives were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself actually took 2 wives from Jewish captives who later formed very significant positions within his circle. One of the most notorious of the incidents of violence which followed an alliance which was betrayed was at the location of Khaybar. And in fact, ironically, for Muslims, Khaybar actually occupies a very large place in their kind of map of historical geography. Martin Gilbert, in his introduction to his work on the history of Jews and Muslim lands, specifically notes that one of the terrorists who engineered the bombing at Bali, he shouted out his trial, "Jews remember Khaybar." It's actually very large in their thinking with regards the understanding of their relationship to the modern world. But I think what's perhaps the most important takeaway of this entire period, which I have only sketched in the very broadest of terms, if you look at some of the sources that are in the notes, you can get into greater detail about what happened to whom and what precipitated certain violent episodes. I think the most important takeaway is that much of this is kind of like normal conflict between tribes that we would see in this kind of society in this time and place. In other words, contrasting Muhammad's conflict with the Jewish tribes with, let's say, the anti-Jewish attitudes of the church fathers, you see that it's really, a typical power struggle, an argument over a territory, influence, and social position that translates to many societies and many times. It's certainly not pleasant. It's certainly not peaceful, but it is definitely something which we could say is unfortunately normal in terms of the history of human conflict. The Jews were tribes in the region, just like Muslims occupied tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict in the period of Muhammad. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts were resolved politically and historically, and those are things that we're going to see in two very important documents, one which we're going to discuss right now, and the next one will be in the following lecture, the Constitution of Medina and the Pact of Umar. The Constitution of Medina is not precisely named. It's not really a constitution, although that term has been used widely to try and explain it, particularly to modern readers. But what it does refer to is the establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era of Muhammad. It is generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references within the document that have been analyzed to suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gil, who is one of the well-known historians of this period, it basically demotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a people, specifically with the goal of removing their ability to negotiate independent alliances with other tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of conflict with the Jewish tribes in Medina, the Constitution of Medina basically says, okay, after all this is done, Jews, you will have a level of protection. You will have a fixed place within society that you can rely upon. We'll discuss in the next video why that is so important. But you will not be equal to the Muslim tribes, and you will not be able to side with one tribe against another and things like that. This is extremely important because they were a significant, powerful entity in Medina in particular. And by removing their ability to negotiate their own political future, it meant that they would have to remain docile. But at the same time, the Constitution also extends to them the protection of the Muslim people as a whole. In other words, they exchange their independence and their status for a diminished status. They also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. And what's significant about all of this is that the Jews may not have a high place in society, an equal place in society, but they do have a reliable place in Muslim society, and that will be exceptionally important for their future historical development. Okay, let's come back to this idea in the next video as we talk about the Pact of Umar and what it means for Jewish history moving forward. Thank you very much for watching. The Pact of Umar is a hugely consequential document that had a huge impact on the way in which Jewish life was regulated in Muslim lands. It was not necessarily adhered to according to the letter of the text in every place and in every time. A lot of variations from the pact, both in terms of leniencies and in terms of stringencies, seems to have been related to the specific inclinations of a particular ruler or particular time and place. But nevertheless, it does give us a sense of the location that Jews had within the socioeconomic hierarchy of Muslim lands, and really contributed quite a bit to their survival under these conditions. The pact is attributed to the second caliph, who reigned between the years of 634 and 644. Caliph essentially means successor, and this is a reference to the rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. It might also refer to the caliph known as Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, who ruled in the 8th century. However, there's a problem with the text because most scholars note that the document is not cited before the early 9th century. So in other words, we're not entirely confident that it was really pertaining to periods prior to the 9th century. But what's especially important for our purposes, at least from the early 9th century onward, this document both defines and regulates Dhimma status for Jews. Dhimma essentially means protected class, and it refers to the Jews and other so-called peoples of the book that have a place in Muslim society, which is not as high as believers, as Muslims, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that realm as well. People of the book includes the Christians and later the Zoroastrians as well, and in certain contexts it refers even to the Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reasons as the monotheistic faiths of Judaism and Christianity in particular. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized by the Pact of Umar, and as a result, the people who pertain to that faith are therefore guaranteed certain privileges and certain rights, as well as being burdened by some responsibilities. The specific items in the Pact of Umar show the influence of Byzantine regulations and also of Sassanid, that is, Persian regulations as well. What's exactly in the pact? So there are three basic areas that are described in this pact that define what Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians and so on are allowed to do and not allowed to do in Muslim society. And let's look at those three areas. The first is basically they are restricted from engaging in public religious activity, especially activities that might lead to proselytism or disturb the public sensibility that this particular land is Muslim in nature. So examples of this are synagogues and churches could not be built anew, they could only be repaired. Now, of course, as I mentioned earlier, quite often this was observed in the breach, and Jews did frequently engage in building new synagogues in Muslim lands, often for an exchange of funds, but nevertheless, the idea was that Judaism was to be maintained in its status quo and not expand. Very important, I should mention that the protections that were granted to Jews were offset by a special tax called the jizya, which was frequently quite onerous, but not universally so in Muslim lands. But to continue, Jews and Christians could not engage in loud public displays of their religious activities, like outdoor parades, or the pact also refers to using noisemakers like clappers during services and so on. This was perhaps more relevant to Christian activity than Jewish activity, but the holiday of Purim, of course, does involve the use of noisemakers. These kinds of things were prohibited by the Pact of Umar, obviously for the purpose of not attracting Muslims to features of the non-Muslim faith. So in other words, Jews could preserve and observe their own religious activity, which is of huge value to the Jews, but they have to kind of like constrain it to make sure that it doesn't impinge on the religious sensibilities of the dominant population. Jews were particularly happy about that and very pleased to accept it, in the sense that Jewish practice was protected. Secondly, a range of small symbolic discriminatory practices and social distinctions. For example, Jews were not allowed to bear arms, to carry a sword, to wear certain colors or certain types of clothing that were associated with Muslims. In fact, they had to wear distinctive clothes that set them apart from Muslims. Again, quite often these practices were simply ignored or bribed out of existence. Jews could not ride with saddles, they had to use bareback. And whether or not these rules were enforced really depended a lot on local conditions. So the idea, though, however, is that while Jews were a protected class, the Dima, nevertheless, they were a subjugated class at the same time. But overall, fairly limited restrictions on things like economic activity, so on the whole positive. And third, certain preferential support for Muslims, both in terms of financial support, for example, in the jizya, but also in, maintaining Muslim travelers. Jews were required, for example, to extend a certain amount of hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited from engaging in certain economic activities like the sale of alcohol, which of course is prohibited in Islam. And then there were, things like they could not build their houses taller than Muslim houses. The same would apply of their religious structures as well. So there's kind of like put in place another reminder that Muslims were the dominant population and had superior rights, and Jews and Christians and so on were a subordinate population. Again, protected. And this is something that Jews really appreciated. It allowed for Islamic lands to achieve the status of being a Rechtsstaat, a society governed by law, because the Pact of Umar at least defined areas where Jewish activity was protected. The implications are huge because this meant that Jews could rely on certain structures being in place for their maintained activity. It's true that there were at least symbolic placements that kept them in a second-class status and theoretically prohibited them from expanding in size, building new synagogues and things like that. But by and large, these things were not especially strong prohibitions to their advancement. What I think is especially interesting is to contrast the Pact of Umar with the doctrine of witness that we discussed when we looked at the Church Fathers, because this provides us with a kind of point-counterpoint that illustrates the difference of Jews in Muslim lands as opposed to Jews in Christian lands. Jews in Muslim lands had to recognize their subordinate status, but nevertheless had a tremendous amount of freedom within those boundaries. In Christian lands, Jews were to be preserved in order to later provide testimony for the truth of Christianity, a theological purpose which posited their future existence, but at the same time kept them in that subordinate status in Christian lands as well. So ironically, the Pact of Umar is kind of like the Muslim version of the doctrine of witness, that have very similar socio and economic implications, and we'll have to see in the next few lectures exactly how that played out within Muslim society. In the next lecture, however, we're going to go to the continent of Africa to look at the fascinating and not well-studied history of African Jews, and much of this takes place within the Muslim orbit. Thank you very much for watching. I'd like to now turn to the fascinating history of the Jews of Africa. And this is an extremely complex and not very well researched topic, but let's break it down into three main areas. If you have a look at this map of the continent of Africa, I think we can sort of bulk the history of the Jews of this continent into three main geographic regions. The first would be, of course, North Africa, which is the most well-known aspect of Jewish history on the continent. It includes towards the east Egypt. You can see the Nile Delta in this satellite photograph. It includes really important regions like Tunisia, Morocco, which have long established Jewish settlements, because when the Jews were exiled from Israel in the first century, they followed a path that had already been trod by many previous migrants. The pattern of Jewish settlement in the ancient period basically extends across the coast of North Africa up into Spain, and then later across the Pyrenees into Europe. But it also includes simultaneously settlement of the Italian peninsula, the Greek peninsula, and so on. But the coast of North Africa is a fairly well-known area for Jewish history. We've already treated it a few times in the previous lectures, and we'll come back to it again in future lectures. So I'm not necessarily going to break out a special lecture just for North Africa, because much of the history of Jews really is integrated with other things that are going on, particularly in the Muslim world, and so we will return to those later. Then there is the fascinating story of the Jews of Ethiopia. And that's so unusual that I'm going to devote at least 2 lectures to Ethiopia. The next lecture in the series will start with the Ethiopian Jews and take them up to the late 19th century. And then later on, when we get to the spring semester, hopefully we'll return to look at them in the 20th century. And then finally, in the Deep South, you have the major population of Jews in South Africa. Most of those are migrants who come from Eastern Europe in the 19th century, however, and so it's better for us to treat them, later on in the semester. A little bit like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time, and South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it is at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations, some fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also primarily concentrated in the south, that have more features in common with the history of the Jews of Ethiopia, but I'm going to break it up into these 3 sections for now. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics that we're already discussing. Ethiopia is going to have 2 kind of standalone lectures, and South Africa will also get to when we get to the spring semester. This is not to say that Jews are only found in these 3 regions of the continent. On the contrary, many of the regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African peoples who have claimed Jewish descent. The so-called Falasha or Beta Yisrael, which we'll speak about in the next lecture, are hardly the only African tribe that have been associated either by themselves or by others with the Jews. But in the interest of the scope of this particular series of lectures, I'm just going to concentrate on the areas I've identified here. One of the most profound writers of the history of the Jews of Africa is undoubtedly Dr. Tudor Parfit, who has written some amazingly important works that focus on the history of the Jews in this region. He's especially well associated with the Beta Yisrael, and some of his works, they're really wonderful to read, and they're quite heroic in scope. But he identifies something which I think is extremely important for us to understand, and that is the misapplication of the so-called Hamitic myth. The story, which you may recall, goes back to the book of Genesis. Here it is represented in the 15th century Nuremberg Chronicle, where Noah, after successfully, braving the waters of the flood, he lands his boat and he immediately plants a vineyard. Once he discovers the intoxicating qualities of the fruit of the vine, he falls asleep in his drunkenness and naked. His 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, shown here, all find him drunk and passed out like this, and Shem and Japheth, not exactly as portrayed here, but Shem and Ham elect to cover him up to respect his dignity, and Ham does not. So when Noah wakes up, he finds out what has happened, and he is especially angry at Ham, and for reasons which we'll have to left aside for now, he actually curses Ham's son, Canaan. or Kna'an. And this curse, for much of Western history, has been associated with slavery. It has been used as a justification for slavery of Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially associated with the settlement of Africa. In kind of a fanciful association, the word Ham in Hebrew means hot. It's related to the word, one of the words for sun, and the medieval argument is that Africans receive darker skin because of their exposure in the equator to more sunlight and so on. So there's this idea called the Hamitic myth after Ham. It really should be after Canaan, but you can have a look in Dr. Perfett's work to understand a little more about that. But how it's been used is fascinating. It's been used as a kind of a justification for some of the achievements of Africans in order to say that it's really not possible for indigenous Africans to have come up with these remarkable discoveries, such as, for example, Great Zimbabwe, which is one of the most important of the archaeological sites found in the southern region of Africa. And 19th century European explorers said, there's no way that local Africans could have built this. It's simply too fantastic. It must be that there were Semites somehow involved, because the local population are descended from Canaan, from Ham, and have to be held at a lower cultural level. Even though later researchers have pretty conclusively identified that this was an indigenous African culture. But from this Hamitic myth, you have a long series of attempts throughout African culture to make distinctions between the so-called pure descendants of Ham and the intermixture of Semites who may have come into the continent at one point or another, intermarried with local populations and so on. This sort of intellectual exercise is engaged in not only by the European powers in Africa, who wish to make distinctions between the many, many different peoples of Africa, and they use this Hamitic myth to elevate one at the expense of others. It's also sometimes used by Africans themselves, who choose to identify with an earlier Israelite origin, perhaps the most famous of which is Olaudah Equiana of the Igbo tribe, and there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a remarkable book about his experience as a slave, which had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement, but he wrote about childhood memories of associations with Jewish practices because of his presumed tribal affiliation with an original Israelite origin. The accuracy of these claims to Semitic or Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are quite significant. The Lemba tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, it's purely fanciful and was served primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reason. Identity or true racial features of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of a darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it in the future later, but right now we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted to Judaism because it is effectively colorblind. The state of one's skin color does not have a reflection or bearing on their candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. Okay, enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I find absolutely fascinating, in the next video. Thank you for watching this brief introduction. The Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoy doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying, the history of the Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar. And I said, well, of course this is Jewish history. Even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment, a lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical, or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands experience. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture. But I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for a much later lecture when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally returned to the land of Israel. It is really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter of it till quite a bit later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specifically their discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered. They simply existed. But they were discovered by the Europeans. So the most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating vein and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there is the remarkable story of Eldad the Danite, who a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because it seems evident that he was a bit of a charlatan, and much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. It's more likely he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he described really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians will rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others, and so there's some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanura, also known as Bartanura, or simply the Rav, very important commentator on the Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. Much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David ben Abi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region and claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married, meaning could they buy her out of slavery, and then was it possible for a Jew to marry her? And in fact, he ruled in the positive and was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. Fascinating. And so Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interaction of this population with other Jewish communities. Here's a map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia were located, around Lake Tana. And as you can see, the proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. They're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn now to the discussion of, like, where did they come from? How do you get Jews in Ethiopia?